You're welcome. Primetime League starts right now!
With so much drama in the LCS, I decided to catch up with some fans and help them understand what's going on in the new season. Are there more European players in the NA or EU LCS?
Hello and welcome to a brand new season of Primetime League. I'm Rivington Bisland III, and today we'll be breaking down the roster moves and role swaps that may have the biggest impact on the spring split. But first, we have got to congratulate the 2015 World Champions, SK Telecom T1. Earlier this morning, they kicked off the 2016 season with a dominating 2-0 sweep of CJ Entus in the first match of the year. Even though SKT is missing World's MVP Marin and the 6th man of the year in Easy Hoon, they still have FLICKR. FLICKR busted out a Corki and a Victor on his way to a perfect stat line of 15, 0, and 15. So maybe SKT chose the right mid laner to keep, after all. We also have to give a quick shout out to KT Rolster. Thanks to the jungle top duo of Someday and Score, the roller coaster started off the spring split with an impressive 2-0 sweep over one of the LCK's new teams, the Afrika Freaks. The Freaks are one of 12 teams that are either competing in their first split or rebranded reincarnations of old squads in the 5 premier regions. The NALCS leads the way in something for once, with 4 new teams taking to the stage this spring. Of course, with new teams come new players, and if you add the new rosters to the rest of the offseason changes, there were a staggering 188 moves made in this offseason in the winter. And with 50 teams making up the 5 premier regions, that means there's an average of more than 3 new players per roster. Tons of change. And it wasn't just Diamond tier players changing teams. Players like Uzi, Flame, World's MVP Marin switched up squads as well, so there's a lot to look forward to. Then there are LCS MVPs who decided to see what a new jersey would feel like. Out of the last 6 LCS most valuable players, 4 of them are on new teams, with Bjergsen being the only one to remain on the same squad as last split. We'll see what they all can do. And I know that's a Pantheon-sized number drop, but thankfully Freak has cauterized his saber wound and he has healed enough to help break down North America's most impactful offseason changes.
This spring, there will be 40 new players and 4 new teams competing in the North American League, including 2 former European MVPs. Now, to break down those biggest shakeups, let's welcome North America's awesome experts. Kobe, Jat, welcome to the show.
Welcome us.
Hey. Yes, you guys are awesome. Now, let's talk about the first team. North America's own Exodia. TSM coming together. They kept Bjergsen. They brought together some of the best talents from across the world. Yellow Star, one of the best sports in the world. Doublelift, one of the best AD carriers in North America. The rest of the roster.
MVPs from
yeah,
all over the
they're
world.
collecting amazing players. So tell me, is this going to work out, TSM, with 2 big carries in the roster now?
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the big question. You always see teams where they try and put together a lot of star power and they're not exactly sure if they can work with sharing all the gold and, where does it go? I actually don't think that's going to be too big of a problem, but look at these numbers that we do have from last season.
Yeah, I think the stars they have put on the team are definitely capable of being the best team in North America, maybe the best team North America has ever had, but it's definitely not a certainty because every single member of this TSM team is playing with 4 new teammates and a new coach. Literally everything changed for these guys. So we've seen super teams in the past have slow starts. That could be what happens to TSM in this split.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that it's going to depend on is Yellow Stars taking over the shot calling role, kind of relieving Bjergsen of that burden. How well is he going to work with the rest of the team? Can they get that, communication going both ways? And is it really going to open up Bjergsen to actually unleash his full potential as a solo mid laner?
And how are the egos going to work, right? All of these guys are used to being the alphas on their team. Even if they weren't the shot caller, they always got their way in arguments. Now they have 3 people all in one half of the map that have to share that duty.
All right, so a lot of stars here. We'll see if that could work out with MVP Yellow Star. Of course, we've got more MVPs and more members of Fnatic. Of course, you've got Immortals here, Hootie and Rainover coming over. But alongside Pobelter, Adrian, Wild Turtle, some very good players in this one. It's another... I'm trying to think of something that's not Exodia, but something like this. Maybe Megatron coming together. What do the Power Rangers do?
They're the evil one,
Two-fifths of the undefeated team from last year. And
There
also, I think the two of the most critical members of Fnatic as well, because if we look at the way Fnatic made their advantages last year, it was through Hoonie and Rainover. Febiven and Reckless would play their lane fairly even, and then the giant advantages created by the top half of the map would carry through the rest of the team. So I think Immortals has a really good chance of starting off the season really strong because of that inbuilt synergy.
Yeah, bringing over the top laner plus the jungler is actually crucial in importing a duo that already know how to work together. Really interested to see, how Pobelter, Wild Turtle, and Adrian, the rest of these guys can fit into that, because Pobelter and Wild Turtle were these guys in North America who, yes, they've been considered really good for a long time, but they also, they've had their struggles. They've had to climb back from adversity. They've always had a really good attitude, though. So we'll see how they do on a new team.
Yeah, you talk about the bottom lane of former TIP as well. Good at playing passive. Adrian kind of chill there, wait for his top lane to do stuff. Final thing I want to talk to you about is energy here. The big all-star pickup is GBM coming over from Korea, an incredibly strong mid laner in his own right, and it's another team just bringing people together, hoping that it works out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing GBM first off because he has been as under the radar as you can be for a really good mid laner. Because when people don't follow the LCK, some people don't follow the LCK, you have FLICKR and Izahoon kind of in that first tier of Korean mid laners, then maybe you had Coco right below that. But the next tier is GBM, along in the Nagne Kuro tier. And when he transfers that over to North America, it gets really exciting.
Yeah, and the other thing is that he's definitely a hype mid laner for team fights, and I think he does fit into this lineup really well because he's used to working with one of the sort of smaller end of the gold share spectrums for his team. So that frees up a lot of money to be funneled into Altec. And Altec is one of the guys who has been able to carry teams. You know, when he's the focus of the team and they funnel a lot of resources into him, he does perform really well.
Yeah.
Also, then we add Impact onto that in the top lane, and he's already had success in North America. He'll also be able to help Gank by Mom, I think, ease him into the situation.
How strong are those solo lanes going to be? Because if those solo lanes perform incredibly strongly, then the less experienced members of the team like Moon can be in situations to succeed.
I think that is the big wild card here.
Yeah.
Moon, especially, he's coming from the challenger scene. He did have success in the challenger scene, but he is definitely the fresh face on this team.
Well, yeah, the mix of imports, experienced talent as well as new guys is going to be a really interesting roster to watch for. Guys, thank you very much. We'll see you on Saturday for the NALCS.
Looking forward to it.
The LCS wasn't the only league to see icons, stars, and MVPs swap teams or switch regions. It's time to count down the top 5 non-LCS offseason moves in this year's first edition of the Penta.
Coming in at number 5, the Taipei Assassins say goodbye to their mid laner Chowie as he heads over to the AHQ Esports Club.
想要来留住位置，但位置反上好像要开战，直接闪 W， 把翘哥子直接翘伤害推到翘位秒杀，翘位这边会倒下吗？今天先组上第一波的伤害，以后再一次的飞剑，这个伤害太夸张了，连清晨都命中的情况下，又是一个夸张 kill。
At number 4, LGD bids farewell to top laner Flame and his gnarly initiations as he returns to Korea and joins Longju Gaming.
He's the only person with AoE wave that he doesn't do it.
Inner turret's going to fall down. Descent's on a Flame, but he's about to go into Mega Gnar. Super Mega Death Rocket comes in. MLXG very low. Look at the 5-man Gnar from Flame.
Just watch this replay. Remember, there is no TBQ during this fight. Everyone tries to peel for Whoosh, and thus everyone gets gnawed into the wall.
At number 3, 2015 World Champion Easyhoon looks to continue stacking up the solo kills from his days on Korea's SKT as he makes his way over to China's Vici Gaming.
I just wonder now, I mean, these games really do seem... Whoa, flash ult onto Kuro. Easyhoon going in. He pops the ignite. Is it enough? Easyhoon. Whoa, did he get him? The poison ticking.
He got him!
Kuro's at full HP right here, and he has blue buff.
Yeah.
Easyhoon just gets behind the Sand Soldiers, uses that ignite. Kuro tries to get away, uses his flash, and then the last hit.
At number 2, OMG's former AD carry Uzi aims to carry over his insane Vayne mechanics to the Xiaohu Reapers.
太大，但是文克里反正打漂亮，哇！我的天，这一波优哉操作完美，这一波优哉操作真的完美。
先躲技能，然后反身滚了一下，就发现他把所有的伤害都滚掉了。这就悠哉。
And at number 1, 2015 World Championship MVP Marin will be leaving Korea's SKT and looking to continue making the outplays as he joins LGD Gaming in China.
No one attacks down yet. The boomerang goes out. Not going to play slow. Wow, Marin just eviscerates
Beautiful
it. That's
play.
a double. Here
What
comes
an
Bang.
outplay.
And SKT demolish H2K. Hey, what's up, everybody? We're here in Berlin, Germany, home of the European LCS, where Fisher and I are getting really excited because it is almost time for the start of the 2016 season.
Yeah, and about a year ago, PTL, they showed this clip. I'm just super hyped because, after all, it's gonna be Worlds. I messed it up. It's Worlds! And I was sitting at home watching that, and I was like, you know what? This is gonna be my only on air that year. And it was. I didn't say any other time. And I'm tired as well of that being my brand, saying f***ing every time and dropping these F-bombs and D-Man making fun of me and all that kind of stuff. So it's done. From now on, no more f***s given.
Good.
On air. Especially because I know it really hurts your heart when I say it, and I'm super sorry.
You know, clean, get the soap and clean your mouth out. So I'm glad you're done.
Good. I'm done saying from now on. Anyway, we did lose a lot of players in the off-season. We can't really hide it. A lot of the players went over to North America. Same last year, though, where we lost some players, and we still managed to get 2 teams in the semifinals at Worlds.
2 top 4 teams at Worlds. One of them was Fnatic. They had to rebuild last year after losing FLICKR and Soaz and Cyanide. They built this core around Yellowstar, and now Yellowstar's gone. So the only remaining players for Fnatic is going to be Feathervin and Reckless. They've still got that Korean top jungle in Gamsu and Spirit, but, you know, they've replaced Noxiac with Yellowstar, and I don't think that is quite as strong a player, but they've got a lot of time to prove me wrong.
I mean, I think it's safe to say this team is going to be weaker than the Fnatic we saw last year, especially in the spring split. Remember, though, they had to still learn a lot. If you look again at the team we saw last year, because they came in the start in spring and it was fun to watch. It was like a lot of kills going on, very crazy games. They learned a lot coming into a Messiah and then into Summer Split. This team has to do exactly the same. I do, however, feel there's more competition around them now, especially up in that top 4.
Yeah, I think so too. And, for Fnatic, they lost that support staff who've gone to some of the other top 4 teams. The obvious one is going to be, I think, Origin. I think, this is a team play semi-final. They've made one roster change. FLICKR was the player who was, I think, struggling more than the rest last year. They brought in Power of Evil, great mechanical player, good, in lane. And I think if he's guided by Amazing and Mythy, this could really unlock PoE. And this is my front runner for top of the table.
I agree 100%. I said it when I wrote about Origin as well. I think this is going to be the best team in spring. I'm almost going to say it's going to be disappointing if they don't at least make top 2, because again, they made that one change. Origin as well as a team who are very good at understanding who are the key players, who do we need to play around at certain stages in the game. So when FLICKR didn't have the best split, they didn't try and focus ganks on him. They played around Zoas and Nils, obviously, who's now called Sven, in the bottom lane. I'm not sure why he changed that name, but he did, and that's basically it.
The thing I like about Origin is I want to see how FLICKR does now that he's stepping back as a manager, and as a team, they're looking in a different direction for their coaching. So I want to see how these players are going to work that out. Talking about some of the support staff, one of the guys that left Fnatic was Ispa, and he's gone over to H2K. And now H2K, they've also made substitutions. I personally think they won the offseason. Brand new look, Odoame, Jankos, Ryu, Forgiven, and Vanda. I think there's some more threats, and I think this is another team that if they can stabilize their performance with Prolly, with Ispa, that are looking top 3.
I mean, when we look at the teams who made a lot of changes, it is H2K and Vitality, and we were kind of judging both of them, just looking at the players. Now with the addition of Ispa, I definitely agree in the fact they could keep Prolly in H2K. I think that support stuff is fantastic. Ryu as well is a guy who's just been getting better and better. If you look at his progress last year, obviously it's not the peak performance we saw from Ryu back in Season 3 and so on, but if he can get close to that, combined with Forgiven, combined with Odoamne, this lineup will challenge Origin for that number 1 spot. They have to. So it's very, very good for Europe now that we can honestly have higher expectations for H2K than we did last year.
Yeah, and I actually think they looked a little better than Fnatic at IEM Cologne.
Agree.
Both teams very, very new and very fresh, and there's been a lot of time since then. So I'm interested to see how the practice shakes out. And another team that has to practice to improve is going to be Vitality, because this is a team that you could consider like an EU super team. There's a lot of hype around these players. Caboshot is phenomenal early. Shook has got the ability to be game-changing, as does Nukeduck, but both of these players are not the most consistent. So I think if those two get a stable base, Vitality are also going to climb the ranks, in my opinion, and who's going to finish in that top 4?
Again, they have to finish top 4 with the player material they have here. Shant as well is the coach. I think he's a great coach, and Gambit last year praised him quite a lot. Now, obviously, they sold the spot here to Vitality. That's why we have the name change, but I look at this lineup as a bit of a Fnatic lineup from last year, because you got Caboshot, who's the Huni type. He wants to be the carry. You can get him fed early on. You have a mid lane and Nukeduck who can play the control style, but also pick up an assassin if needed. He's consistently doing well. And Yanin can sing in the bottom lane, the shot calling support, the team fighting AD carry. Shook is obviously the question mark here.
And
bringing him back.
And Nukeduck.
Well, no, I think Nukeduck has shown that he is a very, very good, consistent mid laner. He's more than average.
Well, we'll see.
He's a good mid laner.
We'll see, because I'm not a believer.
It's fine.
But if we look, I think, lower down the table in some of the squads we're going to see challenging maybe for the middle, I think you have to look at Splice and G2 Esports. Both of these teams, I think, have the ability to impress, right? Splice, they qualified as Dignitas EU, all Danish roster, a bunch of pretty high players, Senkax and Kobe. How is Trashy going to perform? Because NA was not the strongest for him. So, questions we want to see. And obviously G2, they've also imported some Korean players.
Again, 2 challenger teams coming in. We are really looking forward to that, because the challenger teams coming in Europe are very good and they can challenge some of the top teams. They want to make playoffs. That's the goal, obviously. Learn as much as you can here in spring. Very exciting to see Trick and Emperor. How can they perform? Communication for this team. Obviously not going to be a problem for Splice. There's Pulsar talk everywhere, and then Yamato Cannon trying to speak to them as well. On the other hand, though, bottom of the table, we got to look at teams like Elements and Rocket, because there is very little hype around these teams coming into the split.
And both of these teams have players that have really struggled or simply not performed to challenge the best of the best. There's no like superstar players in either the Elements or the Rocket rosters.
And that's the thing, if you look at the rosters last year, you would have like Rocket, there would be like Nuke Dog as a guy we would highlight often, Yankos, Vander, but then it would be Mr. Rogers and Steve. They're not bad players, but they're a little bit further down the rankings. Now, it's been splitting up, you know, the top players from that Rocket lineup had gone to H2K, had gone to Vitality, and then Steve and Rogers has gone down. So like, it's going to be difficult for these teams. They have to just try and survive, honestly. But then again, good communication, good strategy, that can be the key for you, even though you don't have the best players. To
like
do well.
Voltron, maybe combined their powers are greater. But anyways, I think that's just a little bit of an opinion on some of our players, and I do think we actually have to say goodbye to the European players that we did lose in 2015.
So now it is time to take a look at the BFingest games from across the 5 premier regions, listed in temporal order by start date and time. Let's begin. Which means up first, it is the LCK battle between the super hyped Longzhu Gaming and the Jin Green Wings.
This is actually really exciting because Longzhu put together a brand new super team. The former squad of Incredible Miracle, not very good, but they've got Coco, probably the #2 mid laner this season in Korea. Flame is back and in the top lane, and Chaser, some would consider the best jungler in Korea, to go alongside Captain Jack Impure. This squad has so much talent. Meanwhile, Jin Air, a little bit of sad playing that JPG for them. It's going to be a rebuilding season for them. We'll see if they can go upwards.
See how it changes. Let's keep it moving. Up next is the pair of LPL preseason favorites as last year's most dominating team. Edward Gaming takes on a Royal Never Give Up squad that's stacked with new talent.
So this is another very interesting one because on the one side, you've got, oh man, Edward Gaming, the kings of China. They're just the best performing international Chinese team by far. Meanwhile, Royal Never Give Up, another Longzhu sort of story, a whole bunch of great players coming together. Mata, Looper, Name, alongside Mata. He finally has a great support. If Name doesn't show up, there's something wrong with him now at this point. But this squad could be incredible. Insects in there as well. So big super team from China.
And the third BF game of the week is the battle between the top 2 teams in the LMS as the Flash Wolves take on the 2-time defending champs AHQ Esports Club.
#1 versus #2 here, Riv. These two squads are the ones that do battle over and over again. 2 roster changes to note, though, is that Westor was retiring and then maybe not retiring, but Chawi was picked up as either the starting or substitute mid laner. Chawi was very, very good last year, so he could do great things on AHQ. Meanwhile, Stake has stepped down as a starter. He's now an analyst. His substitute top laner, MMD, is now the starter for Flash Wolves, so we'll see if Flash Wolves can keep doing awesome. Of course, they lost Kramer as well, but NL was starting by the end there anyway.
We'll see what they got. Thursday's final BF game features 2 of last year's Final 4 Worlds team. Fnatic and Origin had incredible 2015 seasons, reaching the World Championship semifinals with rosters that were less than a year old. While Origin has added the power of evil, Fnatic is rebuilding yet again, hitting the rift with 3 new starters.
So Origin, one of those rare teams that hasn't changed a whole lot except an upgrade in the mid lane. These guys should look absolutely incredible, and I think they're a favorite to win Europe over here. But Fnatic, I mean, it's the same story as last year. Hey, we're going to pick up a bunch of people that, you know, some have good pedigree, some don't. And then we'll see how well it goes. But, you know, Daylor's still there, and the mid laner AD carry is still there. So Fnatic can just do the same thing that Fnatic's done year after year and try to win Europe again.
Rinse and repeat once again. Our 5th BF game of the week features a TSM squad that hopes to fight Origin for the title best in the West. But first, they'll have to get past the Summer Split champions, Counterlogic Gaming.
I feel like we're beating a dead horse here, but super teams, TSM is back. They kept their best player in Bjergsen, and they added some amazing players players down the line, they also learned that, hey, maybe our team should speak all one language. So Doublelift, Yellow Star, what many consider actually now the best support in the world. Mata said he'd pick him as the sole support to build a team around. Yep. There's some real hype around him coming across from Fnatic. But Counterlogic Gaming kind of taking a different approach. They've picked players from their own bench, and now they've got Stixig coming in for Doublelift, Huhi coming in for Pobelter, number 1 versus number 2 from last year, as well as just 2 very good teams, and we'll see how well CLG builds up.
2 completely different way to grab your resources.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be an awesome season to see how it pans out. And while these 5 games are the BFingest, there are more hype matches happening this and every week of the season. Head over to the new and improved LOLesports.com to check out the schedule for all of the premier regions.
It's time for our first Primetime League Twitter question of the year. And if you're playing for the first time, here's how it goes. Get the question right, and we'll give you daps on air. Get the question right and the Hall of Fame query correct, and your name enters the prestigious Hall of Fame alongside legends like Lustboy. All right, ready? Here we go. This week, we want you to predict which LCS teams will finish Week 1 in first place. There's 20 to choose from. Pick all the ones that are going to end up in first. And for that inscription into the PTO Hall of Fame, tell us which player will finish the week with the most kills, along with that total number of kills that he's going to get. If there's a tie, just pick one. It's fine. Make sure to send your answer to @LOLesports and use the hashtag PTL. And remember, no hashtag PTL, no bueno, no Hall of Fame.
Hey everybody, Jad here with another edition of League of Learning, the first one of the 2016 season, because there were a lot of changes. Too many changes probably to cover in a single episode, so I wanted to talk about the changes that impact the pacing of the game. Games are going to be shorter. There are longer death timers, which contributes to that. There is also a Rift Herald, which will contribute along with shorter games to having fewer 5 dragons. And as a reference point, the average game time of 2015 Summer NALCS was 39 minutes and 8 seconds. I think that's going down by at least 2 minutes. First change I want to dive into is the death timers. These are relative differences between the old season and the new. The big difference on this graph is at 34 minutes, death timers are a full 24% longer. This is slightly mitigated by the fact that everyone gets the home guard bonus post 20 minutes, but it basically means that if someone is dead, they're dead for much longer, which means it's easier to end the game or take deep turrets within their base. Another big change is all of the turrets. The outer turret is a little bit more durable in the game. It starts the game exactly as durable as the old season and then slowly scales up. But after that, every turret gets weaker. Inner turrets, inhibitor turrets, and nexus turrets. And the later into the game, the more durable they become, but they never reach the same durability that they had last season. The inner turrets in particular also don't have the shield on them anymore, so they die much faster. Basically, this means you will see more games with an outer turret longer, or an outer turret staying up longer, and another lane having 2, maybe 3 turrets, or even an inhibitor dead, because if you get the snowball started on turrets and no one stops the push, you can go all the way through, which I think creates some diverse games. Also, there's the Rift Herald. It is the opposite to Dragon before 20 minutes into the game. When you kill it, it drops a buff. You can pick it up for 10% increased damage, 40 movement speed, an improved recall, and then it also empowers minions when you're near them, much like Baron buff. It just doesn't give them any extra durability. So I expect teams to use the Global Gold from this and the Doom's Eve buff to push down early turrets in lanes that can't clear the wave well, because then you can get a lot of work done and you force a lot of pressure coming up through that way. Also, it's harder to take than Dragon. You better bring some friends, so it's a little bit of a tricky objective, but it will definitely take away from Total Dragon. So in closing, we will have shorter games because of Rift Herald and the games being shorter. The 5 dragon frequency will be greatly decreased. I also wonder about the viability of any type of late game team composition, because turrets will fall easier, Rift Herald will help that, people will be dead for longer, and it's much harder to stall for the late game, which means more early game turret rushing, and also a pretty strong possibility of more double AD compositions. That fits in with earlier finishes to games, faster turret pushing, and more importantly, you can run Kindred in the jungle, Quinn in top lane, Ezreal or Corki mid lane. There are so many different variations of the double AD composition that I think we're going to see a lot of it. So that does it for the shorter games of 2016. I hope you learned something.
So now it's time for a little more learning as we dive deep into the collective knowledge pool of LCS fans.
Yeah, I recently hit the streets to quiz my people on just how much they knew about the plethora of off-season roster moves. Check it out in today's Last Hit.
With so much drama in the LCS, I decided to catch up with some fans and help them understand what's going on in the new season. And we got some awesome trivia to see how much they know about the 2016 season. Who's CLG's new top laner? He's really new. You never heard him before.
They didn't get a new top laner. They still have Zion.
Nah, it's not Zion.
Who is Counterlogic Gaming's new top laner?
It's Darshan.
In Europe, exactly one jungler is on the same EU LCS team as last split. Who is it?
Amazing.
Name me Fnatic's new support.
Fnatic's new support. Oh.
What's the name of Fnatic's new support? Name Fnatic's new support. It's not Yellowstar anymore.
I want to say Peekaboo, but that's just a meme.
All right, if I give you the tri-code, you tell me the team. So for example, CLG.
Counterlogic Gaming.
Okay, we're gonna go for the harder ones. IMT.
Immortals.
VIT.
Vitality Gaming.
Solid. Energy.
What? Energy? NRG?
Yeah.
I don't know that one.
Which of these teams is not in the European LCS? Team Vitality, Giants, SK Gaming.
Ooh, SK Gaming.
Yep. All right, good. Who is the only player to still be on the same team from Spring 2013?
Bjergsen.
I'll give you a hint. He's on Dignitas. His name is Alan.
Alan.
All right, I'm gonna give you 5 names. You tell me if they're playing in EU or NA this split.
Okay.
Okay. Yellowstar.
NA.
Steelback.
NA. No, EU.
Okay. I'll give you that one, but only barely. Kissing.
NA. I don't know. I'm so sorry.
Here, you wanna just read out the note card? Trashy.
EU.
Are there more European players, like people from Europe, in the NA or EU LCS?
Oh.
I can't go. I'm too busy laughing to do anything. This is great.
All right, I need some.
Here. Where is it? Here, let me help you with this one. Where is it?
I'm so sorry.
Where is it? Where's the thing?
I don't know. You don't tell him where a Jedi's lightsaber is.
Remington. It's okay. I'll complete the bit. I'll complete it. Here we go. Oh no! Ah! Primetime League starts right now.
Our region is EU.
Europe. The European Union.
You may have heard about the 2016 EU exodus.
Yellow Star's gone.
Froggen is gone.
No more Gambit.
We hate to see you go.
We've had some good times.
We'll miss you.
But not too much.
Because EU is resilient.
We've been here before.
People have left.
I've done it.
But we survived. And we prospered.
Remember, EU is where this competition started. Forget the skeptics. Look for those who believe in you.
Our fans are great.
From Berlin
To Madrid.
to Paris.
And everywhere in between.
We are not down on ourselves in Europe.
You're not talking about ancient history.
2 of the top 4 teams in the world last year were from Europe.
EU beat Taiwan.
EU beat China. EU crushed NA.
EU beat Korea.
Whoa, not yet.
That gives us something to look forward to. Something to work towards. Don't doubt us.
We've been doubted before.
The perfect split, 18-0.
Splice.
G2 Esports.
Yes. Elements.
Vitality.
Unicorns of Love.
Rockets.
H2K.
Origin.
Fnatic. We're back and we're ready to sell the world.
Hello and welcome to the European League Championship Series, coming to you live from our home base here in Berlin, Germany. Today marks the start of the 2016 season and the first step on the long, long road to the Summoners Cup. As you can see, everybody here in the battle arena is absolutely fired up for our first game day of the EU LCS 2016 and their origin with Power of Evil in their ranks. That is a interesting sight, and he will put all the action in place in the very first game of the day as they are up against Fnatic. What a test, a revamped lineup or something to be wary of nonetheless. And what a way to start the season. I'm Evie Shock supporter, glad to be back behind the analyst desk where I'm joined by James Stress O'Leary, Mitch Kreppel-Voorspoels and Richard Pulse-Cam to break down all of the opening day action. We have a lot to talk about. It is a new year and we've got some new teams joining the league alongside the 7 organizations returning to the stage. A lot of new teams, and one of those new lineups with some familiar players is Vitality, a possible super team here in Europe.
Yeah, looking strong, honestly, with the new roster coming in. I think buying the Gambit spot overall, and that is definitely a team you have to watch out for amongst maybe the Origin and maybe later the H2K. We'll touch on that a little later.
Yeah, and we're also going to be joined by Splice as well, who came into the LCS as Dignitas EU after they beat Mousesports in the CS finals. And then following that, they were bought by Follow Esports, who then rebranded into Splice. So TLDR, same lineup apart from the jungle, but a different name and a different org.
Yeah, and then finally, Ocelot's team, G2 Esports, formerly known as Gamers 2, but we have to call them G2 Esports right now. They made it in within the promotion tournament, ironically against Ocelot's very own SK Gaming, so that was a little bit of a grudge match, but they made it in. They made some changes to the lineup too, and they're looking to become, I think, a middle-of-the-pack team is their best hope here in the LCS.
We will see, because of course you have the bunch of organizations still in here. Fnatic, Elements, Giants, H2K, OG, the Unicorns of Love, and Rocket. They're all back, but they might not be the lineups that we remember. A lot has been going on in the preseason, and one of the teams we've definitely been looking at is H2K in terms of maybe coming out of the preseason with the best lineup.
Yeah, I think in general, our complete consensus as a broadcast team is that H2K did very, very well. And Kreppel, I know there are certain pickups that they did in the offseason that you're very excited to see back in the LCS.
We were basically ranking which team has won the offseason, and for me, it's between H2K and Vitality. The only thing that I think Vitality, that H2K rather may lack is the shot calling later on. Here we see already the Vitality roster, but just to touch a little bit on H2K, I'm just a little worried about Vander. and Yanka's being able to do the late game shot calling, so I really hope Odawamna brings that home. But in this roster right here, Vitality, then it's Kasing. He has to drive that roster, but also a wealth of talent between Shook, Kabashard, and Nukeduck. A lot of those really good mechanical players, but in a meta that constantly keeps evolving, people have to keep adapting. We need that shot calling, and then I'm looking at Kasing.
And that's the key to me, though, is that mechanical skill opens up the skill ceiling. They're a very young team with each other, but I think they've got a long way to go in this spring split.
Yeah, talking about teams that might not have had the best, performance on the transfer market, if we call it that, is Roccat.
Yeah, like you look at those two teams, and those two are great examples of teams who've done really well in the offseason. Roccat, you can argue, are one of the losers because they lost their core. Nukeduck, Jankos, Vander, they lost their core of the lineup. Then you look at all these players, and they're basically untested, one as a group, and two didn't perform that well in their own respective teams.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. A lot of changes, and with all those revamped rosters, we want to know who you thought made the superior changes in the preseason. Send your thoughts at LOL Esports and use the hashtag EULCS. Shiny new thing.
Shiny new hashtag.
Yeah.
They get new players, we get a new hashtag.
Yeah, we're happy with that over here in EU. Well, we'll get our first glimpse of these teams in just a few minutes as Europe's two world semi-finalists go head-to-head in our game of the week. Fnatic versus Origin kicks it all off.
That's a pretty hype game, and then after that, the brand new Element squad take to the Rift against G2 Esports, and later on, we'll see the newcomers Splice taking on a revamped Unicorns of Love.
A lot of revamped rosters and also some changes in the rule set. First off, just like last year, the Spring Split will be a best-of-1 round robin over 9 weeks, where every team will play each other twice, and then the top 6 teams will play out a single elimination bracket in the spring playoffs, where one will be crowned the champion.
As with last year as well, it's also championship points that these teams are playing for. They're going to be awarded based off playoff results. We'll send one team to Worlds at the end of the season. Keep in mind, that's exactly how H2K made it to Worlds last year, taking that 3rd seed from Europe.
Well, on the other side of the coin, we have the bottom 3 teams. They will have to fight to defend their spot in the LCS against the top 2 Challenger Series teams in the summer promotion tournament, and that's an interesting change.
Yeah, so that means there is no auto-promotion relegation this year. Last year, the 10th place team automatically got relegated into the Challenger. This year, it's different. The first match that will be played is the 10th place LCS team against the 2nd place Challenger team. From then on, we reach a double elimination 4-team bracket, which means it just guarantees that the 2 best teams will make it into the LCS again, and we get the best quality of teams that we can possibly get representing Europe as a whole, and hopefully make the region stronger.
Yeah, we'll see what
Even
happens.
stronger.
Even stronger. That's a good adaptation there. Well, a lot has changed in the teams, but a lot has changed in the meta, honestly, as well. Last time we saw the highest level of professional play was at Worlds 2015. Today, we're playing on patch 6.1. A lot of changes we'll see pan out on the Rift, but you guys wanted to look at some specific champions that you're excited for.
Yeah, I'm looking at the reworked Poppy, mostly in the support role because she offers 2 unique abilities. Basically, her W, as you can see right here on the screen, cancels gap closers, and a lot more than you would initially think of. Rek'Sai tunnels, you have Rengars leaping in, so many abilities that are very fundamental to the metagame right now. You can block only as Poppy with that W. Then the ultimate that you see on your screen can turn a time in team fights. 5v5, nope, Poppy knocks 3 people back, that becomes a 2v5. You jump on those guys, then you win a team fight, or you just set up some combos with a little tap there. So unlimited amount of possibilities, and when it comes to supporting, whoever knows, if you know Poppy support better than your opponent, you can open up for so many plays, and I'm just wondering if any of these players have picked it up on a secret smurf, maybe on their main, just have it ready for the LCS.
Yeah, and this one makes me personally very happy. Alistair coming back into the top lane. He kind of goes through stints of being really good. Like Season 1, we had Suche going huge on that, then he came back top lane. And now once again, with the Frost Queens coming in, allows him to get in range so he can actually combo. Also gives him a really nice power spike early on and solves a lot of his mana issues. And when he gets in range to combo, he also has Thunderlord's Decree, so he just pops them super quickly, and his combo is very easy to get off with his passive coming in.
Yeah, and the most important part about that passive is that obviously it ignores unit collision, so you have a Hecarim-esque type of top laner with a ridiculous amount of burst damage with the Thunderlord's proc on top of that, so I like Pulse's choice here.
Yeah, and it just makes it like very good into certain matchups, like Irelia, like Malphite. You can just walk up slowly, down smash, knock them away, and there's nothing they can do.
What I will say, though, is I'm expecting to see probably Alistair a little bit more support. Supports have got a very different idea of what exactly is strong right now. I know that we've seen people doing it in solo queue in Challenger, so it's possible. I don't think it's too likely. Poppy, I think, is quite likely, and from somewhat likely to almost certain. Kindred in the jungle, perhaps AD carry. We've seen Niels do it before. Kindred came out a long time ago, halfway through Worlds, but this is the first time we're seeing Kindred in the EU LCS regular season. That's why I'm bringing that up. And, you know, we've seen the Kindred play just in general at IEM just do so well, and especially with what looks to be an evolving double AD carry meta with Kindred and Graves out of the jungle, perhaps a mid laner from Corki. I'm expecting a lot of priority on Kindred, especially in the bans phase. They're very strong right now.
Yeah, we will see what happens. A lot of changes, and we're all primed. It's time to get into our first clash of 2016. So let's send it over to the caster desk for a look at that matchup.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Devin Pyrotangus Young, but I'm here with the man who fires him faster than Jin. It's Trevor Quickshot Henry, and the caster whose name means fail, but he never does. It's Martin DeFicio Linga, and we have a rematch of the Summer 2015 Finals.
Dude, that game went all the way to 5. Both Fnatic and Origin made semi-finals at Worlds last year, but this is a different time. It's a different year. Fnatic, they have to rebuild their roster once again. Origin, they've just made that one change, so there's a lot to talk about and look at for both of these squads.
Origin is basically the winner of the offseason without really doing too much. Just add in a mid laner. We knew Pega had talked about potentially stepping down. He's still there. He's a sub for the team. He can always step in if needed. For now, though, it is Power of Evil playing as expected. Fnatic, on the other hand, a lot of changes again. Daylor is the only man left. If we look at the coaching staff behind him, Ispa, the manager, is left. He's gone to H2K. The analyst has gone to Team Solo Mid. So a lot of changes for Fnatic. We need to see Fibivin and Reckless really take on more of the shot calling role, the leader role maybe, because they're more the veterans now, at least for the EU LCS.
Exactly. I mean, we'll have to see if they're able to step up and say what they do what they said they were going to do. So lining up for Fnatic, looking to defend their European LCS title, it is, of course, Gamsu in the top lane, Spirit in the jungle, Febivin in the mid, AD carry Reckless, support coming in, Noxiac, and, of course, their coach, Daylor.
And for the second year in a row, Fnatic have turned to a duo import Korean player style with Spirit and Gamsu. Last year, there was a lot of eyebrows raised when you were looking at Huni and Rainover, and how fantastic did that decision turn out to be? Top 4 at Worlds, 2 titles in the EU LCS. There's a lot of pressure, I think, on Gamsu and Spirit to replicate, but it's going to be in a very different style.
It is very different style. Spirit is really the hard carry jungler. Or at least if we look at the last year when he played for World Elite, he was the carry jungler. Before that, however, on Samsung Blue, he was playing more supportive style, counter-ganking a lot more. If we can go back to that style, and if Gamsu can step up and become a carry, they might be able to play the style we saw last year with the carry top laner, more supportive jungler. Otherwise, they need to adapt. They need to change. They do have time. It is not so important for Fnatic to win the first game or the second game. It's about getting ready for playoffs. And after playoffs, it's getting ready for summer split, so you can become a world-class team towards the end of this year when it all matters.
Right, bright things on the horizon, that's what they're hoping, but right now, zeroing in on this game today, they are going to be up against a team with only one roster change, also semifinalist. It is Origin. That means Soaz is in the top lane, jungler amazing, mid, no longer Peke, it's Power of Evil, AD carry Sven, previously known as Niels, of course, and their support Mithy with Coach Hazel.
Yeah, new coach coming in for the team, more of a life coach. He has a lot of experience outside of the game, working with like different kinds of sports for multiple years actually. So he has some experience. He can go in here, he can help the team obviously, you know, in terms of communication, schedule and everything outside of the game itself. Power of Evil, however, is the guy we want to look at because he's the new guy in the lineup. He's the guy who came from Unicorns of Love where he was the star player on that team. Can he be the same for Origin?
Well, for Power of Evil, you know, he won as many games for UOL as he also lost because there was some questionable decisions, some, you know, Smite Kayle, Smite Orianna, it led to a pentakill. One thing I'm excited about is seeing how well and how stable PoE is going to perform when the rest of the ancillary players are at a more stable level. Because what we did see from UOL is very high highs, very low lows. Origin were pretty consistent through the majority of the summer split, and I want to see just how much Power of Evil can shine with all these other stars and all these other stable players around him.
And I think the important thing you just mentioned is consistency. Unicorns of Love was a team with very poor communication, often seemed to lack a game plan in game, and then it becomes very difficult to be consistently good because, again, you don't know really what's going to happen around you. Teams will camp you, or maybe you play some weird champions from time to time as well, and it leads to up and down performances.
Yeah.
Origin is a team with a lot more stable communication. Amazing and Mithy are the backbone on this lineup here. They will take the information you give them. They will draft the game plan in-game. That should help Power of Evil. As long as he plays well on his own, because we know he has good mechanics.
Yeah.
the rest of the team will back him up and tell him where to go.
Right, and this is an ability for them to have a player that will slot in. As Peke just kind of filled a utility role in the last year, it shouldn't be that big of a difference. We already saw his performance at IEM San Jose, and I really think that this is such a great pickup for them. Everyone's saying Origin made the smallest changes, but the most significant changes. Everyone expects them to be not just #1, but easily a huge representative come Worlds even, already calling it.
And the thing is, that actually puts more pressure on these guys, right? When you look last year, I think there was a lot of fan expectations on Origin's shoulders coming out of Challenger scene, expecting them to, Goomba stomp their way through the LCS, and for the most part, they did. And then they stomped through Worlds. Like, this is a team that's been on the up and up. And the expectation is that they're going to win again.
Stomped through Worlds?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, made
all the
top
way to the
4.
semifinals.
They did. They made top 4.
Let's be fair. They had a fantastic showing in their first World Championship.
But they also
And
lost to
there
the
was some
winners,
ups
too.
and downs. You look at Fnatic, when you look at this squad, now all of a sudden they have to replicate the magic. They lost their players. They lost their core carries. They've lost like a manager and ISPA. They've lost an analyst. Just a quick update, guys. There is an audio issue on stage, which they're working through now, which is why we're talking a little bit more before picks and bans. But imagine being in Noxiac's shoes, having to replace Yellowstar, the captain, the face of Fnatic for 2015. It's a tough task.
The two members we question a little bit, Noxiac and Gamzu, are the two players filling the biggest slots, basically. Because Huni as well, in-game performance, it was a lot about getting Huni ahead in the early game. He drew a lot of bans as well. And of course, the fans loved him because of his personality. Now, Gamzu sitting in there had not a great year in North America, I think it's fair to say. I also do not think he really had the chance to shine too much on the Dignitas lineup because they couldn't really enable him. Again, they were very inconsistent in their performance. He played more different champions than Huni, who was very focused on the carry style. Gamzu can play tanks, he can play supports, he can play carries as well if needed. We saw Hecarim and Javan coming in and so on, where full damage basically. It's about finding the style that fits for him.
And the rest of the team.
And the rest of the team, because he's against some good top laners here in Europe.
Well, and it just goes to show how many question marks there are on this squad as a whole, that this is the first time in about 6 or 7 months that Fnatic is going up against somebody whom they're not favored.
I think that's actually a very good point. And the main thing is, how well have they prepared? Right? IAM Cologne was a showing for Fnatic that was okay. I think they were gifted moments in games and they made some poor decisions. But that is a testimony to how new and how fresh the squad was.
It was a test run.
Went over to Christmas, went over New Year's Eve, New Year's break and whatnot. And now I want to see who's coming in more prepared because like Deficio says, it is a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's not about winning your first 2, 3, 4, 5 games. It's about winning playoffs. Getting those championship points at the end. So let's see how much they can learn and adapt from week to week.
But for Origin, at least, the first 2 weeks here, they're playing Fnatic, they're playing H2K, and Vitality.
What does that mean, Deficio? Because we've not seen them.
Well, that's the team we expect to be up in the top 4 at least. So if Origin comes in and they start slow, drop the first game to Fnatic, which would be a surprise, but if it happens, and we know Origin has not been practicing too much because they had some internet issues in the gaming house. They've only been practicing since Saturday. So I'm not expecting them to come in and show like the world's performance just yet. That gives an opening to Fnatic. And also means for Origin, if they start losing some of these first games against the top teams, then suddenly, again, you might fall further down the rankings than you expected. But they should obviously make it back to top 6, top 3 or whatever and get into playoffs, which is the key thing for both teams.
Right, and I don't think either of these squads, especially Origin with the veteran presence that they have in almost all the roles now, is really going to be a team that will tilt off of 1 or 2 losses, that will fall a little bit further down the rankings.
Be fine.
Even though they're going up against what we perceive to be some of the strongest teams in Europe right now, they should have no trouble bouncing back, even in a rare loss.
Yeah, of course, for both of these squads, starting to build dynasties in Europe, last year was all about success for Origin, for Fnatic. They've won 5 out of 6 European LCS split championships, and this is going to be another testament. How good is the support staff behind the players? Because we know they've taken also a bit of a hit, and we know just how much work Dale put in last year in terms of getting the guys' mindsets in the right place, getting their preparation and their training.
So Dale definitely had some great help last year. I trust in Fnatic as an organization, though, to find people, again, who are very good, who can help him. New analysts coming in, new manager as well. So I don't think it's going to be the end of the world for Fnatic as a team. They've lost some of these guys. A great franchise will always be able to replace members and then keep being a top team. And that's obviously what Fnatic is aiming for. Noxiac is one of the guys we do have a question mark, or we put a question mark there. I still think that he's going to be good enough.
I think so too, but I think the big thing about Noxiac is Sven's given a little bit of the eyebrow wiggle. Look at him. He's been a guy that's not had a chance to really shine. He's been on sinking ships up until this point. Like, this is his big shot.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, we're talking Noxiac.
Noxiac.
Yeah. Sven.
No.
Sven was just smiling to the camera and distracting everybody.
No, but you're right, because Noxiac last year, he came in and played for MYM when they were basically already relegated. And he still managed to win 4 games for the team. And he was honestly a carry support. Like, he was making big plays. He has the mechanics. He needs the game knowledge. He needs to be a leader as well if he wants to fill the shoes of Yellowstar. And that's the big one.
Well, he's got the mechanics. I want to see him play Poppy. The players are slowly getting closer to the picks and bans. We are playing on patch 6.1. Keep that in mind. And we heard the analysts talking about some of the champions. Pulse has a penchant for unique champions. AP Nautilus was one of his favorites last year.
And it was awful.
It was awful. It lost us a lot of games. But to talk about what we're expecting, we actually don't know. Because there's a lot of champions that are very good. There is a priority list. But the meta has not necessarily stabilized yet. It's a new year, new league, new players, and we need to figure out what really is going to be S tier.
Yeah, you can be 100% sure that none of the teams have figured out perfectly how to play this patch in this new meta. Rift Herald is obviously in there. Not expecting to see too much, a lot of action around it, because it's not really worth it. You take a lot of damage dealing, or you take a lot of damage when you take it. The buff as well to the minions is fairly small. So I'm not expecting a lot of focus around that. But when it comes to some of these top picks you're talking about, again, there's a massive list. Every team is probably different. Some teams will have, of course, I think all the teams will probably agree on Lulu Gangplank and then add in a Rise up there. But then some teams will put Lissandra super high. Another team might put up a Kindred as one of the absolute top picks. Then Lucian now is an AD carry that MF has been nerfed. Corki as well can be played in 2 roles. Like, there's so many different picks. The only thing every team can agree on is that flex picking is very, very strong at the moment. There's some double AD carries coming in. We have Lissandra, Rise, and so on, and go to 2 lanes.
Yeah, champs like mind games are always going to be something that's in favor. But you're right about the meta. It's going to take a few weeks before that kind of thing stabilizes on the average. Just getting patch 6.1. Yeah, it's much more minor compared to some of the earlier patches that we had towards the end of this last year. But the teams are still trying to figure it out, trying to see what the strongest compositions that they're going to have in Europe, and we're going to eventually form our own meta out of that.
Yeah, and I absolutely love something that Papa Smithy actually said on the LCK broadcast earlier this week, where he's talking about how every single game is basically its own meta, because certain teams prioritize certain champions. And as more and more games get played and there's more matches to watch, then you start to learn and figure it out. And in the jungle, the Rek'Sai, Kindred, Mundo, Elise, Graves, we saw Graves in LPL.
Yeah, that's happening.
So we're seeing these variations and these variables. That will also depend on player preference, because I've never heard pros ever completely, absolutely agree that this one champion is absolutely beyond doubt, other than Mordekaiser last year. But there's a lot of varying, a lot of varying opinions when you have these new patches and these new implemented systems in the game.
Well, I do know of one thing that is still considered universally strong, and that's the oft-mentioned Thunderlords. So we expect to see that quite a lot today.
Yeah, Thunderlord.
But there's more options than 6.1.
That's true. They did buff a lot of other stuff.
Thunderlord is still fantastically strong. And has been for like for last few patches we've seen. Almost every single champion wants to get it. AD carries can pick it up. Great burst, mid laners, and so on and so on. Yes, there are some new keystones. Storm Raider Surge is one I'm looking at. 75% slow resistance. I think that's going to be super strong on specific champions. I'm not sure if their players want to pick it up yet, though. Maybe they want more time to practice with it before they want to pull it out in the LCS.
Right. Well, with that, we're going into picks and bans. Thanks for bearing with us through all of that. First matchup, Fnatic versus Origin. Let's see how these guys do.
And straight out the gate, some of the priority picks that we've seen from LCK and LPL, even though they're 524, likes of Rise, likes of Lucian, likes of Kindred, if you wanted to go that route, depending on what Amazing or Spirit want to play. I'd like it if Spirit maybe didn't play Nidalee.
Please no.
I don't
there are
think
better options.
That's
than
what
Nidalee.
I think. But Spirit, he really liked that Cougar.
Hey, I Am Cologne was probably comfort picks for Fnatic more than anything. Now they had more time to practice, getting used to the meta. So far, no surprises. We talked about how strong Kindred can be. We know Lulu and Gangplank. I expect the Gangplank to come in from Origin as a ban, potentially Rise as well, so they don't risk that first pick for Fnatic. But then, of course, it opens up for other picks, like Lissandra can be first pick. Great flex pick coming in. Graves Jungle, not necessarily a first pick, or can they come in the next rotation and it's flex picking? It is so hard to guess where you're sending these champions. Poppy's gonna be there, Trundle, Mundo, I can keep going, Shen. There's so many good picks.
There's so many things left on the board, but what they do take away is that cast-in, so that won't be an option on that side a little bit later, scaling AP. The Tam Kench is also banned away, so for all of you hoping for him to be on bench, not this time around.
Someone played top lane in LCK as well.
And it's good.
And very good.
It is very good.
Corki's still up, so the Rise is gone. So AD carry still available. We're not too surprised at the
Predicted the Origin ban.
Well, okay, so Fisher predicting Gumsu's first pick.
He's gonna log in Lissandra. It's gonna be his first pick, or at least jungle.
Well, let's find out.
Oh, no. You don't need to first pick that just yet.
Well, wait, there's still some. He did.
He did.
Okay.
It's
Bobby.
locked in.
Well, and there's a Lissandra after that.
We got the Lissandra and Origin side, so I'll take half a point for that one.
You can't avoid yourself points.
I'll get the points for that one. Thank you very much,
Can we
guys.
take a vote on this one, maybe?
Poppy first pick. I mean, we know it's insanely strong. It was strong on 524 as well. LCK wanted, to show some of it. Didn't get to see a whole lot from it.
Earlier today, it was played top lane.
In LPL.
I know you weren't a massive fan. All of the expectation is in that support role because of the versatility of that W and the ability to change team fights. But I don't know. Where is it going to go? In theory, it could still be a flex.
But that's a beauty, right? Yeah. It's a flex pick that can go into 3 different roles at the moment. Top lane, jungle, and support. I think it's better in jungle and support. But again, it also depends on what Origin is picking now. A support like Trundle does really well in lane against Poppy. So if that gets locked in for Mithy later on, maybe you move the Poppy to jungle lane or to top lane, depending on it. Again, that's the beauty of the flex picks. Lucian, though, is another one we talked about. Misfortune has been nerfed. Obviously, he in 6.1 lost a lot of damage on Make It Rain. So Lucian bumps up as one of the best AD carries.
We'll get a little ahead of ourselves in the AD carries. Amazing got that Lee Sin lock-in, so that's still a safe and standard pick. He's definitely going to want to pressure early. We know Amazing that is going to be one of his fortes here. But Spirit is also a hyper-aggressive jungler, especially if he does pick up that Nidalee. We could expect to be in for a bloodbath.
Don't jinx it, man.
I'm kind of keeping it all gates, all options are open here. This is not going to happen.
I don't blame you. We know Spirit played
I still have repressed memories from IEM Cologne, guys.
They should pick the AD carry for sure. Again, you don't want to show where you're sending Poppy just yet. So I like this from Fnatic because notice they picked the 2 lanes where Poppy does not fit into. AD carry and mid lane. So again, they're sticking to the flex picking style, making sure they can get some counter picks or at least one counter pick coming in. Also, it's very stable picks. Lucian, as I mentioned, is going to be one of the best AD carries, can lane into anything. LeBlanc was buffed here in 6.1 as well. The chain is now faster, so she is a very good pick, and we know it's a comfort pick for Fibber.
Let's find out. Origin,
they've
got a lot of options, but we did talk quite a lot about double AD carry comps and the potential of that being a thing. Ezreal was one of those cores, maybe along with Corki and Lucian, the impact that they can have as well.
Yeah, I think Origin might stick to a pick composition. If we look at the first 2 picks, at least set up perfectly for it. And the game evolves a lot around 1v1ing, 2v2ing, like laning phase is very important right now because again, you get more gold in the early game by getting down these towers, so it's more important to have a strong early to mid game. So far, it fits in perfectly for them. The blue build Ezreal is one that's getting hyped up quite a bit from solo queue, and it fits so nicely into these compositions with a lot of skirmish because you can handle yourself. You can kite back with Iceborne Gauntlet, you can chase targets down. So a lot of single target focus from Origin side, a lot of pick potential with the next 2 picks as well.
That's what I was just going to ask you there. How does the Ezreal slot into it? The Trundle is definitely a little more obvious, being able to slow people down and interrupt with the pillar as well. You can stop the Lucian's culling.
I think also Origin is trying to push the Poppy away from support. Highlighted before how Trundle in the lane does really well against Poppy because it's very hard to trade into Trundle with his Q and stealing some AD there. You basically have to one-shot his AD carry, but the AD carry is often sitting out in the middle of the lane, so it's hard to get the Poppy stun on the AD carry into the wall and kill them. I want to see if Noxiac wants to take the lane anyway, or if they are going to move it to jungle.
Yeah, and here's the other question too. I know this is a little bit less likely, but what's the possibility we see Ezreal go to the mid lane instead, Power of Evil take that and go AP?
Well, Pyra, the beauty of flex picks is the chance
go.
there. Depends on the picks they see.
Hey, we're going to have a bouncy game.
Zac and Olaf.
Olaf top, Zac, jungle.
Poppy support still?
Poppy support remains. So he takes it again. It's not like the lane matchup is impossible for him to play in any way, so it's okay for Fnatic to take this one. Lucian does really well into Ezreal as well, especially in the early levels where Ezreal wants to get tier, wants to stack it up. He's fairly weak the first 20 minutes in that sense, where Lucian can be a big bully, especially once he gets a BF sword. So I think Fnatic is making the right choice in keeping Poppy as support. We agree in the office, at least, that's the strongest role for her. So I like that.
Let's find out once they swap around. But for Fnatic, a weird and wonderful composition coming straight out the gates, but I like it into the options that Origin have put forward. Zack's range, LeBlanc's ability to distort and move around, and of course Olaf can just completely disregard any of the CC you're going to put down. If Fnatic get a chance to run at Origin, I think they can do very well. But I'm also nervous for their composition if they fall behind, because a lot of those tools are reliant on having that advantage.
Right, and they have a lot of gap close on their side. For the other hand, though, Origin have some really good, I don't say disengage, but counter-engage. The Orion is always a safe pick. You have a good ball delivery system in Lissandra and Lee Sin now. And I think that if Fnatic don't watch themselves, they could get 100-0 pretty quickly.
Origin has a lot of options in what they've been building here. Again, you can kite back with Orianna and the blue build Ezreal, which we expect to come out from Sven here. Also, Trundle is fantastic at setting up kites with the pillar, super annoying to play against. And then, as you mentioned, they have the chance to turn it around. Lissandra comes in, one target gets stunned, Lee Sin falls in, Shockwave and everything, and instantly Reckless or Fedven goes down. So a lot of good different options. Also, obviously, Ezreal is one of the champions who can escape from the Poppy W, because it is a Blinky's E. Therefore, it doesn't get interrupted.
Luckily for Fnatic, there's a lot of magic damage on the side of Origin, so they can prioritize some MR, and that's definitely going to help against those team fights.
Now, without further ado, it's time to load up onto Summoner's Rift and kick off the 2016 LCS season.
I think that Fnatic is a slight downgrade from the old Fnatic.
I think Origin going to be better than last splits.
Definitely Origin has an advantage over other teams who changed their rosters. Taking two gambles has a higher chance of failure.
Reckless and Featherfan both need to go more to the carry role.
I never really thought highly of Power Vivo because his champion pool is not that big and he's a very predictable player.
And here we are, on to Summoner's Rift to start off the season in Europe. And who could ask for a better game? Fnatic and Origin. And we are on to the Rift.
And wow, some fighting words straight out the gate. Featherfan saying he doesn't really rate PoE. He's got LeBlanc, he's got the Assassin. Let's see if he can exactly make his statements come true.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
You can see the flags flying all the way around.
It's already turned into a premier rivalry between these two teams, even if it's a short history. Some former players, of course. Everyone knows the story. We won't get into it too much, as looks like Fnatic wants to posture aggressively up on the top side.
And I must admit, I'm pretty surprised with the Fnatic composition, especially the last two picks coming in. I wasn't expecting to see Zack again. I think a lot of the early game junglers have so much power. Elise was open if they wanted it. Rek'Sai was open as well. It's been fantastic over in the LCK with the Tremor Sense. Now that you have less wards on the map. For now though, Fnatic are setting up for the standard invade level 1. Remember, minions do spawn faster now at 115. So once you go in and put down these wards for level 1, you're basically forcing yourself to either be a little bit late to your lane or to do a camp, or you have to go towards the top side with your dual lane. You see Fnatic now rushing down towards the bottom side. The minions are already on its way. Origin has some deep vision there, so they haven't spotted anything, and Fnatic didn't manage to really obtain a whole lot from this level 1.
Reckless gets spotted as well, so does Noxiac, so they know that this is being started on the red side. They move to set up a few wards of their own, but this is going to be a quicker push for OG.
Fnatic is definitely delaying the trip to the bottom lane from Reckless and Noxiac. Let's see if they lose anything down here. Might be 1 minion dropping before.
It's not the greatest loss. We'll have to see how Reckless takes advantage of the lane, anticipating the tier from Sven. So once this lane does play out a little bit, in theory, Reckless is going to have more damage to put down,
for sure,
despite the disadvantages that Noxiac's Poppy is going to have into Mithy's Trundle.
I definitely give the early to mid game to the Lucian. Gets the BF sword, a bigger spike. Then when you got to stack over tiers, and Ezreal obviously doesn't give you a whole lot to offer. One thing there is changed with the minion waves is the first wave arriving. The minions now, or the melee minions, will always target each other. They won't go 3 guys against 1. So the RNG there used to be, if you were late to lane, where if you were unlucky, all the minions were hitting the same one and killing it, you lost some experience. That doesn't happen anymore in the first wave. That's also why Reckless and Noxiac can take that slow route, pull the red buff, and then go down to the bottom lane and still do fine in terms of experience.
Right, they didn't lose much off it. You could already see Sven had to be pushed back just a little bit. Mithy taking a lot of damage from Noxiac. Very aggressive on this Poppy support, and it's a good start for the new Fnatic bot lane.
Going to get themselves marginally ahead. We'll see how Mithy and Sven handle themselves. Luckily, Mithy will sustain up through that Trundle passive. But I want to also keep my eyes on Spirit, currently level 3, waiting to get access to Let's Bounce and the ridiculous range of that Elastic Slingshot. So I quite like the impact he can have in team fights later in the game. He needs to make sure he can get through any pressure that Amazing wants to put down if and when.
Yeah, you really surrender a lot of early game pressure when you play a jungler like Zach, because again, he needs to scale up. Level 6 ganking is okay for him, but you want to get that slingshot leveled up. Extra range coming in for it. Amazing will have that control and should be able to keep the control for the entire early to mid game. And that's going to be needed because you want Orianna to scale up. You want the Israel to scale up. Because Origin will have some slower laners in that sense compared to Lucian and LeBlanc.
Cheeky move from Spirit. Chases Amazing away from his own Raptor camp. Now back to the bottom side. Sven goes so low. Noxiac goes forward, gets the ignite on him. He's out of lane already. The pillar's there, but they couldn't stop that traffic.
So we talked about this in Champ Select. When you play against Trundle support, you need to always target that AD carry. If you start hitting the Trundle, he starts taking away some of your stats. He's very tanky, he's super annoying to deal with. So what they do here is they have the passive ready from Noxiac, and they time it. Reckless Space is saying go, or Noxiac is saying go. The aggressive lane now, and they time the hit from Poppy with the EQ, and also the dash forward from Reckless, proc the Thunderlords, and you get a lot of burst damage down. And this Ezreal, he can't really return any damage. He just has to dash away instantly. So good coordination from Fnatic, and a very different lane compared to the Yellow Star Reckless one we normally see, where it's farm first and then trade later.
So we'll find out if it can get Reckless and Noxiac any sort of advantage. Quickly mentioning the keystones. Origin running Thunderlords. Small differences on the side of Fnatic. Strength of the Ages for Spirit's Zac. Gamsu with that Olaf is actually running Fervor of Battle. So a little bit of a divergence. Not too surprising, really. Down bottom, Sven below 100 hit points. Mithy's now caught between Reckless and Noxiac, but Amazing is coming to play. There's a teleport available if anyone wants it. Reckless takes a tower shot and gives up first blood.
And
it's not over yet.
Amazing, he's gonna go down too. Gamsu will pick him up on the back half of that one, a 1-for-1 trade. But it's jungler for 80. Spirit's looking to come in, and he's got Sven on his mind. Jumping in, blobs it up, and there's another kill. Now Mithy's got to flash away. Noxiac and Spirit still on the chase.
This entire setup from Fnatic, it starts in the top lane where Gamsu is pushing in that lane, and then he's telling his team, I can teleport now, I won't lose a whole lot. So Fnatic, they go aggressive. Again, they time the passive from Noxiac with the burst. They know Spirit is nearby, and Gamsu is already teleporting. So despite losing Reckless and giving first blood, they get 2 kills, and the only thing Origin gets back is some damage on his top tower, and of course Gamsu sacrificing a little bit of CS.
Yeah, but that's really nothing compared to that little bit of extra they got back for themselves. 2 kills to 1 on the score now, 400 gold in the lead, and Spirit already playing like his aggressive self, but this is a level of coordination that we did not see at IEM. This is a great start for Fnatic.
Let's see how they get the rest of their team ahead. Luckily, Spirit and Gamsu are the ones in the lead. Power of Evil showing off the Thunderlords plus Shockwave combo. Some lane dominance as expected, but look behind. Spirit, he's charging, the slingshot's fired!
Jumped on up to him, and he looks for more damage as Featherman comes on in, but Mithy's there for the backup a little low. Gets stopped up by the traffic cone, so he's safe for now, but you've got to be careful. That Zac distance can be so ridiculous. Sven taking a lot of damage. There's that Thunderlord's proc.
For everyone at home watching, every time Fnatic goes in for gank or trade, try and look at the minimap. You can see 2 or 3 guys already moving just before it starts. Here, we had Noxiac roaming from bottom lane, and Gamsu was running from top lane, ready to collapse in the mid lane in case there was a long fight happening. So Fnatic are constantly moving around the map, trying to create plays. We talked about how Orianna and Israel, they want to scale up here. They don't really want to fight this early. Fnatic knows that, so despite having a weaker early jungler, they're not afraid to force fights.
And this is just so impressive, especially from the bottom side of Fnatic, because as you mentioned, with the Yellow Star lane, this was a much different team. We know that Reckless, despite his name, had always been a much more conservative carry. This time, it is a much different face. Yes, he's on Lucian. Yes, this is a super aggressive lane bully versus the Ezreal, but we're seeing him be completely unleashed with Noxiac here.
Luckily, Reckless was showing that when needed to play more aggressive, he could do so. And he picked that up last year. But if you look at some of the itemization, both Featherman and Power of Evil going to work their way towards those chilly ghosts, even with the nerf here in 6.1 still. Still Featherman.
I like it. I like it.
They're icy.
They are spooky still, though.
I'm not so...
It's a secondary...
Oh, look at PoE.
Hey, chains are on, but Featherman's out. Nice trade for him.
Yeah. Take a look down bottom. More trading going on as Mithy, he's way out of line. He's sticking forward, actually going to start the fight. Pillar of Ice just to cancel the retreat, and Noxac and Reckless come away relatively okay. But look at Sven's item build. He's gone pickaxe over tier very early on.
Well, simply for him, he's realizing he's in trouble in the lane here. He also hasn't had enough gold to get a pickaxe, so he's going to delay that tier coming in for himself just to get some more combat stats right now at this very moment. Origen quickly realizing, okay, Fnatic are forcing fights. This is not the normal Fnatic bottom lane where we can make a gentleman's agreement and just farm for 20 minutes. It's not going to happen in this game, so definitely taking Origen by surprise in the start.
Yeah, and look at Spirit. He's got himself a 14 CS advantage. He's been involved in a kill already. Or has just hit level 6 ahead of Amazing on Lee Sin. This is a great start to the game, but now he needs to make use of this power, this level, this ultimate ability in terms of finding more kills and maybe even getting away with some dives if they want to.
He's still only going to get stronger and stronger. That's also why I'm very happy to see him not play mid lane, not trying like all lane on the mid lane in the early game.
Oh, nice dodge. Febiven with the fancy fingers.
He's controlling this mid lane at the moment. Always trading with Power of Evil. However, it's hard to take down Orianna.
Yeah.
So she can always just farm back, and she's just going to look to push the wave over and over. See if you can keep Orianna stuck in that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, OG really wants to maybe get these later on these later fights happening for them, but it's going to be a while before they can do that, especially with the late tier that's going to come out for Sven. In the meantime, this longer laning phase, Fnatic is perfectly happy with it. They're growing their gold lead by just a little bit. It's still only about 500, but they're off to a fantastic flying start, if you will, and they're keeping even in some places where it looks like they should be falling behind.
This is a mistake from Amazing, and this is something all players in solo queue and professional play, they should really remember. The fact we don't have green wards anymore. The pink wards are so important when they're being placed. You should always check.
We missed it!
Always check
Unlucky.
a bush like this one.
Wait. Oh, let's talk about that in a minute.
Yeah, down bottom, Miffy, he's looking for Reckless. Here comes Amazing.
Teleport, they've exhausted Reckless, so as around the backside, they locked him up and take him down. Shock one more up for the Origen boys with a teleport spent.
Reckless feeling confident he could push out the lane because Sven had gone back to base. And then Origen just collapses and kills him. Basically setting up a small trap for him. We'll take Dragon as well. We can trade for Rift Hill. I'll take Dragon #1 over that.
Let's find out how they use it. Febiven going to come to help out. Power of Evil's already completed his Chili Ghosts, as you will. And the first Rift Herald of European LCS secured. Buff donated to Febiven. I like that on the range champions. Allows you to help push towers a little more, but to Fisher, we were talking extensively about this buff earlier today. The additional attack speed on your minions, not the biggest of impacts.
No, I think the buff is just a little bit too weak because again, it doesn't help your minions survive. And that's the big thing, you know, when you're against a mage like Orianna, yes, you might buff up the attack speed of your minions, but if he can just put the ball on them and kill them instantly, like we see right here, those minions will never really do a whole lot. We might see it more coordinated later against low wave clear champions where you can build up a wave and buff them up and you can really push them towers. The 10-minute one is a reaction from Fnatic, saying, okay, you're taking Dragon because you got a kill. We take something on the top side.
Right. In the meantime, though, as long as this laning phase continues, Febiven's going to keep trying to bully out Power of Evil, and you can see it in the summoners, too, rocking that Ignite instead of the teleport that PoE has got. So a little double pressure on the side of OG, but you already knew they wanted to start fights instead.
Noxic is really sticking to the style he showed last year in the LCS. He's always looking to roam. Look how he's constantly sitting in the river. So whenever Reckless is moving anywhere, Noxic is already gone. Now, fight in mid lane.
Febiven, he's gone way too low. Amazing's there. The Chili goes to slow him down. It's gonna hit him. And there's the clone showing the location. Boom, one more ball. In comes Spirit, but he is way too late to the party. Bounces away, but they're going for him. Amazing, pops the globules. Gamsu is 1v3. He takes out Power. He almost takes out Amazing, but he stays alive. Dodging away from the axe, and now it's a SOAS fest with him. And Spirit's going forward on Amithi. It is not over yet, guys.
Yeah, the Pillar of Ice interrupts the Elastic Slingshot. Gamsu and Noxiac looking for more. One undertow connects. Noxiac is trying to use that steadfast presence, but it will not interrupt. A flash root from SOAS locks Gamsu in place. Puts the tomb down, but it will not send Gamsu to his grave. And Spirit's going to be able to evacuate. I think he lost his passive. I want to double check that one. At the end of the day, chaos.
Yeah, a lot of close calls here, a lot of members almost dying. Gamsu just missed that one last axe here onto Amazing, but again, it starts with fight in the mid lane, constant trading between these two mid laners.
Spirit,
he wants SOAS.
Looking for him now, the spooky ghosts are on, and SOAS is taken out by Febiven, a last shot, and they keep the action heavy.
So the spooky ghosts, they are nerfed, they are weaker on this patch. Obviously, they need to travel the full duration to do the 5-second slow and so on. The longer they travel, the better they are. You still need to be careful. You cannot just sit and wait in the middle of lanes because they will catch you. People will go for the kills. Let's see what happens. So it's Shockwave onto FLICKR. Already starting the fight. Amazing is here, and Source is roamed down from top lane without teleport. And he just sets up this big fight with an early kill for Origin, and look how close it is. Gamsu with ulti. Olaf is super strong here in the early game. Takes down one. Almost takes down two. Dodging that one. And now we see the rest of Origin and Fnatic come roaming up with the moves.
Yeah, some props to Noxiac, keeping a little bit of interference in that bottom lane Joe before eventually peeling back. Look at Gamsu, he had a first item Spirit Visage as well. So it takes not the most amount of damage from this AP Lissandra, which is not a big surprise.
Obviously very strong against these double AP comps that Origin are running on their side, but also we see with like Lissandra E, we see with Ezreal Blink and so on, they won't get interrupted by Poppy. It's dashes, so like you can still use these abilities to get away from Poppy or engage onto her.
Speaking of engaging on Poppy, Noxiac is going to take the route to knock Amazing into the wall. Spirit's slingshotting his way in. Sven's going to flash that one away. He gets kicked back by Amazing. A teleport coming in, and that is the cue for Fnatic to bow out of this fight. They don't have the members to deal with it right about now. And that could have been bloody.
I feel like these teams just want to fight.
There's no towers in this game.
All of the
That's
time.
all they
They're
want.
not pushing towers, anything. They're just fighting constantly against each other. They meet in the river and just go crazy.
They were watching the LPL this morning too, I think.
Well, let's find out if the fight can continue. Mithy and Sven, they've managed to back away. I retract the statement going forward. Mystic Shot is going for Sven. He then shifts forward. I don't know if he wants that. They get the exhaust out of Mithy. Now Noxiac is moving backwards. He's got that giant hammer. He decides not to swing it. And summon a spell blow. Mithy, flash and exhaust.
Legend spotted Spirit sitting in the river. He's been here for about a minute. Walking between bot lane and mid lane looking for that one gank. Trading in top lane.
Gamsu is on to Soaz, and he is gonna Frozen Tomb himself, but Gamsu can walk right into it, and he Ragnarok's his way to a kill! Fantastic. Not over yet, though, as Amazing looks to chase him down. Can the Viking get away from the Blind Monk? I don't think so. He sees him coming, and he should just... play! I don't believe it!
Amazing miss both his Qs. He didn't get any damage down to just auto attacks. And Gamsu, after a great play up in top lane at first, taking down Soaz, he gets second one. It's not holo yet, but Gamsu is starting off great.
Nobody expected Gamsu to be the new Huni, but boys, 4-0, 15 minutes into the game, I think we got ourselves a carry.
Well, let's see what he can do with the rest of the game. Noxiac's in trouble. Pillar of Vice will slow him down, but he's going to be able to make his way out thanks to those boots of swiftness, which we are seeing a lot more on this patch. Cheaper boots, with the prevalence of slows in the game as well. Just how valuable it really is.
Yeah, very cost efficient. When you see Spooky Ghost in every single game, that's obviously a slow, so slow resistance, 25% from the boots is super useful. Basically just taking a lot of the Moby boots for most supports. We see from top laners very often as well. It's just an overall great item now because the game is so evolved around slowing people.
You see just how effective Gamsu's build was earlier. We know how scary Olaf gets when he loses HP. Got some of that hit point regeneration. He's got
Amazing is gonna feel terrible about that fight.
Got Fervor of Battle as well, so starts to stack that one up on Soaz. Amazing, level 9, he's behind Spirit. Pulled in support of Mithy and Sven, who is moving up that top lane. There's a party in the top lane, and everyone from Origin is invited.
Yeah, but Spirit's gonna crash this one, I think. Here he comes, looking for Amazing. They're double teaming him this time. The Ezreal's not gonna do a whole lot, but the rest of Origin are there. Febiven's around for moral support, but that's about it. Spirit is so low, and he's gonna run straight to power people, but Febiven, he's there first. Soaz melting down, he's taken out. This fight is all kinds of chaotic as Febi's trying to run away. Sven and Amazing turn their attention back to the Blobules to just try and answer back. It's a 1-for-1.
So this was a play Origin learned at the World Championship. It was a play we saw a lot of the Korean teams do, where you push out your bottom lane, you instant recall, and your support and AD carry, they rush to the top lane. And then you surprise people. You force a fight with your top lane and jungler. They don't expect AD carry and support to show up. Suddenly your 4 members, Fnatic, they jumped into it. It looked very scary at first, but they end up trading 1-for-1. Fantastic play by Febiven, and they get the bot lane tower. So despite jumping into a trap, Fnatic, they get out of it, and they get more from it.
Yeah, get themselves a 4,000 gold lead at the moment. As as well as 2 of those outer turrets down. So for Fnatic, it's all going well. We're approaching 20 minutes on the clock. I think Origin has really managed to accomplish is secure that dragon earlier on. They do have 2 Rod of Ages for SOAS and PoE, so that is slowly starting to stack up, but their power spike is very, very delayed.
And that's, again, one of the things we talked about like 5 minutes into the game, how Fnatic were looking to challenge more in the early game. That's why I had to question the Zac pick as well, being like, okay, what is your goal here? Do you want to fight early game? Do you want to have a scaling jungler? Whatever it is. Spirit has been very good at ganking and just being annoying in these fights and allowing FEBEVEN to be allowing Gamsu to get in there with this orb, who are so strong the first 25 minutes, but then obviously he also starts falling off. So Fnatic are playing a good early to mid game. They need to keep doing this. And Origin needs to say, we don't have to fight, guys. We are scaling up. We didn't need to pick some of these fights.
Origin trying to take the challenge, but there you go, Sven. Half his health bar is gone. They're just trying to zone him off of the dragon at this point, but they wouldn't say no to a couple of kills. So Fnatic should be able to pick up their first of the game. They will get those battle stats to match. And considering how the fights have been going already, you got to be worried if you're Origin at this point.
Hey, that was as fast a change in 6.1. That's
all
it was. Nothing to do with FEBEVEN making a fantastic play. Got himself an Abyssal Scepter completed. Essence Reaver for Reckless, going to work his way towards one of those 2 Zeal-based items, expecting most likely the Rapid Fire Cannon, but the Static Shift did get a buff on this patch as well.
Give me Rapid Fire.
Yeah.
It's a better item, especially when it comes to your overall damage output. I do agree, however, if you need wave clear, go for the shift. You have Lucian, you have a LeBlanc, that's enough for Fnatic. They want to be stronger in the fights. And we're obviously super bored of all the fighting and all the action. Instead,
no, we're not.
Everyone wants to look at the minimap and talk about vision instead. That's a new thing in the offseason. Notice how teams are putting the pink wards very defensively. Because again, you have no green wards and you need to be able to spot what is happening. Our team's invading my jungle, so you can see all the way down for Fnatic in the river, defensive pinks. You see from Origin in their own jungle. This is something we will see in almost every single game. If you can break into that jungle and kill these pink wards here, it becomes so difficult to get the control back, because again, you can't just ward over and over again. You run out so quickly, and then you've lost entire control of your jungle. You see Spirit, dude right here, thank you.
And on the side of Origin, I want to see how they're going to kill this front line of Fnatic. MR on so many members. Spirit's going to slingshot in, but doesn't find any knockup. But take a look, 2 Spirit Visages. The Abyssal Scepter. Yeah, it was a bit harder than I thought.
It's only 1 Spirit, though.
I'm expecting to see a Locket at some point. FEBEVEN, he's found SOAS.
My word! FEBEVEN should have no trouble locking that one up. He takes the casual route and leads SOAS on a ride.
The Spooky
Ghost starts slowing him down. Febby is just having a leisurely stroll, and he actually gets locked up for a second.
He's got TP.
But
he did it at Worlds. He's going to try get away. Down in the jungle. Spirit's in trouble. SOAS stays alive.
I can't believe it.
Out.
He's just able to get away from that one, and this is why you can't take anything for granted on this. So nobody goes down in that ridiculous run back and forth, and everybody goes back home to reevaluate their options.
Still 2 summoners used from SOAS. The teleports are so important for them, especially because they are behind. They need to be able to defend multiple lanes and still teleport in and join a fight. That's gone now for SOAS. FEBEVEN?
Oh, man, it manages to get out though.
It's fine.
That Sonic Wave had connected. Could have been some trouble. There's a replay of that teamfight we missed while we were watching up in the top lane.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Spirit and the rest of Fnatic, we talked about how important it is to deny these pink wards now, because it's so hard to get the vision. Engage with Power Revo. And
that was
basically the replay.
And then we saw what happened right after that. So we've in the other order.
Yeah, we've jumped out because Sven was killed. I'm going to assume by Gamsu, who's now 5-0-1. So that's what happened while we were in that replay. I imagine he just got run down. Arcane Shift isn't going to protect you from Ragnarok and Undertow.
That is one of the big things this Olaf pick does give Fnatic. When against a blue build Ezreal, if you have these slow champions who can get slowed down and kited super easy, blue build Ezreal would be absolutely fantastic. Olaf obviously ignores that. So he can't get onto Ezreal, he can stick to him. We're going to guess that's what happened. And he got the kill.
And, you know, if you step back and you look at the pick and ban, the Zac and Olaf as the last 2 lock-ins here for Fnatic, after seeing the majority of the Origin team composition, pretty smart picks. Helps you get around some of the engage problems for Fnatic with the long range of Zac. All of the CC and slows disregarded by Gamsu's Olaf. A little bit of credit to maybe some last-minute pivoting. We don't know if this was practice or, you know, let's make a decision when you see your opponents. But either way, it's working out, and so as he's being chunked out.
Yeah, he's already at half his health, and he's going to have to stand to the safety of that turret, backing away now. But, you know, to Gamsu, that man on the map, it really shows how much well-placed faith Fnatic had in picking him up, because we mentioned earlier, he didn't really impress on Dig, but we knew he was an aggressive player.
It's game one.
It's true, but this is a great
have to
start.
make
Huni
your
was in
decision.
game one at some point too. And it's worked out so far for them. Also the Olaf pick too, that kind of harkens back a little bit to earlier last year.
I agree.
We see Soaz having to tomb himself again, but he might be in a tomb after this. Able to get away, but not from Febivin. Taken out, and the Swag Ghosts come after the fact.
Origin is just being pressured in every single lane. They're sitting there, they're losing summoners, they're losing teleports, and it's just so easy for Fnatic to keep the control.
Oh, Amazing is going to get killed. All too easy for Fnatic.
And can't even do his own jungle camps anymore.
No, definitely cannot. Mithy wants to chase. Subjugate has been used. Two-shot barrage does not find a target. Down in the bottom lane, Gamsu has teleport and is continuing to pressure the wave clear of PoE. And as OGR spread thin, Reckless is hammering away the mid inner turret.
Just a very classic 1-3-1 setup for Fnatic, where you push in every lane and then you start roaming through the enemy jungle, where you were taking out some of their wards and you just gank them. On the turrets, it doesn't matter. That's where the Zac really shines. He can dive so effectively. Also with the mobility off of LeBlanc, it's very easy for Fnatic around Febivin to create these picks here. And what a performance by both Febivin and Gamsu, but also full credit to Spirit on this Zac kill. He's been everywhere on the map.
Yeah, for Fnatic. The next step now is looking towards those inhibitors or maybe towards the Baron. A team that was so well known in the 2015 season for their effective and powerful Baron use. That could be the next step to closing this game out. They've already got the lanes under their control. They've already got the massive advantage with the 7,000 gold lead. And that can be the tool to help you finish it off.
Yeah, we've looked at this a lot from Fnatic's point of view, and we were considering that they weren't going to be the favorite necessarily going into this game. But how does Origin come back? They've got themselves into a fairly deep hole here, but they still have a Wombo Combo team fight. How do they force Fnatic to play that game?
The thing I like to see from Origin is you keep 1 or 2 defensive wards around Baron, but you don't really go in towards it because you don't want to risk a big open fight. And you just honestly try and play as defensive as possible while keeping vision in your own jungle. So you can start spotting when Fnatic are moving and trying to set up their ganks, because you have teleport now for Soaz. And then you try and you basically set a bit of a trap. If you see an aggressive move, you teleport in behind with Lissandra. You have Amazing already up there, and you surprise Fnatic by pulling 5 guys towards maybe 2 or 3 members. You might have to sacrifice a tower, but that's what can open up for a potential Baron in 5-6 minutes time for Origin. They need to get 2 or 3 kills and then an objective. Otherwise, this is gonna keep happening, because Fnatic will keep the 1-3-1 going. Febivin can out-trade anyone in the 1v1, and he's just getting so much damage on towers. So Origin are really in a tough spot.
Well, let's see if they can get a kill on Gamsu. Gamsu's got Ragnarok up, but he's got 4 members of Origin to deal with. He's going to be running away. In fact, he's going to eventually go down 1 or 2 more shots. Kill credit to Sven. Look at the middle lane though. Fnatic, they're pressuring the turret.
But this is exactly what we just talked about. Origin, they know they cannot keep defending towers on their own, so they have to go together and gank someone. And now they can take a fight, 5 versus 4.
Looking for Spirit right now. He's going to have to just flash right away. And will they slip through the fingers of Origin here?
Hey!
The big poppy ult. The hammer says nay. And you will lose no more than Olaf today.
It is still great seeing Origin understanding what is our way back in this game. It's not sitting back and basically just looking at our towers die, because the tier 2 towers and tier 3 towers are also weaker normally than we used to.
B-word.
This is the Baron.
It's the B-word. 12 seconds before Gamsu's up. He has teleport
This is
available.
gonna go wrong for Origin. This is so risky.
This is incredibly risky.
The rest of Fnatic, they're coming in. 4-man team. Let's Bounce is available. Mithy is already peeled at Origin. They want the fight.
They're turning for it. There goes the True Shot Barrage, but in comes Spirit. Soaz is still taking, and now Amazing manages to pick a shutdown. Noxiac will take out Soaz in the back. Reckless sends a calling, forcing a flash, several away, but Gamsu is not going to let him get out of there. Down goes the troll. Spirit still ticking, but Fnatic look like they have taken this fight.
Sven wants to try pick one on the back end, but it won't work. A 2 for 2, but it was Origin that peeled off Baron and got themselves a kill.
Origin really feeling the pressure. Felt like they almost had to go for this Baron here to either get a fight 5 versus 4 just before Gamsu respawned. Obviously he had to teleport. Again though, Fnatic have been playing the map well. Origin trying to get back in this game, but it's so difficult for them. Let's see the fight again. Soaz onto Febivin. The remaining damage deals are coming fairly late, and they do get him down, but they invest everything onto that 1 kill, and now Gamsu's here, full HP, overly fed Olaf. Piece of cake for him.
Oh, that's just brutal.
And then during the course of that fight, Reckless actually dealt 3,200 damage, I'm being told from our stats guide, more than half of his team's total. And you can see he wasn't caught by the shockwave, he was skirting on the back line. Origin's focus on Febiven just gave Reckless all of the time to get the damage down, and he made it count.
Yeah, this Lucian has been absolutely ridiculous. I bet Forgiven's watching right now, just salivating.
It's easy to be ridiculous when you have such a fed, such a strong front line. Spirit and Gamzu are such big threats and problems by themselves that Origin have to deal with 1,000,001 problems. And Lucian is just another one added to the list.
Yeah. This Lissandra pick has not necessarily panned out all that well either. He's been forced to use his ultimate very defensively, oftentimes just because he's getting chased down by Gamsu or Febiven. Soaz has not had that much of a chance to shine this game and pull that signature crazy aggressive style that he likes, as Fnatic now getting chased away by Origin on a power move.
There's no real support from the rest of Fnatic. Reckless is peeling away. Febiven was coming from the bottom lane. And Origin didn't really commit, but they're still holding themselves 8,000 gold down. 30 minutes up, Baron's still standing, and we're going to start the Baron dance for the next few minutes.
Yeah, that's why I like that play from Origin, trying to force something in mid, because you want to keep that control of mid lane. See, Gamsu, he's trading again.
In comes Spirit, he's kicked away, but Amazing still being chased on. Soaz is gonna get evaporated with a little bit of help from the rest of Fnatic. Spirit takes that one in a 5v4 now. Febiven, a little bit extra damage, but he dodges away looking for Power of Evil. Now the culling went out, but it wasn't enough to finish him off. The ball will zone, but Origin are forced inside their own base. It is a dire situation for them right now.
Fnatic onto that inhibitor turret. This will fall shortly if not interrupted. Origin trying to mount the smallest defense. So as will be up in a few seconds. He almost goes down. The shield is up. Spirit manages to get him. Let's bounces inside the face of Origin, and that could be it. Fnatic take the inhibitor. They've got a minion wave Conga lining up behind them, but they will play this one safe, and they will back out to finish later today.
They are 30 minutes into this game, a massive power move for them, 3 kills, inhibitor gone, and you can guess what's on everybody's mind right now. It's the big purple worm. They don't even need to worry about this. They can pick someone off, they can start it. The game is in their hands.
This is the way back for Origin though. This is their chance. If they can get something here, if they can steal that Baron.
Noxiax just buying time here.
Basically the only company. Power Viva has done it before.
And he's not gonna do it today. Baron secured by Fnatic at the cost of Noxiax's life. He's magical, he's not that magical.
Gotta call that one work though.
For Fnatic, that's it. Super minions in the middle lane. Baron, they will have TP up in about 1.5 minutes time, and they can just keep pressuring those lanes more.
Febiven has been insane in this game here. The confidence on this guy. Huni is no longer there. So the overall early game plan is not just like camp for top lane, you know, sit and farm mid lane and whatever. We know Febiven can play both styles. He can play aggressive, he can play defensive. He talked about how he had to step up and become more of a carry for this team now. And what a performance from him. Of course, for Gamsu as well, we have to keep highlighting it. But this LeBlanc pick has been so annoying for Origin to deal with. He just constantly jumps in, and he might not always get the kill, but he's always forcing a summoner, forcing someone back into the base, and that gives full map control to Fnatic every single time.
Canceled the back just by showing face. Febiven has become an incredibly scary, scary person on this LeBlanc, and we knew he was capable of this. Gamsu, that threat is there, of course. Reckless still dealing this damage. I mean, Origin have so much to fear from this roster, and with Baron buff on 4 members, this Dragon is completely free.
Great performance from Fnatic so far. First showing since IEM Cologne, and we heard Febiven saying in the pre-game video, the matchup, that never really rated PoE, showing the impact he can have. And this LeBlanc was, you know, second rotation. Lucian LeBlanc were the 2 champions picked, Febiven and Reckless, and they are both performing admirably.
Yeah, and everyone on this team really is doing their job. We had questions about Spirit and Gamsu, how well they were going to be able to communicate. Obviously, Fnatic have done the Korean pickup before, but it seems to have gone completely perfectly for them so far. This is game 1, as you mentioned, but it is looking near flawless against what many consider to be the top tier team in Europe.
Sven's like, nope, I'm dealing with that one again. Fnatic is pushing on this top tower. Remember, these towers are a little bit weaker. Right now, Reckless will be able to take it down super quick if he ever gets close enough. You can see how Soaz is always flying away the claw, just being like, you're gonna hit the tower. That's the engage. Obviously, QSS is there for Reckless. Fantastic item now, by the way, when you upgrade it. Adding some lifesteal on it was very, very big.
We'll see whether or not Soaz can actually get enough damage down onto Reckless or Febiven. But it may not be enough, because Gamsu will just be there to reply. Now that Gamsu is teleport, he's come back to push the bottom lane with the last sort of third of that Baron buff timer. And for Fnatic, they're looking to break open the base further. Super Minions on the steps of the middle lane. And it is a long season, 18 games, 9 weeks, and Origin didn't have the strongest start as far as training is concerned, but for Fnatic, another very big message right out the gate. Up in the top lane, Spirit, he wants to look to finish. They've broken the inhibitor.
Talking about messages right now, they walk away and then walk right back on in. Origin thinking twice about this one. Shockwave not going to connect, forces the flash. Amazing. Reckless is right in the front, but he has absolutely no fear in here. Another inhibitor is going to go down. A couple of nails already in this coffin of Origin, but they are trying to claw their way back out. Soaz goes down, taken out by the Viking. Noxiac actually getting the kill credit. Febiven going in, going back. They just can't catch these guys.
Sven gets chunked out real low, and even though Reckless was burst down, that Mercurial Scimitar allowed him to get out of the CC, get to safety, and it meant Soaz went down as well. Minions took a Nexus turret, as well as that top inhibitor turret going down, but crucially, the inhibitor still stands. Origin, they are not going down quietly, but my word, do they have an uphill battle.
One tower left for Origin. Luckily, only Super Minions coming through the mid lane. And we kept talking about how they wanted to scale up here with the Orianna, with the Ezreal. Even more so because Power People went for Rod of Ages after, of course, it become a super strong item here in the offseason, but it does slow you down. And really for Origin, they've just been too focused on getting towards the late game, and then full credit to Fnatic for constantly looking to force fights. And whenever Origin doesn't need to dodge, he doesn't care. But whenever Origin felt like now we can take a fight, Fnatic had already roamed. Noxiac was leaving bot lane, Gamsu was leaving top lane before fights even started, so they were always there with more members, and they could therefore win the fights, force Origin to fall so far back on the map, and that's really what's been a big issue for Origin in this game.
There's nowhere further to fall back to if you are Origin or an Origin supporter.
Hide in the fountain.
Hide in the fountain. That's not going to pay off if you want to pick up that big W. Febiven is starting to hit the middle inhibitor. Gamsu again, he's going to be pushing down bottom. He's got TP if it's needed. And the rest of Fnatic pushing up top. Good control, good decision making, and Soaz, he's looking to engage. They range to root Noxiac, but that's not who you want. Soaz gets burst down already. Amazing's looking to knock away Reckless. Gamsu's still in the base. There's a stun there onto Power of Evil, as now Origin are peeling backwards.
The whole team is just too darn slippery. Quick shot, down goes the inhibitor in the bottom side as Gamsu takes it out, and he rejoins the fight, wrecking and rolling all the way through him. That is an ace. That will be the game. The last inhibitor, the last Nexus turn is going down, and you had question marks? I don't think so. Guess what, boys? FNC is back for the summer of 2016. Or spring, rather. You almost had it, guys.
Pyro, I did not blame you. That was an exciting
I tried. I got too excited.
An exciting game, and on the looks of Fnatic, just grins all around. Clean finish, safe finish, and smart play all the way through. Spirit and Gamsu there, leading the way.
Fnatic has now won 21 regular season games in a row. 18 in the summer, obviously had a few left over as well from the spring, and now they win again. This team, despite rebuilding, losing support staff, manager is gone, head analyst is gone, 3 new members. Captain Shockhole is no longer there.
Yeah.
This game had great communication from Fnatic. They were calling when could they teleport, when could they roam, so they could always be there 2 or 3 extra guys, surprising Origin, taking some of the kills, never really falling behind at any point. And then, as we mentioned, lack of vision, obviously, in this meta makes it so difficult once you fall behind to really claw your way back in. You can't see anything on the map, your towers are weaker. It becomes so hard for Origin to do anything then.
And some serious faces on the side of Origin, but big smiles with the handshake towards the end. It was a rough start to the season for Origin, but it is a marathon, as we've said a few times. The fans in the audience exceptionally happy to see Fnatic. Basically what you expect from Fnatic. That level of play.
Sure.
At this point in time.
When you look at the name, that's what you expect.
That is what you expect, and that is the performance delivered. Daylor, happy with the new face, the new captain. Reckless talking in the offseason about how he's going to accept more responsibility and how he's going to step up, start to help fill the shoes left by Yellowstar.
Yeah, and he clearly that experience shown through. I mean, if you took all the tags off the names, maybe you'd be able to tell some of the stylistic differences, but that teamwork was so trademark Fnatic, you cannot tell the difference.
Absolutely fantastic performance. Origin takes on H2K tomorrow, a team we expected to be even stronger than Fnatic coming into the split. With that new lineup as well, the new super team together with Vitality. Origin has some very, very tough games ahead of them. And losing that first one, because like coming into this game, I would almost go as far and say that Fnatic had nothing to lose. Because if they lost Origin, well, that was expected. New members from Fnatic and Origin again, top 4 team at Worlds and so on. And if Origin lost the game, well, it would look awful on Origin. And people would be like, oh yeah, Fnatic, yeah, told you so, I expected. It's Fnatic, it's Daylor.
They set the expectations well. They said, we're going to worry
Are you guys
about
surprised or what?
No, not at all. Maybe the way they did it. Maybe how quickly they did it. Yeah. No, I know that look. That look says, no, you didn't.
No, it's great performance, and I think it's very exciting.
I had it written right here. Fnatic would take it.
One of the big things about the offseason, there was this sort of sentiment that all these star players had left Europe and we're going to be in shambles. But actually, the top 4 teams look very, very strong.
Yeah, more star players than ever.
To see how well these teams perform, especially if the competition goes deeper down the ladder. Last year, it didn't go as deep, and EU had 2 semifinalists at Worlds. What are we going to do in 2016? That's the question. And this is the road that'll figure that out.
Well, let's hear it from them, though. Like, we're going to send a side stage where Pulse is going to talk to one of the newest members of Fnatic.
Thanks, guys. I'm joined by Noxiac, the support player from Fnatic, newly joining the team. And first off, Noxiac, you guys just destroyed Origin, one of the teams we were expecting to be extremely strong coming into the new split. What were the factors that just made your team so strong opening in the first week?
We had the luck that Gamsu played really, really good this game, so it was easy to snowball for us. We made a double kill 1v2, so it was like just snowballing from there. Like the other lanes went pretty much equal. And we just used this one advantage that we got, and we just tried to snowball it, and snowball it clean.
Yeah, I mean, Gamsu went massive in that game, but talking about those Koreans, how is it like communicating with them in-game? How good is the communication between you guys and the Koreans? Is there a divide there, or is it just super easy to talk to them?
I would say in the first day when they arrived, was like the communication was like really low, and we had like use our hands and whatever to understand each other. But like in 1 week already, it improved so much, and it's really fast improvement, so I'm looking forward to the next weeks.
Oh, interesting. Like, I would like to expand upon that, though, like, kind of behind the scenes, because Daylor mentioned publicly that he felt that the team needed to be, like, recreated from scratch. Do you feel like the team is getting there, or is there still a lot of room to, like, improve on?
There's still a lot of work, for sure, because we just played, like, 1 week or a bit longer. But I think we can do it. Like, I see a lot of potential in every player, and we are pretty good.
Okay, I got one last one for you here, Noxiac. You first picked the Poppy, and you put a lot of priority on that pick, and it's extremely strong from what we saw. What to you makes Poppy so good right now?
Just the damage in general, the laning phase is pretty good, and the teamfight utility, what you can offer, you can zone. With the ults, you can peel for your carries with the W. You have so much damage, like it's just an incredible strong champ. I think it's the best support right now.
Well, it looked very good. Once again, congratulations on that win. We're going to send it over to the guys at the analyst desk to break down that game.
Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you very much, Pulse and Noxiac there. And I got to go to you first, Crepo, because we talked about it beforehand. Poppy was your pick to watch in support. Boom, and it happened.
Yay, it happened. No, the beauty of that pick actually comes something I didn't really expect with 6.1. So Fnatic first picks Poppy right now, and then later on they immediately draft Lucian. Usually that means the other team would go with MF, but because MF is so weak right now in 6.1, you kind of want to go Kalista, but the Poppy W hard counters Kalista in lane because each individual hop from Kalista is counted as a gap closer, so it's really hard to play that. Then Origin was kind of forced to play Ezreal, which was a weaker support, so I like not only the pick in itself, but also the impact it had in the pick and ban phase. And then what they did at the end then is, so they had a good pick to block, a couple of blockers for Origin in the start, and then at the end they picked up the Zac and Olaf, which I liked even more because Olaf just runs through all the kite and the zone that Origin has. He can just ramp in, and Zac kind of skips that part. Like usually if you want to walk into an Orianna, into a Lissandra, into a blue build Ezreal, you kind of get poked out and you get pushed back. But Fnatic just found 2 picks in the entire pool that just negate that entirely. Either you jump over it or you just run straight through. So beautiful pick and ban phase from Fnatic and just solid concrete play, yeah.
And I feel like a lot of it was because of just how much focus Origin had to put kind of on Gamsu, but on the flex picks, the Lulu ban, the Gangplank ban, the Rise ban, these very strong picks that we've seen, you know, not just on 6.1, not just 5.24, but for a long time now. Origin forced to ban them out, then the Poppy goes away, and they're left thinking, okay, well, we kind of want the Trundle, we want the ability to just deny that kind of backline focus by maybe picking a Lissandra, try and lock somebody down, but ultimately, it's just very difficult to play against a champion like Poppy, who not only can facilitate her carries, but lock down the enemy dashes and that kind of thing as well.
Well, good pick and ban phase coming out of Fnatic, and Noxiac saying there, well, we got ahead. Lucky that Gamsu played really well and we snowballed, but let's look at that explosive early game, because you can't just attribute that all to Gamsu. It is a team that showed up in that bottom lane and with the ganks coming in.
Yeah, it started off the harass from Lucian Poppy here. We see the passive from Poppy when she controlled the shield. Every auto attack actually pokes out Sven, but then FLICKR goes in a little deep, trying to get the first spot, because that was a good gang by Amazing. What I like the most here is after 1 week, getting Gamsu to Europe, he teleports, Soaz doesn't. Even though that play, that gank was set up from Origin. It was amazing running into the bot lane. So Soaz should have been there, and we see some lacks in communication. Spirit comes in with a good gank.
And that good gank is all on the vision. He was just able to get right into Tribush. This time Soaz does teleport down into the fight, and it goes a lot better for Origin when you look at just the start of that. But at this point, Fnatic are already moving for the trade for Rift Herald for Dragon, which typically you'd say Dragon is the better play here for building a longer game, but Rift Herald is, you know, a nice thing to take at the same time.
Yeah, Fnatic cross map here. Good teleport from Soaz, but they pick up the Dragon, but it's kind of too late because Gamsu was already ahead from that play. He now gets to farm even more in the top lane, and then we see Febiven right here getting caught out. Amazing chases, but I think we will see another teleport from Gamsu coming in, and this may be the actual pivotal fight in the game.
Oh yeah, for sure. At this point, Febiven, he knows he's already down, but he's just buying time for the rest of his team to get there. Spirit doesn't even get taken down properly. He goes into passive, and Gamsu is creating so much of an issue right here.
Yeah, almost a no-scope on Amazing right there. Even later, Spirit, he doesn't go down. He actually goes into lane and kills Soaz about 30-40 seconds later, who was lingering around for some more farm because, again, he wants to catch up with that Gamsu. Gamsu teleports in 2 instances, and then phenomenal laning. Overall, just he left a mark on this game.
And that wasn't it for Gamsu. He really stamped his mark with Gamsu just outplaying, you know, 2 versus 1 in that top lane, and this is just a beauty to behold. So Gamsu as a player loves to play carries, and I was wondering coming into this, how is he going to be able to do that on a team like Fnatic? They tried with Huni and Riven. Olaf seems to be the way. Hits that Ragnarok, runs in for Soaz, takes him out under tower, and here is some of the 6.1 changes in action. Fervor battle on Gamsu, gets the extra attack speed from his own passive, the lower he goes, and also just uses the vicious strikes, gets that lifesteal, just smacks Amazing down, and man, just the changes that happened on 6.1 just were so beneficial for that situation right there. It's so good from Gamsu. Finds
it seems like they nerfed Lee Sin too on 6.1. It seemed incredibly hard to hit that Q, but no, yeah, Amazing helped him there a little bit, but yeah, Gamsu just phenomenal performance coming in here in Europe. We expected initially in our preparation for Fnatic to play a more tank-heavy top style, while they publicly came out and they say, well, Febiven and Reckless, they will have to carry the game. Reckless did very well, a lot of damage in teamfights, not very visible, but just did a lot of damage. So we expected a tank from Gamsu. He brings out the Olaf, which is a good hybrid, and what impressed me the most from Fnatic was in the mid game, the way they pushed their advantage. They were pushing all 3 lanes, they used deep vision well, they had good control of pink wards, and fascinatingly enough, they picked up 0 blue trinkets, I think, towards the end, so they really relied on those longer invisible wards and not to easily clean out blue ones to push their advantage, and they were, after the early game, just in complete control of the game.
Yeah, well, very, very impressive performance from Fnatic. There's some work still to be done for Origin, but not looking horrible in any sense of the word. A lot of exciting matchups coming up, and with the first Smash Nexus of 2016 on the books, it's time to look towards our next matchup where we'll see the new Elements versus G2 Esports. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage of the European LCS continues right after this.
It's time to load up on a Summoner's Rift and kick off the 2016 LCS season. But they're going for him. Amazing. Pops the globules. Gamsu is 1v3. He takes out power. He almost takes out Amazing, but he stays alive, dodging away from the axe. Can the Viking get away from the blind monk? I don't think so. He sees him coming, and he should just... I don't believe it! For forcing a flash, several away, but Gamsu is not gonna let him get out of there. Down goes the troll, down goes the inhibitor in the bottom side as Gamsu takes it out and he rejoins the fight, wrecking and rolling all the way through. Guess what, boys? FNC is back for the summer of 2016.
Trick used to be sub for CJ and they played against SKT and they won. So I think actually Trick is one of the best junglers in Europe. Like just the way he plays, he's really aggressive and he knows how to be aggressive and how to control the map. So it's really good for me as well to help him. To control the map. I think we will minimum get into playoffs, but I think we can get top 4.
Welcome back to the European LCS. Gamers 2 aiming for playoffs, and they're going to be taking on the brand new Elements lineup. If we take a look, I want to swim. No, if we take a look at both squads, we got to start with Elements. 2 seasons ago, coming into the season as a super team, then Alliance built around Froggen. Now almost all of that identity is gone, and it's a new era for them.
Yeah, they had a lot of trials to fix that sinking ship. Didn't really work out for them.
On the lake.
Yeah, on the lake, exactly. Metaphors all around. Yeah, a new roster here, and yeah, just looking at the players overall, I don't think any of them, except for Mr. Rawls, maybe is above bottom 2 of the LCS in their role. Maybe AK can surprise if he has improved a lot, but overall, grim things for Elements.
Well, harsh judgment there, but they do have everything to prove. Let's take a look at that lineup the organization is bringing to the 2016 Spring Split. Steve, Julius, Aika, Mr. Raus, Spratel, and their coach Nif. And as said, a lot will be coming out of how can they manage the void that Froggen left.
Yeah, and I think even though it's a completely different team, it's worth talking about this is the organization that for the past 2 years pretty much has just constantly built around Froggen. Alliance, now Elements, now Froggen's gone. They didn't really build or foster talent over the last 2 years that has stuck around the team. Yes, they have now Spratel. I'm not going to try and pronounce it properly, but
I don't know if that was proper.
Formerly Promiscu, no, I'm not even going to try. Formerly Promiscu is pretty much the only player they've held on to, and it is a problem with teams, is if you're not building talent for the future, when your players leave, how ever do you recover from that?
Yeah, some critics of Elements were saying, well, it is Froggen forcing his teammates to play this very signature Froggen-esque style. I don't personally really agree with it, but this is the first time now Elements can prove as an organization that they can build something new, foster talents. A lot of these players, it's their second or third try. I mean, we've seen Gilius before, we've seen Mr. Rawls before, we've seen Promiscu before. Aika and Steve as well haven't really left a good mark, but with good infrastructure, potentially they could grow. Those are all really rainbows and sunshine. I don't think it's going to happen. I think these are definitely candidates for one of the last positions, if not the last position in the LCS.
Wow, harsh judgment there, as I said, but they're going to have to prove it. And talking about fostering talent, their opponents, G2, they've had a different story as well. Roster instability, 8 changes in the last 8 months for them, so they can start fostering now.
It's been musical chairs throughout all of Challenger. 13 players total between May and December of 2015 for Gamers 2. They've had a lot of movement. With mixed success. At the end of the Challenger split, they kind of showed up and went, hey, cool, we've got a lineup that can win, and then 2 of them leave. One of them goes to North America, they bring in 2 Koreans. So, It's been a real revolving door in G2, and hopefully they've now kind of settled themselves on a lineup they trust.
Yeah, when in doubt, call Korea. That's usually the thing they go for. I do like Hybrid, their support player. I think he has an undefined skill ceiling. He has some potential left. He was very confident, though. There's a limit to confidence I would really want players to have. I think he's aiming a little bit too high right now, but it's good that he feels comfortable playing. They have some talent here. Questionable move from Kiki is going. So he left UOL to go to Gamers 2 because there was more growth there, and now suddenly he's playing top lane. A little weird for me, but I definitely think they have more room to grow as a team and as an organization.
Well, maybe let's take a look at that lineup for G2. And as you said, in the top lane, it's Kiki's. Then we have Trick in the jungle. Perks is holding the mid lane. Then Emperor, Hybrid, and the coach returning as well, Young Buck. And we heard already from Hybrid, I believe, as well, Trick. I'm very confident to play with him. I think he might even be the best jungler in the EU LCS, although we haven't seen yet, so it'll be interesting to see.
I think that's a long way to go, because Trick does have some experience over in the Korean scene. 6 games with CJ Entus. He was a sub on the roster, played 6 games in 2015 overall. So he obviously does have some experience when it comes to the top level. Over on the other side, Emperor is a man who has a lot of stamps in his passport when it comes to the regions he's played in. He's played in North America with TDK, played in Brazil with Keed Stars, and CJ Entus Blaze he played on as well. That was a while back over in Korea. So, man, that guy has got a lot of air miles. We'll see whether Europe is really going to be the success story for him, but we've heard so much about him. We've heard, oh, Emperor's so good, he's going to do this for teams. Haven't seen it convincingly yet. maybe this is his time to shine.
Yeah, we do have a tiny computer issue on stage. We're waiting to get that resolved, which gives us some more time to talk about these teams. And Stress, I want to ask you about Perks in the mid lane there as well for G2. Someone you know very well from the challenger scene. I don't really count Kikis to being a challenger player because he spent most of last year in the LCS, but this will be a big test for them.
Yeah, and Perks is a player that a lot of people have talked about. He started becoming noticed a lot by the top players, and he's a player that, in my opinion, can absolutely win games on a handful of champions. In Challenger, Azir, Jace were his champions, and if you let him get them, he would carry a game, no problem. But I have worries about his champion pool if it remains the same and being a well-rounded player. He's a shining star in certain games. G2 need him to step up and be consistent.
I just want to see how he deals with the pressure from playing the LCS. Perks as an individual has a lot of hubris, as a very confident player, but I want to see what happens if he starts losing lanes sometimes or things don't really go that well, because let's remember, playing with two Koreans as a team new in the LCS in a meta that is ever evolving, where vision is so no more textbook anymore. You have to be really subtle in your placements, a lot of communication, fast-paced games. If that goes wrong for G2, then things may start falling apart, and these super confident players may get a little annoyed, and that's what I'm looking for Gamers 2. How can they bounce back from potential defeats?
Yeah, talking about stage fright on the other side, we have Sprattel. Sadly, name change doesn't erase the past. We know that he had some problems in adjusting on stage as well. How do we think this will gel with Mr. Ralls? Mr. Ralls has always been a solid player, but it's not someone you look at to step up and carry a game.
Super calm player, though. If you've ever played or watched Mr. Ralls, he doesn't tilt at all. He's very, very zen. So if there's any remnants of, obviously, if you're not familiar with Sprattel, he used to be called Promiscue, and the joke was pro-miscue because he missed a lot of skill shots that happened to be bound to a Q key. Overall, this time, however, with Mr. Ralls in the lane, I just expect Standard somewhat laning on the safe side of things and probably maybe play Trundle or something. Not too many skill shots on that Q.
I was going to say something similar as we saw a fair number of games of Alistair. Will he pick up the Trundle, the Poppy? What's he practiced? There is still potential there in that bot lane.
Definitely is. We'll see. I hear that the players are ready and the stage is set, so guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sharks. We're about to jump into this game. Elements taking on Gamers 2. And Gamers 2 are a question mark in my mind because I don't know what to expect. We've seen Elements players in the past, and we anticipate them to have struggles, but we know that off-air and off-stage, the team's got a very good mentality. They've been talking about, they enjoy playing with one another. They want to prove the doubters wrong.
Yes, exactly, because everyone already said, okay, Elements, that's a bottom team. There's no auto relegation anymore, but a lot of people put them down there coming into this split. So
myself included.
These players here, I mean, there's very little pressure on Elements to perform. I honestly feel there's more on Gamers 2, despite them coming in as a challenger team, because they have made, in my opinion, some very interesting pickups in Emperor and Trick. Two Koreans coming in. Trick especially is a guy I'm really looking forward to see what he can do in the jungle. Because in the past, we've had very good experience with Korean junglers coming to Europe, and they've always had a good impact.
And we'll have to see what Trick is going to do today. We've got 5 bans in. Lissandra, Kindred, and Gangplank removed from Elements towards Gamers 2. We saw Nif on your screen there for a moment, still coaching Elements. And on the reverse, Poppy, Lulu, Shen.
Rise is open now. That should be a lock-in for Elements. That pick is so fantastic. And again, as we talked about in the last game, flex picking, it is the key in pick and ban in this meta here. Rise can go to mid and top lane. We see exactly the same for Gamers 2, because Tahm Kench can either go top lane or he can go into the support role. I've even seen Tahm Kench jungle, but it's been a while, so I expect that to be top or support. And Trundle, well, we know it. It's either top or support as well. So you haven't really shown everything for Gamers 2 because you don't really know where each of them are going.
Yeah, we'll find out what they decide. Very quick pick and ban so far.
I have to apologize to Ocelot.
It's G2.
He told me never to say
G2. It is G2.
Sorry, Ocelot. G2. It's gone now.
It's been a long time of the previous name. Gambit was still Moscow 5 for about a year after.
Yeah, I know.
So G2, regardless.
G2.
Back on topic. Tahm and Trundle. The flex is possible. Elise Corki. Corki itself is still also theoretically a flex.
We can do it for everyone,
Listen,
man.
when Fakers run it in the mid lane, then you're allowed to believe it. Graves and Lucian, this will give us a little bit more of an indication. I've heard whispers of Graves top lane being a thing, but we're expecting a jungle.
Graves jungle, coming in for Trick. It's super, super strong. We can talk more about it in-game and how teams need to play around it, because it is not your standard jungler like Elise is. When you have Elise, you can run fairly standard lane. She's very good at ganking. She can invade, good at vision control, whatever it is. Graves is more about skirmish, and he needs a team to help him in the early game. get into these skirmishes. He can't just walk into the enemy jungle and find it himself, unless you want to die very quickly, obviously.
Yeah, we'll find out what they decide to do. For Elements, a few seconds left to lock in, and that will tell us exactly where that Corki and that Ryze will be going. Anticipating it to be Ryze mid, Corki ADC for the time being, and for Promiscu, or Spratel as he's known now, redemption, really.
Yes.
Back on the Elements roster, back on the starting roster, after being moved into that support position, and then being removed from it. Let's see what he can do. On the Thresh, Fiora for Steve up top, and Ica will be running that Ryze in the middle lane. So a little bit of everything. A lot of poke if they want it from the Corki. Single target skill shots if they're looking for those assassinations from Elise and Thresh.
Overall, both teams are getting a lot of the current power picks. Corki is a super strong AD carry now, especially with the MF nerf. We know Fiora is still a monster in the top lane. Ryze, one of the best mid laners we have. So Elements can be very happy with the composition. We just gotta look at the lane matchups and what Perkz wants to play in this mid lane against a Ryze. Normally, a lot of the range matchups does really well into Ryze, where the melee matchups tend to lose to him. So it should be a ranged champion coming in the mid lane, expected at least from Perkz, unless he wants to pull out something surprising.
Well, we heard Stress talking about Perkz' champion
That makes
pool,
sense.
and the Ahri will be locked in. So use that Spirit Rush to try to stay out of range, or at least get away once Ryze tries to lock you down. Tahm Kench top, Graves jungle, Trundle support, as we were anticipating. There is a lot of damage once Trick can get in range, but that's my only concern, because if he's in range, it means so is Ryze and Fiora.
That is very true, but we gotta keep in mind here, game was G2. Ah, so close, man. Ocelot put it in my head. I'm always saying it every time. G2 will have a very strong front line in a Trundle support and a monster of a top laner in Tahm Kench, who just becomes close to unkillable. And he has a pretty good matchup into Fiora. It's very difficult to take him down in these one-on-ones. It's very easy for him to get the 3 stacks and then eat you, get good damage from that, and also set up a potential gank, which is what you need if you have Graves. Because if you do not have CC in the lanes, an AD carry kind of dashing in towards you doesn't really do a whole lot. A Tahm Kench who can eat you and keep you slowed for the entire duration of a fight, that is perfect for Graves to walk up and start shooting at.
Well, we're going to have to find out how the coordination is, because Kikis moving to the top lane from the jungle, where he qualified with G2 at the end of last year. We also just saw Nif and Youngbuck walking off stage shaking hands, former players themselves now turned coaches. We'll see what impact Youngbuck is going to have on the European stage. You guys saw the team comps. Jump on Twitter at LOL Esports, hashtag ELWin if you think the new look Elements will do it, or hashtag G2win.
G2.
If you think those 2 additional roster changes are the ones that you're looking at. 13 players between May and December. Maybe this is the one that gets them to the top of the table. This will be a game to give us some insight into how good G2 truly are. We're on to the ref for the second time in the spring split of 2016.
And let's take another look at Elements and what they've been building here in the pick and ban phase. As we mentioned, a lot of strong picks coming in for both the teams. Elements can run a 1-3-1 setup. Ryze is one of the champions where you do take teleport very often in the mid lane, unless you have to go for an exhaust. So you will have the option to put Ica in one lane, put Steve in the other one on the Fiora, and just sit Mr. Rales in that mid lane. That's a super good 1-3-1 that G2 will have issues dealing with. But then on their side, you have that insane skirmish potential of a Graves jungle and an Ahri in the mid lane. Those two together have so much burst damage onto one target. And then you have that big front line, 2 tanks coming in who can single out targets either with Pillar from Trundle, eating someone as a Tahm Kench and split them back into your team. Elements can never get out of position, otherwise they get caught out and they get bursted down so quickly by G2. Notice a lot of G2 right now?
We'll get there. We don't need to say it every single time, Deficio.
G2?
But
are you G2?
For Elements, double teleport versus the Flash Ignite on Perkz' Ahri. And I want to see how this early game will play out. We did not see any sort of invades like we did from Fnatic Origin. The more standard sort of fan defensive is what we've come to expect in the current meta.
And remember now, these jungle camps do give a little bit less experience for the laners without the jungle items. So you don't get the same as before where you go like halfway over to level 2. You can rush into lane, get a few minions and hit level 2. It comes after 5 minions now once you take this camp. So you need to get the melees down, get 2 casters, and then you can get your level 2 and start going a bit more aggro. You see both, they're basically doing exactly the same, both teams. Seems like Sprattle got the experience, though, from at least the big one before here. So a bit of a misplay, unless it was a setup to get the Q from Rallis combined with the CC coming from a Thresh. Definitely possible for Elements. We didn't get to see them do the camp.
Got to hit those skill shots, since Rattle's first death sentence goes a little wide of Emperor. Well, it was max range, so being a little harsh here. We do see the 2v2 playing out. So Riles and Sprattle with a small advantage, got the level 2 already. Flash Ignite on that Thresh as well, so if anything does connect, Emperor could go down very quickly. We've got a quick glance there of Ica trading with Perks. And standard laning phases just yet. Trick, an early attempt up top. If Kickers can swallow Steve.
We just talked about how easy it is for Kickers to get stacks onto Steve, eat him, and spit him back. There's the first slow. Here's Trick.
Let's find out. End of the line. Will get fired. Doesn't find the wall. Steve is able to walk away. There's some support from Gilius. The cocoon lands. Teleport from Ica. Now Trick, he's going to get eaten by Kickus. The waddle into the flash. Trick is going to dash away. Kickus is going to go low, but he will survive. And they get the teleport from Ica.
And this costs a lot for Ica. You're losing so much in the early game when you teleport away from your lane and you don't get a kill. Obviously, it's a response to the kill. G2 were chasing all the way down to the tower. But we got to see the first gank from Trick, expected towards that top lane. Steve, however, didn't use anything. Just run away. So at least he can be happy. But Ica did lose half a wave, I believe, in the middle.
Some pressure there for Kickus. No flash. So if Gilius does decide to return gank, there is an opportunity available for him. Down bottom, Sprattle and Raz, they're going forward. Raz going to hold on to that Valkyrie. Waits for the Lantern to safety and does manage to make his way out. So for the time being, continue to keep the pressure on.
We can talk a little bit more about the Graves jungle, the new pick coming in. If people haven't really followed the preseason too much, it's obviously a surprise. An AD carry who got reworked. Auto attack is very different now, always doing the AoE damage. You know, his Q end of the line is really the big deal for him now. If you do manage to shoot that into a wall, it will instantly proc and bounce back towards you and deal a ton of damage. Normally, people can run away from it. Walls and towers will proc it instantly, and that's where he gets a ton of his burst damage from. He's one of the junglers with the most burst damage, if not one of the most. At least could potentially rival him, or at least she will try. And if you do manage to land a cocoon, you can win that 1v1 if you are Gilius. If not, you have to be so careful against Graves.
Let's find out how accurate Gilius' skill shots are going to be. Because of the amount of pressure that Trick can put down. On the side of Trick, he's going to have a little bit of a tough time trying to set up some of that AoE burst unless he's got the terrain to work with. Riles gets caught once again by a Pillar of Ice and some damage. Gilius looking to return. This is what we expected. There's no flash for Kickus, but he's got a lot of grey health. Holds onto the timer for a few seconds and slow comes out. Gilius and Steve, they're looking to dive. First blood secured by Steve. A flash over the wall from Gilius, and he survives. Perks tries to get the kill down. Ignite is ticking. Ica's burning, and Perks finds one back.
Rise here tends to struggle a little bit against some of these range matchups, and at the same time, Ica, remember, he teleported to that top lane. He lost some minions from it. He's been set behind in this lane, and this is not what you want against G2. Perks is the guy we look at to be one of the main carries. He's done it in Challenger. He's doing it now in Game 1 for this team on the LCS stage.
Let's see how it's going to convert to power. Trick is going to set something up in the bottom lane. Riles, slow, goes out. Smokescreen's going to distract. Death Sentence pulls Hybrid under the tower. Exhaust goes down into Riles, and Riles will take the Lantern out. Ignite's burning away on Hybrid. Luckily for the Trundle passive and those biscuits, manages to keep himself alive, but a 3v2 awkward dive backfires for G2.
Well, it was more counter jungling for Trick. After he saw the gank top lane, he took away the Raptors, the Crooks as well. And then, you know, drive by anyway, fire a few shots in and then move on for him. So they didn't manage to get anything for G2 other than an offensive summoner away from the sides of Elements. But also with this Graves, what you can do, you can start with the Hunter's Talisman. You don't really need the lifesteal from Machete coming in. You can stay super effective, keep the mana up. You're very fast at taking down gems. You can hear I've been very hyped around Graves. And I think he's going to be super interesting. And I like that G2 has set up lanes with CC for him to gank. Ari lands a charm, then he can go in. Tom Kench eats someone and spits them back, then he can go in. So there are ways for this Graves to do something in the early game other than just farming.
Especially when you've got Hybrid roaming as well. There's 3 players set up in this middle lane. Ica has no flash, has no teleport for about a minute and a half longer, but he's too deep towards his own territory, so he's going to be able to stay alive a few seconds longer. And Trick, very aggressive on this Graves. He's inside Element's jungle. Cleared out a pink already, putting some deep vision down. It's a strong start for this importer jungler.
It is, and until you get level 6 on Ryze, you can't really wave clear fast enough to push the waves back, so constantly getting pushed down to your tower opens up for Trick to invade into the enemy jungle, try and find Gilius and get that first hit, proc that end of the line for the insane burst damage. I believe it's 460 base damage at level 9, so rank 5 end of the line for the Graves. It is insane burst, and he needs to use it to be effective.
Sounds like it's your favorite ability in the game, Deficio.
End of the line.
I know you're really, really excited about this mechanic. We'll find out how good Trick is at landing it.
Just shoot into a wall, it's not very difficult.
Well, you gotta make sure somebody's in front of you and that wall first.
That's the second step.
That's the second step, and one that we always overlook as casters at times. But for G2, holding themselves even, down some CS in the top lane for Kickers, but Perkz has made that up in the mid lane. And Emperor and Mr. Rawls as even as can be for the time being, but Rawls is obviously working towards that Trinity Force, so we'll have a small advantage once that's completed. Just needs to get there first.
Corki can definitely run away with the lane.
And package will be available for him to pick up as well.
Once you get your Sheen, get your level 6, the Corki power spike really starts kicking in all the way towards obviously 2 items completed for him. So it is a very strong pickup right now. Very hard to deal with also due to Thunderlords making it so effective in the trades.
We'll find out how that works out. Death Sentence connects onto Hybrid, but not really going to result in more. The Flay will pull Emperor backwards. Rawls is thinking about this one. Lands a rocket on Emperor, and then decides not to engage further.
Again, he's just constantly in the jungle of elements because Perkz has full control of mid lane, and because top lane is just dead even at the moment. So if anyone ever walks down the river, they're going to see it, they're going to stop them. Perkz even take a mid lane tower for himself.
Perkz is not flash available. There's no more mana for Ica though, so he can't continue the chase. Perkz didn't even panic with that Spirit Rush. He's held onto it. Trick is looking for that wall. Smokescreen comes out. He's going to get one of those buckshot auto attacks down. He's going to look for the collateral if the end of the line connects as well, and not even going to get needed. Really? Carry on. Trick is going to go down.
The burst, guys. See?
With the collateral damage, and that's the burst we were talking about. 2 easy kills for G2.
It's all built around this mid lane. Really for G2. Perkz is just in full control. He takes mid tower. Ica starts taking a trade with him, running out of mana, so there's really no kill threat onto Perkz at all. And we know Trick is sitting in their jungle. Walking in from the side again. Picks up a few more kills or assist. And G2 is really in control, mainly just looking at this mid lane.
Yeah, great start to the game. One of the dark horses of the European LCS. See how they continue to roll this one around. Got themselves a tower already. And Trick showing off with that warrior enchant. With the amount of time spent inside Element's jungle. Now we're going to see them knock over some of those other towers. We've known from Perkz that he has the ability to perform well, played a lot in the challenger scene. And really one of the players that sort of G2 has stuck with. Through a lot of the changes, he's been one of the common faces for the last 6 months.
If I remember correctly, he replaced Ica on G2. Came in, and that really changed the team around because, again, he is a very, very strong carry. And he's just another one of these new mid laners that keep coming through Challenger into the LCS. Hybrid getting hooked in here.
And Sprite's going to go forward. The box is down. Gilius is looking to support. He decides not to take the Lantern, though. And he saw Trick coming through the river. And Perkz leaving that mid lane with Ica having no TP. Decide to back away. So an opportunity there. But Spartel pulling the trigger too early on that ulti.
Yeah, now as a Ryze as well, it's just the worst situation because if you want to fast clear the wave and push it out and try and keep Perkz in the lane, you gotta use your ulti. But it ends up costing a lot of mana with your full combo then, and then you can't trade. So there's really no way for you to get the pressure back once you've fallen so far behind. So there can just constantly be trades going on in side lanes because Perkz can roam first together with Trick, who's just warding off this jungle of elements.
And of course, what a power difference between Perkz and Ica. Tia plus Catalyst versus Abyssal Scepter already. So Perkz is feeling very, very comfortable for the time being. And of course, Kikis, who actually gave up that death much earlier on in the game, he had fallen behind. He's actually picked himself up a 14 CS lead over Steve. There's Perks going forward. Thunderlord's procs into Gilius. Now Ica is going to be the next target. A good cocoon onto Trick means that some of the damage is mitigated. Collateral gets the kill, throws the water balloon, and Ica sent home crying.
Right, there's no walls for Trick, but he still gets double damage from end of the line into his ulti. You gotta respect that damage every single time because it is higher than you normally see from a jungler. Also why it's basically a fake AD carry who decided junking was easier for him.
He has a shotgun. It makes him an AD carry.
You're not an AD carry in the jungle. That's not how it works.
Well, Trick begs to differ. 1-0-2. Gonna start off this dragon now, and at 12 minutes, G2 have got themselves nearly 3,000 gold in the lead. Got themselves a tower and got themselves a great platform to accelerate this mid-game.
I want to see Trick's build from here on and out, because it's always Warrior Enchant, and Tracker's Knife is so strong as well because you don't go Sidestone, and again, you need those additional wards for your team, especially in competitive play. Steric's Gauge makes him a bit of a bruiser, basically. You go more and more as well later on. There is enough magic damage on Element side to do that, and you get these double shields proccing, and you honestly just become, again, a bit of a tank while still dealing a ton of damage, and you're very hard to deal with in these fights. Or he can go super aggro and just go Ghostblade if he wants to like try and kill anyone. I don't think it's worth it. If you are getting further and further ahead, getting tank items tends to be very strong because the enemy tends to lack damage, and it just counts for even more.
Trick, got himself a Ruby Crystal as well as Boots of Swiftness for the time being. Gonna take a look again at Steve versus Kikis. Kikis has got that Dead Man's Plate already picked up and not been too involved for the last sort of 5 or 6 minutes. It has been about Perks and Trick, but I'm interested to see how well Kikis will perform on more top lane champions as the season plays out, and also how this Tahm Kench is going to impact the remainder of the team fights in the position they're in.
But this is a smart start for Kikis. He doesn't need to start running before he can walk in that top lane. So you take a very simple pick in the Tahm Kench. I mean, let's be fair to Tahm Kench. He's not the most complex champion to play in the game. And you just become that massive tank for your team because you got carries in the mid lane. You got to carry down the bottom lane, and of course Trick on this Graves here. So you have plenty of damage to run a full tank top lane. That's one of the things you need to do with Graves, because you need that front line to set up the Graves to deal damage, to set up Ahri as well.
Front line is continuing to build up. Trundle, a lot of HP with that Sightstone, got some Lucidity Boots. We're seeing a lot of Lucidity Boots today as well, but look at this top lane. Trick and Kikis trying to get their nom on. Steve gets lashed by the tongue of Kikis' Tahm Kench, but he will back away and just more tower damage.
And now G2 also needs to understand that the only way for Elements to kind of have any control towards the top side of the map is by having defensive pink wards. So G2 needs to check these small bushes here and clear them out, because it makes such a big difference. Once again, when you cannot place that many green wards and so on, they've just been running around the same bush, so they are spotted. That's why Steve can also start retreating from the top lane so early, because he gets the call from his team. They spotted this pink ward, be careful, they're gonna dive you, and that costs G2 a kill and a top tower. So it just slows down the snowballing, basically.
It's a little worrying when you see that you are against the likes of Fiora and Ryze, two champions who do exceptionally well the later the game goes, but for G2 there's nothing to worry about yet. Still got themselves a 4,000 gold lead. Mr. Rolls picked up the package a little while ago. I don't know if he still got it. And we talk about him at the moment because, look, there's 4 members of G2 grouping down bottom. They're going to set their sights on Mr. Rolls. Collateral damage lands across, and Perks is able to get the kill credit. That was just all too easy. Flash and heal used as well.
It's the same again and again and again. Trick and Perks, hand in hand, they walk to whatever lane they want to through the enemy jungle. They're always going to be there first. Nobody can respond despite having double TP in the side of Elements. The Ryze would almost just be too weak if you teleport in to do anything. So you just push so far back on the map. Top lane tower should be next objective for G2. Should be an easy one to pick up as well once they go for it. Just dive Steve if you have to.
Let's see if that's the decision. G2 use the culling to push that wave in. Mr. Rolls has managed to respawn, and you can tell by his movement speed he's picked up the package. Let's see how he decides to use it. Here's a replay of how Trick and the rest of the team with Perks get the kill.
Zero vision in their own jungle for Elements, so they can just kind of figure out what's about to happen. And oh, whoa. Wow. EU mid laners, man.
EU mids.
That was a great prediction from Perks.
This is one of the great things when you think that most of the G2 players came from the Challenger scene last year. The mid in particular is one of the roles, and Perks is one of the guys that everyone's looking at. So we did see Steve and Rolls pressuring up top. They've got the help of Sprotle, and they push Kikis away. Kikis has got teleport and support coming. Death Sentence has found Trick. Trick forced to flash. He's going to dash backwards. End of the line bounces across Steve, and the collateral damage throws out the water pistol. The rest of Elements are now trying to get away. The icy, spooky, chilly ghost will slow down Ica and Gilius. Trick will go down. Rather, Emperor goes down, as Ica's the one that's picked that one up, and Perks should get the reply. Lets the minions do the work. Cool guys don't look at Dead Rise. And Elements go down 1 for 1.
In the end, though, 1 for 1, as you said. Tower is still here. G2 will have to recall and back away from this one. Elements, though, saying, we know what your next play is going to be. You're going to go for this top lane tower. You're going to try and kill poor Steve, as we saw quite a few times last year.
So nothing's changed for Steve.
So we are now going to say, we will defend Steve, and we will go up top. We will make that play first. We will make the move and force a fight instead. It's a good hook at first. Trick has flashed up because he's never really been under pressure and forced to use it. And now it's just a big back and forth. Perks joins in with the spooky ghost. In the end, you trade 1 for 1.
Oh, look, there was that mechanical decision from Kikis. On top Flick. even I didn't believe that one. But decent turnaround and reply from G2. They maintain their lead. They actually go even further in the lead.
Steve really needs to get a Black Cleaver, though, if he wants to do anything to Kikis in this lane, because he's going to stack up so much armor on his side. And Steve has to become a split-pushing threat on this Fiora. He has to be able to put pressure on Kikis, force him away so he can start taking towers. That's pretty unfair.
Yeah. That wave clear there from Trick and the rest of G2.
You know, that reminds me of another good thing I wrote about Graves. He's the only jungler that offers wave clear. End of the line will clear the wave ulti, as we saw right here.
Yep, clears the wave as well.
It's super underrated on junglers, I'm just saying.
Well, working out in favor of G2. Got themselves 3 towers already. Perks, knowing the charm is unavailable. A few seconds longer, Ica's actually going to back away. Perks got the cooldown back up, fires it out. Bit off more than he can chew, I feel, for Ica. And look at this hybrid as well as Emperor. They were able to take down the top outer, shove in and get about 50% off that inner turret as well. It's just Elements have to defend on so many fronts. And G2 have got the freedom of the entire map.
The comeback mechanics are greatly reduced when you can spam wards around your own map to try and create a pick. It is greatly reduced when losing towers gives so much extra gold to the other team, because towers obviously are so important now with that extra boost. I was about to say boots, not a boot. It does mean, though, for Elements, if they can get just 1 or 2 towers down after one team fight, like that's a big move back towards the game. It's just looking very unlikely.
Yeah, definitely the case. Now we judge G2 on how they finish the game out. Whenever we look at these new teams coming into the LCS, you start evaluating their individual players. You evaluate their macro game, their pick and ban strategy, and also how good are they at knocking over a Nexus? Because that's the difference between middle to top of the table teams. Dragon number 2 secured. There's inner turrets to be pressured, and G2 have done that exceptionally well already. Steve and Kikis are going to go toe-to-toe. It's going to be an interesting battle. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Steve gets nommed. This is going to throw down a challenge. There's grey health available. The audience is on the side of Steve, as it were. Kikis will get challenged, get killed, and Gilius and Steve after some time. But will it cost a tower? The rest of G2, they're grouping towards the bottom, and Perks, he's shoving in mid as well. Hybrid, he's get caught by a death sentence. Now Ica's trying to get away, finds a lantern to safety. Decent positioning from Sprotle, but the death of Kikis for an inner turret, worth.
Well, G2 can be happy with this because they can push to mid tier 2 as well. Get the towers down. Elements again, they're just trying to make some aggressive plays.
Another one.
Surprise. Nice hook.
Will it follow through? The Trundle Pillar will interrupt somewhat, but Perks is able to dash away to safety. The culling will nudge Elements away. Elements get their first tower of the game. Top outer. Split push Steve. That was one of the comeback mechanics. But he's got a lot of work to do. Luckily, he's got a lot of support behind him in-house as well.
If we just look down at the items, now we are again 6.1. For the first time, not that too many things change item-wise compared to 5.24. We still see, you know, Essence Reaver being in here, despite it taking a small nerf in the last one. But you have to go Rapid Fire Cannon or a Zeal item as the second one if you want the max cooldown reduction. The 20% coming in extra from Essence Reaver. The way the math works now for some reason, 10% crit is 3% CDR, and then his 20% crit is now 10% CDR, and 30% crit is 20% CDR. So Rapid Fire Cannon will give him that, add in some boots, and then you're hitting a 40%, and you basically become a spellcaster. Because you're constantly just dashing around, firing abilities to proc your passive on his Lucian over and over and over. You're not relying on auto-attacking. That means you can play more aggressive as well. You can get onto these carries, and Perks, he's doing the same.
Let's see if the chomp can land. Spur Rush goes out. He's going to dash away from the death sentence. Sprattle did get chomped. Now Trick's trying to back out. He's fired the collateral damage, got some distance. Kickus is in amongst 3 members of Elements as Steve gets dropped. It's Emperor that gets the cull. He's going to carry on chasing down. Ica flashes away, but it will not matter. He gets gobbled up by Kickus. And kill credit to Trick. 3 members of Elements down. G2 peel back for Baron.
Straight towards the Baron. We're still early on in the game, but they've been so far ahead, honestly, since basically minute 10. Ica had a TP top lane, he fell a bit behind in his lane, then he got taken down, and it allowed Trick to play aggressive on the Graves. Like, this is exactly how you want to play as Graves jungle. You want to have a winning mid laner, so you can invade into the enemy jungle and just take whatever you want. And obviously Perks on this Ahri. Stress, he talked about it on the analyst desk. On specific champions, this guy is a monster. This is obviously a small sample size because it's the first game of the ULCS, but we couldn't ask for much more.
Great play, holding the trigger on that Chomp. This even arrives late. I mean, that was 3v4 effectively until everybody else teleported in and joined the fight. And for Steve, 3 members to fight, 3 problems to break down.
And these kind of games are so important for new challenger teams coming in, because often the first or second game, a lot of the players can be fairly nervous. You know, you're sitting here, you're playing in the LCS, or like Perks and Hybrid and so on. Obviously, Kickus has tried it before. So getting that first game out of the way, and also playing like this, taking what we expect to be a fairly quick victory, because they are so far ahead now, it is very important for G2 with the confidence.
Oh, that's for sure. And also is going to give everybody some more things to look at. Looking at Trick on that Graves, a great impact. Perks' Ahri is going to be bannable. Inhibitor turret is already down at 24 minutes, and there's no way to stop this push. Elements, they're pushed away by the culling. Lost an inhibitor as well, and it is just coming apart at the seams. That comeback mechanic of split push, heavily reduced, if not removed, now that they're going to deal with super minions as well.
Yeah, and running double teleport when your map just gets smaller and smaller because you get pushed further and further down to your own base just loses its entire value, basically. Because sitting at the bot lane inhibitor and TPing to the top lane inhibitor, it's nothing. It's not going to help Elements really. They have to pull off a surprise flank engage, hide a ward in your own jungle, so when G2 is pushing down for the inhibitor, you TP in with home guards coming from the Rise, from the Fiora, and you try and take down someone like Emperor in the backline. Problem is, Kickus is here on this Tahm Kench. It's one of the reasons Tahm Kench is so good in a meta where double AD carry is very strong. Kindred, Graves in the jungle, Lucian, Corki, whatever, Ezreal. Add in a Tahm Kench top, he can protect the carries and he can be a big frontline at the same time.
Definitely can. The rest of G2 don't even need him yet. Second inhibitor's going to fall. Less than a minute. Baron power play has been exceptionally good.
Oh, they got
the
Perks.
Grand Challenge comes up. They have got Perks and the shutdown gold that goes with it, but at the cost of Sprattle and Steve. Kickus on that front line with the grey health is chasing down. Ica will get killed by Trick. The buckshot goes out. Rawls is the last man standing, and it will not matter. 26 minutes into the game, G2 obliterate Elements, and they will pick up their first win of the spring split in Europe.
What a great start for G2 here. I like the pick and ban phase coming in from them, last picking that Ahri into the Rise, so you can pressure the lane early on. Having that Graves jungle, which I think I spent half the game talking about. From Trick, great performance, just great setup with how the lanes were put together. CC top lane, CC mid lane. And overall, I mean, from item builds, pick and ban phase, everything, honestly G2 just had a great game.
Pretty even damage across the board on the side of G2, but top damage to champions was by Trick on that Graves. It's not a massive surprise. The burst is what made it. But for G2, that is a very, very strong start to their campaign.
This is sadly what Elements hope to avoid. Because in talking to their players, they were confident saying we want to prove people wrong. We want to show that we can be a good team. They still can, obviously. Again, we're only at game 1. We like to draw a lot of conclusions already from
Always,
day 1.
we have to.
2 games in.
We've talked about Worlds already.
Yeah, for sure. But for Elements, I mean, maybe a lot of the concerns they had as players around the lineup suddenly get some confirmation, because you go in here and the team kind of falls apart, especially around that mid lane. It was a big issue. So for them now, they have to go home, and obviously they play tomorrow. There's a lot of things you got to look at.
Yeah.
You cannot afford losing too many games in the start, because it just becomes so hard for you to claw your way back.
Yep.
And obviously nobody wants to sit down there in the bottom of the standings.
Got to think long term. Got to think playoffs, make top 6, try get some championship points on the board. You guys at home, don't forget, we are using a new hashtag #EULCS. Jump on and talk about some of the teams. Talk about what do you think about G2, how they've performed, how they're going to do for the rest of the sport. I'm excited to still see H2K and Vitality later.
Oh, yeah.
Those are the 2 other squads that I've got my eyes on, as well
Splyce.
as Splyce. Yep, the Pulsar powered Danish.
You said it as well.
Yeah, well, it's an all Danish lineup. I'm sure we're going to hear it way more than we need to, this split.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Once.
exactly. But it's an exciting start. And one of the things that EU lacked last year was some more of those stronger middle-of-the-table teams.
Yeah.
We'll find out today, and as the week plays out, obviously going to find them. Pulse is on stage talking to the league's newest successful mid laner.
Thanks, guys. I'm stood here with Perks coming in as the mid laner. And first off, Perks, well, that was an extremely strong start to your campaign on the LCS stage. First off, that was basically like a snowball win. What went so well in that game for you guys?
Well, I got a kill mid, so I could have pressure mid all game. And of that, I could roam top or bot freely and invade enemy jungle. And ever since then, we just snowballed.
So how do you feel like the team synergy is right now? Because you guys had a lot of roster swaps when you were in EUCS, and now you've got the Korean guys coming in as well. How is the communication for you on stage?
Well, communication in game is pretty simple. Discussions, there is some misunderstanding because of bad English. But in game, we are really good, so I like it.
Would you be able to expand upon that? So in the gaming house, when you guys are playing, how is it like communicating with the Korean guys? Do you have to sit down and like explain it a little bit easier in like simple terms, or do they generally get like league terms?
Well, sometimes we just talk a bit slower or translate on Google Translator, and yeah, we understand each other.
Okay, so also one last question here. Playing up against the EUCS guys is a little bit different. I know Ica is also from the Challenger series, but going up against some of the stronger mid laners like Power of Evil, even in the LCS, how do you think that's going to go for you in the mid lane?
Well, I think that I can match up with every mid laner in EU, so I'm confident.
Oh, confident words. Thank you very much, Perks, and excited to see more of you on the LCS stage. We're going to set it over to the analysts to take a look at that game.
Thank you very much.
Perks?
I was going to say, oh no, I ruined my own pun. I was going to say, one of the perks of experimenting a lot with your roster is picking up some gems in the process. And it were, well, a couple of the new players that have really shown what they can do here in their first game for Gamers 2. Of course, we heard from Perks there, but Trick as well, and some interesting picks coming out as well.
Yeah, I would say interesting in the sense that maybe Ari isn't everybody's flavor of mid laner, but this is right down Perk's alley. It's like, hey, I'm going to carry this game, and you can't do anything about it once I get ahead. So not too surprised to see it in his champion pool on this setup, but I just generally like the setup from G2 overall. They picked a composition that can snowball with this double AD carry setup, push towers down quickly, and there was really no answer to Elements, even from picks and bans. They wanted to play for such a later game.
Yeah, I just think in this meta as a whole, and it's what the Fisher was saying as well in Champ Select, it's like a lot of power picks, but almost every pick right now is a power pick. There's so much versatility. It's really hard to draft a bad composition on this meta because it comes down more to playstyle. I think Elements' lineup on paper looks fine, but they just made one crucial mistake, and that was that teleport top early, trying to set up a gank, and then that kind of snowballed everything.
Yeah, that was really where the game kind of turned away from the hands of Elements. But after we got out of picks and bans into the early game, and as you were talking about it, I mean, Ryze starts with Sapphire Crystal for the extra mana, then teleports top. He goes to the top lane with pretty much no combat stats when you look at it. And then kind of this is what is the result from this.
Yeah, it all started here. So Trick and Kikis are ganking Steve. Steve turns around and the teleport comes in from Aika. Kind of unexpected, but because of the Devour, this does not turn into a kill. So this looks like a nice try and like, you know, teleport. But it had a massive impact on the game, because later on, what this means for the game is, look in the mid lane, Ari will constantly just be able to push in mid.
Yeah, and this is two plays that happened simultaneously. Elements were focusing on that flash being down from Kikis, and right at the same time, almost 1 versus 1 in mid. You can see Graves is there for pressure, but Perkz manages to get it. He's not quite level 6 even at this point, but Ignite plus the damage, flash forward. This is the presence that Perkz was talking about in the interview there, is able to just take out Ryze before this game even begins.
Yeah, it's a trickle-down effect. You know, Aika helps the top lane gets ahead and gets a gank, but Perkz on the one of the more substantial roles in the metagame right now, which are AD carry and, in my opinion, mid lane, he gets ahead. So I think Aika kind of shot himself in the foot by teleporting top, because especially in a low mobility laner like Ryze, that requires a lot of ramp up time. Yeah, once a long extended laning phase, losing your tower this early, getting camped in the process, just it's really rough. And then the snowball just started happening, and Gamers 2 G2 got ahead of them.
We gotta get it out, all of us once.
Yeah, I mean, you've just seen 2, 3, 4 times that they've come mid and just gone straight through the rest of the Elements lineup. I mean, that's the problem with the tower in mid lane being down from about 9 minutes, and a Ryze that didn't even end the game with a completed Seraphs. With a tier first build that he rushes, that's just how much pressure they were able to just dominate through mid lane.
Yeah, good job from Trick and Perkz turning the snowball almost into an avalanche. Eventually they picked up Baron, and we got the stats. The Baron power play was 6,000 gold, 5 towers and 2 inhibitors.
Whoa.
Yeah, so they...
Well above the average.
And the Nexus, I believe. No, not the Nexus, that came later, but they had just 6,000 gold off that Baron when they were already so far ahead. It was just, a massive stomp.
And that is one of the things to judge one of those newer teams by, because with a lot of individual talent and good moves early game, you can get that lead. But a 26 minute and 5 seconds finish time in your first game in the LCS, that is something to build on for G2.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely something to build on. That is a very important win for G2. When you look at these teams we're expecting for the middle of the pack, they pretty much have to win against the teams that are bottom of the table. For Elements, this is a fairly disappointing result, because this is a crucial game when you look at the build towards playoffs. Yes, we're in week 1, but it's these games against middle of the table teams that if you want to avoid relegations, you absolutely have to win.
Yeah, for Elements, I don't think it's a building towards playoffs. It's just trying to not get relegated, honestly. For G2, they play Elements and Rocket in their opening week. They are actually expected to go 2-0, and it could be a massive boost for their already high confidence. So good things may actually happen for this roster.
Very, very good start for G2. Now, before we take a break, we're excited to announce that Challenger Nidalee goes live today in client to celebrate the kickoff of the 2016 LCS season. So be sure to check it out. See the splash art there. Really, really cool. And when we return, 2015 Worlds contender H2K takes on Giants, so don't touch that browser.
We're on to the Rift for the second time in the Spring Split 2016. Really? Carry on. Trick is going to go down.
Burst, guys.
With the collateral damage, Kikis is in amongst 3 members of Elements as Steve gets dropped. It's Emperor that gets the call. Baron power play has been exceptionally good.
Oh, they got
the
Perkz.
Grand Challenge comes up. They have got Perkz and the shutdown goal that goes with it. G2 obliterate Elements.
I think we played like 15 games together as a team so far. So we need to build our synergy. We need to build up our team play that we had last season, our macro play, because on individual level, I think we're one of the best that we can be. So we just need time, and we will be the best.
Welcome back to the European LCS. As we speak, H2K and Giants are setting up for their first encounter of the season, and the Fisho has also subbed in with the burst here on the analyst.
Hey, that Graves jungle was pretty strong.
Is it G2 or? No.
I believe it is. G2.
It is G2. Well, let's take a look at the lineup for H2K, because that's one of the teams we'll see playing here today. Odawamne, Jankos, Ryu, Forgiven, Vander, and Prowly. Now, an impressive lineup, as Odawamne also said, in terms of individual skill, and we discussed it already. Winners of the off-season, most probably, if we look at transfers alone.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the players, obviously saying that some fantastic players have added here to the lineup, especially Forgiven. It's going to be super exciting to watch, but also Jankos. I'm looking at him becoming the best jungler in Europe, honestly, this split. But Spirit is probably going to be in the way. Forgiven, however, is a fantastic carry. Forgiven is a guy who's been on many different teams now, honestly, in the EU LCS, but he's always had standout performances on every single one.
The question in this lineup is, of course, with people coming from different teams and having individual skill, how will the dynamic be between them? Who is a shot caller in this lineup? How will that work?
Well, we've always heard different things about these players. When you look at it, you know, people have talked about how much Ryu says in game. Does he speak? Does he not? Probably has said that Ryu's very good, very good at directing the flow. So there is a voice there. We know that obviously Jankos and the rest of this lineup are very strong personalities. Still got to see how their individual dynamic does evolve, and I'm looking for the couple of weeks later in the season to actually ask them in person and figure out exactly what's going on.
I think there's a big thing about shot calling that we don't talk often about, is that you don't necessarily need one specific guy who can make the call. You need a team who understands when I say dragon, what do I need to do, each individual member? Okay, I know I need to push out top lane. The support knows I need to ward here. And this guy needs to go back and then return to lane and so on. To me, that is overall communication. And that's what I think H2K will learn. They won't have one specific guy saying, here's what we do. They will have 5 players all communicating together, but they all know these key words and understand where to be on the map when this word gets said.
And shot calling is such a difficult thing to talk about. I mean, very briefly, this past week in an interview, they were talking about how SKT have this kind of diplomatic shot calling. So honestly, without speaking to the team, it's very difficult to determine what level it's at.
With all that, and we think that we will see this team evolving to being one of the front runners on top of the table. But when Jankos and Vander X Rockout, of course, are on the roster, then you might have to be careful with that, but they do have the quality to make it. Let's look at the other side of the rift. We have the Giants with a revamped lineup with Adam, Ku, Xpepi, Adri, Godfred, and still their coach Lothar. So when we look at the Giants from last season around, they exceeded expectations. They went to playoffs all the way to summer. For them, they met their expectations. They stayed in the LCS, but there were some very interesting moves in the offseason.
There was. I mean, first of all, Werlip was a player we looked at and said this is one of the most improved players on this Giants lineup. They started playing more around him. I understand they weren't happy with the fact he only performed on 2 to 3 champions at max, and that's probably been the reason for them replacing him. And Frederick as well, El Bandito in the jungle there. Very inconsistent. So clearly this team has said, you know what? We're tired of inconsistency, small champion pools, so we're going to make changes. Big question marks, though, coming in.
Yeah, big question marks. One over keeping Adri as a small note, but on their new players, when you look at the 2 players they picked out from their tryouts, Atom and Ku. We don't know a whole lot about Atom as a player. Comes out of, pretty much out of Challenger solo queue. We've heard he's a meta top laner, but honestly is a little underwhelming when you speak to his solo queue performances. There is a small top lane pool in Europe, but it's Ku on the other side, who is somewhat of a Challenger veteran. Ku was just touted so much throughout 2013, 2014, how good he was on Cloud9 Eclipse. He went to North America during 2015 for their Challenger on Team Vortex. 2-4 record. The team ended 5th in the league. I'm not impressed by Ku, and I wonder whether his time has pretty much passed as a top-level European jungler that people thought of.
That's the big thing about Giants, is we can't really make a prediction because we haven't seen Ku play for a while on a professional LCS team. And Adam, as you mentioned, has 0 experience. He's never played Challenger or LCS, or Challenger Series, sorry. So we don't really know how to judge them. And I look at Ku a bit like in football, in sports, you have these wonder kids people call out always, you know. Not all of them become something. Some of them lose the talent on the way. this is his chance to show if he's still good enough.
Yeah, we look at the rest of the roster, things that have stayed the same, as you mentioned already. We have Adri, Godfred, and Xpipi. Now, in the mid lane, changing his name back to that what he had actually before last season. Is there enough room there to improve with these members is the big question.
I mean, Pep Bonero, or ex-Pepe now as he's known, in theory, as always for Giants, can be that carry that just destroys everybody in his path and just deals so much damage. If he has a stable lineup around him, now the top half of the map has changed. If Ku and Atom together have a very stable base, and if Adri and Godfred can shore up some of their weaknesses, I think it's still a good platform to Giants to build from, but it's a tough one. I'm going to be honest, like ex-Pepe still has his work cut out from him in my estimation.
Well, definitely in this matchup versus Ryu, and on the other side of the bot lane as well, the matchup versus Forgiven and Vander. If you talk about covering up your weaknesses, I feel like that's a lane where you can't count on that.
No, of course not. I mean, I think H2K will come in with a game plan saying we want to play super aggressive in our lanes, especially down the bottom lane. We know Forgiven loves to push, and then sometimes he will overextend, but if the rest of the team has the same control in their lanes, if Ryu is obviously putting pressure mid lane, if Odoamne is doing it top lane, as a jungler, there's nowhere to go all of a sudden, because you look at every single lane, they're all crying for help, and if you do show up anywhere, the enemy jungler just counter jungles you and kills you.
And
so.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I couldn't have said it much better. When you look at this matchup on paper, down the line, H2K should just dominate from the early game, should just get a lead and keep going, very similar to what we just saw G2 do. If something crazy doesn't come out from Giants in the way to take that early game.
I mean, it is Giants. We know maybe.
I mean, maybe Atom has something up his sleeve. We'll see exactly where his champion pool lies. If they can somehow control the early game, maybe they can take this game. But I honestly feel this is heavily favored to H2K.
I just want to see progress from Giants more than anything. I also want to see it from H2K because obviously it will take time to become a world-class team. It's not just picking 5 players and putting them together. But for Giants, really, it's what we lacked last year. Yes, they exceeded expectations for the first half, in my opinion, but then they just went downhill. We need to see that become stable. Consistency, macro play, it needs to be there.
Yeah, I do also hear that the players are still fixing an issue on stage. We should be able to get to picks and bans very shortly, but I'd like to tag on to that. Giants, we need to see improvement because we're looking at a league where the middle of the table, possibly going to the top of the table, is revamped with some very, very strong teams coming in. So they'll honestly have to improve a lot faster than they did last year.
I agree on that one. And again, when you bring in new members, it becomes harder often because these guys need to get used to LCS, the way Giants like to play. Communication, obviously, we know Godfred is very vocal on this team, and he made an impact last year as, you know, more of a captain type maybe. But in-game, I felt like outside of his Morgana play, we didn't see too much from Godfred. So there are some question marks player-wise, and that's obviously why we cannot put Giants and say these guys will be top 6, because there are too many question marks.
And you look in this matchup for Godfred, he's got to go up against Vander, who he's had his share of different AD carries alongside him, but I think unanimously, whenever we've had discussions about Vander, he's the support that kind of slots himself 3rd, 4th in the league with how he can perform. At his best, absolutely, I think he's a top support in Europe, doesn't always get there. And Godfred now has to contend with that. Where is Vander at? Now he's got Forgiven, who just is going to be able to help him dominate that lane. I feel like this bot lane matchup is going to get eaten up alive unless Adri and Godfred have fixed so many issues in their laning in the offseason.
Vander is a support where, looking back at the people he's played with, he's never played with an AD carry even close to Forgiven in level. So this is his chance now to level up with Forgiven, how to play this 2v2 lane aggressively, and how to obviously use that to make the rest of the team so much better in the early game. And then add in the macro play we saw from H2K last year. The play probably really wants to add into his team. I mean, that can become super scary.
Yeah, and probably is still there, of course, to work with this project. Stuck with them. I do hear we're about 1.5 minutes out from Champion Select. Bear with us. Talking about maybe finally about that Forgiving play. Last year or last summer, only 33 kills. Rather, that is one of the least in terms of AD carries because it was a different playstyle when he was playing on Gambit.
Yeah.
We do know that in solo queue, he likes to play how he always likes to play. So how easy is it to get that level again immediately in the first game of LCS?
I think for a player like Forgiven, it should be almost like riding a bicycle when it comes to just mechanic-heavy play. I think Forgiven is great for that. When you look at exactly his change between Spring and Summer, Spring, we were always talking about, oh, Forgiven can only do this. The team has to work around Forgiven like this. when he was on Gambit, suddenly Forgiven changed his playstyle, picks up Sivir, adds a lot more to his depth of play and became a more well-rounded player. So that is a very interesting prospect now, if he can hold on to both qualities.
The big thing everyone who's ever played with Forgiven always talks about is how on the individual level, we know he's an absolute monster, one of the absolute best players in the West, but he needs to still learn more team play. They all keep saying the same. That's what he needs to learn. But it makes it easier for H2K to work with him if they feel like that's the one thing they got to focus on. Because again, the rest of the team, we know how good H2K can become when it comes to playing consistent macro play, great lane swaps. They have Ispa as well, the manager, former manager of Fnatic.
That's a very good secret pickup.
A big one because he's very, very good, working with the players outside of the game, also making sure they eat healthy because that guy is getting pretty buff. But we'll see if any of the players show up and suddenly looking massive. Who knows?
Yeah, okay, I think the players are ready. It's about time. It's time for these teams for their first test of 2016, so let's get it over to the casters quickly.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Once again, of course, we are going to get ready for this game. Still just a little bit to go, but Pyrotech's back on the desk with, of course, Crepo to get going for the next couple of games. So, about H2K here. Obviously, we're going to look at them the favorites. This is a team that everyone called the off-season winners or one of the off-season winners. But besides the support staff and the awesome pickups, what else have they got going for them, Crepo?
I mean, that's pretty much it, isn't it? I don't know. Hopefully a really good draft phase by Probably in this ever-changing meta game with a lot of power picks. Speaking about coaching, picking champions, we're finally getting into Champs League.
We didn't have to wait at all. Here we go. H2K on the blue side. It will be Giants on the red for their debuts in this European LCS 2016.
Very interesting Morgana ban coming out because usually what we see a lot here in terms of power picks is Lulu, Gangplank, Ryze, maybe Fiora over in Korea. They really like their Lissandra, and that's what we see. Giants ban out one of the power picks. Kind of peculiar with the Morgana ban. Maybe Godfred has been playing just a lot of Morgana support even on this patch still.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, that's what everyone remembered from last year, but maybe they're just trying to bank on the fact that they don't want to have to deal with a power pick or a pocket pick rather, and Giants are sticking much more to the formula.
I like the Poppy ban because I feel that's like a pick that could tilt Forgiven. Like the greatest AD carry player who is fantastic at juking, like he's one of the best reactively juking players, maybe even in the world. Can't juke if your gap closer gets cancelled by Poppy W. So
that's true.
Removing the tilt factor from Forgiven. And for the rest, Giants looking to fill out pretty standard bans.
Yeah, Lissandra will be taken off the board too, so no mind game flex picks on that one. The last ban, there's still quite a lot available here in the power pick department.
Yeah, Fiora, Ryze is there, maybe even Lucian now that MF has been nerfed significantly. Yeah. Kindred was obviously still there, she gets banned out, so now the blue team here, H2K, they can start looking, maybe we want a power pick in the jungle, maybe a strong support.
First pick Trundle, I mean that's bold. We knew Forgiven is the big Lucian player. There are several, but he has been the biggest one. And maybe it's not really first pick worthy, but you got to expect if Giants don't answer this, if they don't take it for Audrey, it's going to go into his hands.
Yeah, I really like the Trundle Lucian lane overall as well. Forgiven can always dash in. Then you have the pillar blocking, setting up for really good trades. Just a strong laning support here that in the end is still a flex pick that can counter some of these tank top laners because there was a lot of talk about going double carry, single tank top. Well, Trundle can be an answer to that.
Yeah, so Crew will go for a very, very standard jungle pickup in the Rex side. And now we have that flex pick Ryze. We have seen it top. Definitely can see it mid. And we'll see if it does, well, where it ends up going. But they've got time for this one. And then, the Elise is still a very powerful choice. Jankos oftentimes called the First Blood King, known for that Lee Sin, but Elise is a very powerful pickup in his hand as well, in most junglers, but especially his.
Forgiven, looking to lock in the Corki here, tribute to Gambit, where he is pretty much put on Corki duty all the time, instead of playing the more fabled hard carries. First up pick, really big power spike on level 6. It could still be Corki mid 2, FLICKR played it, so therefore Rio could easily, always known as the other one, the other Zed, maybe he becomes the other Corki. Who knows?
Well, we'll have to wait on that one, but we do have a Graves pickup, which of course we've been seeing as a very strong jungle choice. Although even the last year, Forgiven was known to play that as well. But I do think that's where it's heading. The Corki we still don't know. We could be in for a triple AD carry comp.
Yeah, it has to go into the jungle, and that kind of makes more sense with the Corki pick, because Corki obviously adds another layer of magic damage, so you don't go pure double AD carry if you go for the Graves jungle. That's probably why they opted for the Corki. I'm a big fan of Graves jungle. Not as big of a fan as Deficio. I'm more just maybe like a mini fan, but I think it's an incredibly strong pick.
you're definitely right, but you definitely have to use it very early on. We know Jankos is very good at getting this early pressure in there. Now that means the answer, they may take the AD carry for themselves. The Braum Lucian lane, if that gets locked in, and it does, is a good old mainstay. Yeah, very powerful together.
Yeah, really, really good combo, mostly because it's so easy to stack the Braum passive with a gap-closing AD carry, but more importantly, the Braum shield will be fundamental in this team comp to block a lot of damage. You can soak up rockets, and more importantly, you can deny the entire damage output from the Graves. So we'll have to keep our eyes on Godfred if he can use that to peel. Already decent peel here from Giants though. Rek'Sai and Braum together should be enough of a front line to allow more carries to operate in the back lines. They'll need some time to get that Ryze scaling. Hopefully it gets put in the mid lane. Not a biggest fan of Ryze top because it's very vulnerable to ganks.
Well, what are they going to add in there? That's a real question. Again, we haven't seen Adam. And you know, you got to look at this other side of H2K in the top lane. Odoamne with Hoonigan, arguably one of the strongest top laners left in. I mean, you can say Cabochard's up there as well, Soaz of course, but Odoamne is somebody that you really can't overlook. He can definitely step up and do big things, especially on low resources.
So no Corki mid, Corki AD carry, Ahri locked in the mid, and then still a double flex opportunity here. Shen can go both support and top, so if a super tank gets locked in for the top lane, Trundle can actually be swapped to the top and Shen support can still work more than fine. So definitely a good drafting phase here from H2K with enough mid-game power, and that's really what you want to be in this meta game. Just mid-game power is what you're aiming for, because that's where you can really break open the map. At the other side, Giants is still flexing that Ryze around, so they're deciding whether it goes mid or top.
And they know that what they'll have to deal with against. Will Adam be enabled with this Ryze pickup, or will Pepinero, or X-Peppy, as he's now being called, be the one to take that? And what do they answer with? They don't want to pick a super tanky top for the stat stealing, but and they have plenty of. They really do have plenty of fun, like you said.
They need more damage. Yeah, they definitely need some more damage. So we're looking at some mid laners here. Maybe a Frost Queen's Clay and a LeBlanc could technically come out. Kind of hard to play LeBlanc to Shen though. Definitely wasn't thinking about Kennen.
No.
Maybe it's not.
It's usually not on everybody's minds, but if they do take that, that should go to the top. It is locked, and it's all to see if that's what they go with.
So range their ass into the Shen, could bully him out of the lane. So early gank coming out for Adam could definitely do some bad things to H2K here. So if they can get Adam snowballing, it's a good thing because he can bully out the Shen. If they leave him alone, he still adds a lot of teamfight power. So Giants definitely looking for a teamfight composition. Braum incredibly strong, Rek'Sai has good peel. They have a wealth of crowd control effects that then the Ryze can operate in the middle.
Yeah, this is definitely a solid composition for Giants. It could be a strong lane in the top lane. It's definitely a strong lane in the bottom. Obviously, X-Peppy has dealt with a lot of really wonky and lopsided matchups in the past, and he's tended to be the one that comes out on top and carries, but he can also be a bit of a wild man, going in too deep, and Ryu knows how to take advantage of situations like that. And on Ahri, you know, he had a couple of beast games last year. Probably was very outspoken, saying Ryu is the hidden carry, the one that no one expects to step up and just deliver the pain.
Yeah, looking at some interesting gank opportunities here, but we'll get into that later. Coaches shake hands, and we're ready to load onto the Rift.
Oh, yes, indeed we are. And you can see Ryu's already going to be looking to go very aggressive. It's the way the Ahri does it, but we want to know what you guys have to say. Why don't you go ahead and hit us up on Twitter, hashtag H2KWin or hashtag GIAWin, as we get ready to load up into our third game of the day. Action starting hot and heavy, and you guys at home, we want to hear from you, so why don't you let us know. As we get ready to start it up, Giants, H2K on the board. Let's get going.
So yeah, the junglers will be very important this game. If Ku can find an opening, snowball a lane, because the combination of some snare from Ryze and then an instant flash knockup from Pepinero, or X-Peppy as he's called right now, could be enough to kill Ryu. As opposed to Jankos, he's just bringing a lot of damage to these lanes, so you'll need the laners to provide the crowd control effects themselves.
And they definitely have a lot to go on. You know, Ryu's got the charm, Odoamne's got the dash. If they start doubling up early and making big plays, taking advantage of that pre-level 6 teleport, the summoner spell one that is, they can definitely bring the pain to Giants, who are starting to step a little bit forward. They have instigated this lane swap, or at least part of one. Audrey's up in the top side,
dangerous.
But Godfred's in the bottom. Forgiven is going to check into some pain.
I think.
He is going to get flashed away, rather. Peppy pops his ghost, maybe a little bit too late, and Forgiven will make it out.
Peppy started snare. You should never start snare if a Braum is stacking passives, and more importantly, should not do it until after the Braum passive gets procced, because
Yeah, this is going to be a rough laning phase. Pepinero starting with a snare right now. Ryu should have actually the ability to bully that right now. And something we want to talk about now that the flash is down and the heal are forgiven, it may prompt a reaction in the bot lane from Godfred and Audrey if they actually end up laning 2v2. But we're looking at a weird swap. That's something you can do against an inexperienced team like Giants is, yeah,
there we
lane
go.
swap, but they're initiating it themselves. That's actually peculiar. Putting Adam on a ranged harass champion and then initiating lane swap yourself, forcing the lane swap with a solo queue top laner, I'm not sure if that's the right approach for Giants.
Yeah, this is definitely really curious. Forgiven Vander on the bottom side will go ahead and grab the Krugs early on, and they can get back without any worry of losing the farm. Yanko's hanging out on the bottom side to start this thing off, but I don't know if Giants are looking for the lane swap preemptively and trying to
the only thing that makes sense.
what?
The only thing that makes sense is that because Forgiven lost his summoners and he has a tough matchup against him, Giants thought that H2K would default to a lane swap in the top lane even more. But right now, Forgiven losing the heal and the flash actually does not matter. So he doesn't get any impact because he'll be farming for the majority of the early game. However, Xpepi does lose the impact from using the Ghost and starting with the W early in the lane.
Yeah, so Ryu shouldn't have too much trouble there. Not much of a CS lead, but obviously they've just gotten in there, and we can already see that there is a bit of a roam going on. Ottawamne looking to maybe try for a fast push with the help of Vander. Since there's no one here to stop this, this should be one of those good old 3v or 4v0s.
Yeah, you even want to speed up the 3v0 even more because the way the jungle experience got changed right now, junglers, they still get full experience from the camps, but laners not so much. So an extended double jungle where you're sharing is just less efficient. So the quicker you can get your top laner in that 3-man scenario and you can bounce that wave back, that's what you want right there.
Sad Yankos.
Experiencing some difficulties here with the patience bar on the go.
There we go, gets it that time. So because H2K started this one a lot sooner, Giants took a little bit more time. They should be able to finish it up faster, but it's still relatively even, and the question is then, do they go back and reset after the fact, or do they just keep pushing their luck? I feel like a team like Giants might just do that.
Yeah, definitely want to push in, reset, bounce the wave to your top laner, get him ahead, and then equal out. What we've seen in the LCK over in Korea is that the lane swap starts like this, teams swap around to the other side. Both towers, tier 1, go down on each side of the map, and then a very slow mid-game starts where teams are struggling to get anything done. LCK analysts predict that to happen every game. I think the next step then is really deep vision, and maybe H2K can generate that and start opening up the map that way. I do think Giants will struggle if that scenario actually comes to play.
Yeah, especially considering H2K have all the tools for a really ridiculous mid-game team. If they can get off on the right foot and not get set too far behind and into a really stale situation, as Rio doesn't know what's coming for him. Ku comes in, but he's out. Lands the charm too onto Xpepi. Nice.
Yeah, and definitely Ryu knows what to expect here. If you look at the bottom lane and the top lane, there's no way a jungler is going to interact with any of these lanes, so the only place ganks can happen is in the mid lane. If then Pepinero or Xpepi starts playing up a little farther ahead, Ryu basically smells the gank.
Yeah, pretty easily. And there's a lot of escapes that they have too. Even though Ryu's only level 4, once he hits 6, that's not going to be as much of an issue as long as he hangs on to his ultimate, unless he goes right for Pepi's face. And still fairly even as he pushes the wave forward himself. We start to see some semblance of normalcy. Just your basic lane swap, nothing else to see here with a couple of towers pushed early. 4.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, look at Yankos. He's going to assist his bottom lane, which is now top lane, to really zone off Adam off that tower. Adam level 3 on the cannon with teleport. And Dorn's Blade, incredibly stunted build path. So Giants opting for this lane swap puts them pretty far behind.
Yeah, this could definitely not turn out too well for them, but now we've got a 2v0 in both sides. A bigger wave for Giants, but they definitely took a little longer to get there. You can also see Yankos working his way through the Giants' topside jungle, so teams are just trading back and forth right now, giving each other a sort of gentleman's agreement as Ottawamne comes and joins the top side.
One thing that does work for Giants though, these accelerated gold gains from these turrets going down does help Pepinero get to his items quicker, and he obviously wants to scale as quickly as he can.
Yeah, that'll definitely help out Pepinero, but again, H2K, if they can group up after these outer towers are gone and they can start forcing things, they have the tools. Once they hit the power spikes, it's not quite mid-game yet, to be able to get some serious damage onto Giants and shut the Rise down early.
No, that's a very good point, Pyra, because if you put the Graves and the Corki and the Ahri together in the mid lane, combine that with a zone that comes from a Trundle pillar, it will be incredibly hard for the Giants lineup to wave clear. The only reliable wave clear that they have is Lucian's Culling on level 6. Other than that, Rise will actually be out of position trying to clear those waves. So the siege that H2K have on that third middle tower that will eventually open up the map will be incredibly hard to deal with for the Giants.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the emphasis now that the outers are all gone should be placed in that middle side. A lot of towers taken early on with the pushes back and forth. Jankos is already motioning up towards that side of the river, trying to get the wards in for himself too.
Yeah, they're setting up the wards right now. We're not quite there yet. Obviously, we need the rockets on the Corki. We need the level 6 on the Graves. We need the threat of an instant burst. And then obviously we need the flank squad because Giants' response will be an immediate engage, cannon flank TP, Coup flash knockup, snares, concussive blows. That's the things you're looking for from the side of Giants.
They're still stacking pretty heavily on the bottom side. Vander and Jankos hanging out and just continuing to own this jungle. Coup has been focused more on trying to catch Ryu out, but now that he's got Spirit Rush available, he's going to immediately use it. Dashing sideways, they've got the teleport. Maybe he looks to turn onto Peppy. Godfrey is there. Oh no, maybe didn't want to complete this one, but he gets a double taunt off nonetheless, and another teleport comes in. This time from Adam, everyone backs away, but 2 TPs spent on both sides.
Yeah, normally if you get that level 6 mid laner action going on, the top laner joins in on level 6 as well, but Odoamne, the level 4, instantly has to flash out. Good reaction from Ryu though. Dodges. He had to immediately use ulti, otherwise the flash knockup could have been a one combo exchange right there.
Much lower cooldown though than that teleport, so he won't have too bad of a time of it. You can see Audrey pushing in on the top side versus Odo as he gets back to that point. Ryu perfectly fine in this mid lane. He's going to be so hard to gank. This guy's reaction times is just super crazy, and Coup, well, we don't really know how he's going to perform. That's what we talked about. He is one of the big question marks. This is his first LCS start. He's played in challenger teams galore, but this is the big stage.
Right now, Audrey is pushing in the top lane, dueling Odoamne. This lane swap has successfully hidden Audrey though, one of the weaker members on Giants. Many even question why he is still on the roster, as he was one of the worst AD carries in Spring and Summer, so didn't have to lane against the Forgiven God, so that's good. He's even on CS, they're even just like 9 CS behind, which technically is ahead against Forgiven.
Yeah, yeah, you're close enough, but I mean, still, it's still worrying if you take a champion that is lane bully like Lucian and you then don't want to opt for the lane. Now you can see Forgiven is already looking to try for that duel. He's picked the package up and he has set.
Yeah, he's trying to find Audrey.
Guy in his sights. There
you see, immediately when he picks up the package, it actually plays a global sound and slightly reveals Corki for a minute, like a miniature amount of time, like a second or something.
Haven't you?
Yeah, I've played against a lot of Corkis and then got owned when I don't look at my minimap. So when they base, always look at your minimap because he reveals for like 1 second, and then you gotta run away because package will just literally own you. So good pinging there, good awareness from Giants right now. The gold's still even, and their vision's actually slightly better. They put 3 ping ports down in their own jungle though. They should be slightly farther up. That's what I really ping ports. You need to use them. They're so valuable. Only 75 gold. They last for an incredible amount of time. All they need to do to equal a normal ward is last 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and you easily get that value out of a pink ward.
Yeah, and H2K have got quite a lot of wards themselves, including that pink that Coup should spot, but he's not going since he sees the blue already taken away. Jankos has pretty much had his way with the Giants jungle so far this game. You can see that they are trying to keep that vision hot so they know exactly where both he and Godfred are at this point. H2K can now have a little bit more free reign on the map, and as you see, definitely a little more faith being placed in the H2K side, but about 40% of fans saying Giants are going to win this game.
A lot of fans rooting for Giants here. Wuhan up to Ryu. Yeah, slow early game. That's what we expected when a lane swap happens. It's almost a gentleman's agreement. It's very hard to break the mold because the successful play patterns, as you see Audrey a little stuck here behind the pillar, are just taking down tower, swapping around, taking down the other tower, and then it becomes a vision game, which is slower. It's a beautiful game, but not as much blood.
Speaking of slow, Jankos doing his best to clear the pink ward away. Reload. There we go. And a lot of Giants members now sticking around on the bottom side, or at least 2, I should say. 3. Adam is there along with Godfred and Coup. They're going to see if they can bait Odoamne, but he's been very smart about saving his taunts. If he needs to escape or if he can bait 3 under the tower, he can definitely get some serious damage. And this game is accelerated so fast, which means you can't necessarily dive that early on. Now Jankos and Rio could be in a bit of trouble, but they catch Coup on a charm. Godfred unbreakables, and they'll back away.
Giants realize that H2K is about to set up for the siege. Look at Forgiven pushing top lane. He's rotating down the mid lane. You'll have Jankos, Forgiven, and Rio triple range with some catch. Pushing into Xpepe's rise. So can Giants hold off this siege? Can they block the siege? Because this tower is under massive pressure.
500 gold lead for H2K. They look to extend it a little bit further. Charm gets narrowly dodged by Xpepe. They can't quite finish this one off just yet, but they do have the tools to get away. Traffic cone is up. Jankos is here now, sending out the Foxfire. Ryu just trying to keep the poke going. Another charm is dodged. But if they keep doing this and there's no response from Giants, they can get this tower sooner or later.
Yeah, and Oduwamne right now, he has Stand United available, so he can just comfortably freeze or soul push the bottom wave. There's a very slow response from Audrey. He's not pushing out top for some reason. He's taking his time with that wave. That means H2K has all the time in the world to land Charm, maybe even Burst Coup.
Not quite enough damage, but Jankos is certainly getting there. That will mean they can polish off the tower, get themselves in a much more comfortable lead. And yeah, Audrey is just not a part of this. He's down still about 16 CS. He's having to take some more junk. Well, rather, he's having to continue to stay up on the top side. Oduwamne, meanwhile, is free pushing in the bottom, but he's got the double teleport available. That's the difference, and H2K are making much better use of their tools this game.
Yeah, and Giants, they just open up Pandora's box by letting that mid lane and tower fall for free, because right now, H2K have the liberty to invade any side of the jungle, put deep wards, and then start picking them off, even securing potential dragon if Giants don't sneak it right now.
They're going to try. Adam and Ku are there. Vander should know, but they know he's there thanks to that ward that he just clears off the board. Half the tower, or half the dragon rather, is taken down. They might just give this one away. It's not too big of a deal to give up first dragon because you know you can take another. It's never going to come down to that fifth situation. So Giants do successfully sneak that. Good move by them, but they've still got some catching up to do.
And yeah, Oduwamne said it in the interview. 15 games they've played, give or take, with the lineup. So a lot of working to do, but they already have a good framework to operate within. They have Oduwamne, who's an experienced player. They have Jankos and Vander, who have that jungle support synergy from in Rocket from last year. Not the best mid-game, boarding-wise from them, but at least they have some experience. Contrast that with Ku, who's coming in fresh in the LCS here. Has to work with Godfred, who didn't really have that synergy either last year with Frederick.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit more rebuilding for Giants side. H2K seem to have the synergy locked up. And you know, you got to think for these former Rocket members, Jankos and Vander, it's not the first time they've worn H2K either. If you go back to 2013, there was that 3-month stint. I believe they won DreamHack Bucharest way back in the day, but they still got him in the closet.
I don't have that backlog, man. I was just playing League of Legends back then. I wasn't paying attention.
That's okay, Crepo. You got the game knowledge. I can't do it.
You got the statistics?
Oh yeah. Oh well, no. Spellsy's got the statistics, but he feeds them to me. So more push on this bottom side. Tier 2 now. They can keep stacking up like this, and they're starting to get to these dangerous power zones. One more item component away from the Trinity Force for the Corki, and you know how Ham Forgiven can get when he feels powerful.
Yeah, exactly. And just like you were talking about how they would take down the middle lane tower earlier, they're doing the same thing right now. Push the side lane, get some of the Giants members there frantically trying to clear that wave. Once they're in that position, walk away. Move to another lane. Siege that tower. Once they're there, walk away again, because H2K, they have ranged advantage, they have poke, and as long as they don't get flanked and hard engaged upon, they will just siege every single tower down in this mid game.
And what is Adam doing on this Kennen right now? What is Audrey doing with this Lucian? The power spikes that they have, what they were able to do in the early game, didn't happen because of those fast pushes. They haven't responded well. They've just been trying to catch up in farm, but they're falling behind their counterparts.
Yeah, and Audrey's also stuck on the economy build here. Coffee's Warhammer and the Cloak Agility. Jankos will expand on that, get caught a little bit.
He's going to flash. He doesn't dash. Looks like he spent it already, but Oduwamne's there. The Rift Herald is starting to beat on him, but Giants are in hot pursuit right now if they can get the catch, but there are a few more dashes, and now they've let him on a wild goose chase, which means that Ryu can start pushing in the bottom side. Forgiven's going to join them. They've got so much going for them as long as they don't lose anything.
Yeah, action means reaction. If they go for the hard engage, they go for the pick Giants. That's all they can do, try and kill people. But H2K, they're playing the macro game, and that is something they were known for as a team last year already. You got to look at Prawley for that. This is one of the saving graces for the organization as a whole. They have this wealth of talent that hasn't always played the best macro game, but as an organization, they can mold these players in very great tactical players in addition to the mechanical prowess that they bring to the table. That is why many hail them as a super team.
Absolutely, and last year they were very quiet about that too. They had a lot of success, but they didn't generate a lot of hype because of that more macro-oriented playstyle that they eventually got to. But now they're coming in, they're such a hyped-up team. Everyone expects them second, third, maybe even first place. And they're showing that they're not missing a beat here against this Giant squad.
Yeah, look at the power spikes. Abyssal for the early safety picked up by Ryu. He knows he doesn't have to go for any fancy picks, for any Frost Queen's Rush, because they can play the map. All he needs to do is survive, so if he gets caught, he has a little bit of an advantage, or if he catches Xpepi out from a brush, he can burst him with all that penetration. Once he gets Frost Queens finished, it's going to get even more dirty or disgusting, because once Giants are starting to rotate between the lanes to match that siege, Frost Queen's Claim comes out, slows them, and that's when they get picked off. So really, a lot of control exerted here from H2K, and very little counterplay from Giants. All their moves are incredibly scripted and honestly obvious. So as long as H2K keeps up the the vision, it's incredibly hard for Giants to find an opening.
Well, you know, we don't allow scripting here, so Giants could be in a lot of trouble. At the moment, you're welcome. At the moment, they really need Adam to try for a flank, but they don't have enough deep vision to pull this off. They don't have any speed boost really outside of the cannon. I mean, this is the issue. It seems like their comp, yeah, you said it, they're very linear in what they can do.
Yeah, Adam now finished his Zonias though. He's looking for a teleport flank. That's what he wants. Ooh, good pillar by Vander.
Yeah, very nicely done. Forces that summoner spell away. Audrey will have a much harder time here. And again, they can keep pushing. Now, there's a teleport coming in. That's the flank, but Adam, he's going around the backside. They may be able to catch Jankos. They do get the stun off. He's exhausted. Throws the Zonias. That's the start. First blood. It's 16.5 minutes into the game, but Giants secure it. Odo comes in. They want revenge on the side of H2K. Ku running distraction duty, but he might sacrifice himself. Will it be a 1 for 2? It looks like it. Giants started it off, but they lost more than they got.
Yeah, very forced opportunity here. Adam lands, flashes one direction, and then uses his lightning rush to go one other direction. They get one pick, but they used all the bullets right there. Odo comes in, beautiful tower flash, and then H2K, they take another tower. Just look at how easy it goes. Whereas opposed earlier, Giants, they were trying to siege, minions just disappeared immediately. Forgiven, waving through that with one rocket, one Q, and they were gone.
Take a look at how that happened again. All started with the burnt flash by Audrey, and then all of a sudden, Adam has the brilliant idea
to teleport. No home guards yet. He's still up tier 1. He's going to go back in the lane after trying to chase Forgiven with flashes. Then decides otherwise, goes to the top side. Good exhaust. Godfred's already melted. Ryu gets exhausted, but none of his damage gets really denied. And with it, taunt flash onto Audrey. Good target calling. And Pepinero is chasing the support right there. Overall, just chaos from the Giants. This play could have been set up more elaborately, better, just more structured, but it was a panic play. And you can definitely tell that some of these members are new to the LCS.
Absolutely, and they've definitely got a lot of time on their hands. This is only week 1 and only the very first day, so it's really a test run for Adam and Ku, but the whole team does need to get it together. Again, they are against a very tough squad of H2K, but for the time being, they're down 3K, they're down 3 towers comparatively. Jankos is just running right into Peppy, and that's not a great thing if you're Ryze, as an AD carry running into you. Spent the calling to try and clear the wave here. Yeah. They've still got enough damage to chunk it out significantly. Another excellent pillar from the Trundle just to keep the interrupts going. Meanwhile, Odowane is completely uncontested in mid.
Yeah, H2K have the option to rotate to NA lane. They're probably going to stay top here. Calling and Vitality are the only amounts of slightly reliable wave clear here. Forgiven just sieging away. And look how H2K is not opting in for any fights. And even though they are likely mechanically better in every single role, they could destroy these players in duels. They go for a very siege-heavy, calculated approach. Pepinero
just like that
tries to defend, but he just gets picked off. And I like the way H2K is playing this game from a macro point of view, and also what it means for progression later in this split, because they can beat up this team likely just by pure mechanical skill, but they opt for a very strategic approach.
Hopefully not show too much of their hand, but they have definitely built a comp and utilized it extremely well. We talked about the mid-game power spike. They have been rocking and rolling with it. As I just pointed out, that Frost Queen Sling completed on Ryu. And of course, look at a little bit more defensive build from Jankos. He's got the Hex Drinker just to prevent the AP damage that does exist. They're not worried about Audrey at all. To be honest, they shouldn't be.
Yeah, Audrey is the first one to get blown up in a fight, and then Jankos with the Hex Drinker, deceptively tanky there against Adam and Peppy on the double AP composition.
Yeah, and you know, they've also got their locket completed too for Vander, so they have a lot of MR available to them, and they've also got the extra shield in case someone does get popped on. It's close to 20 minutes. As you see, the Baron will be available, but H2K are likely not going to need this as they just continue on their trajectory to just keep pushing Giants further and further back, winning the war of attrition. They can take this game home easy.
Yeah, they can follow the same playbook they have been doing the entire game and then choose. They can choose which towers to siege. If they find it a little difficult, they can pick up the Baron buff. They can pick up the first Dragon buff as well, 6%. Both damages is definitely worth spending some time clearing that. Trinket-wise, 4 blue trinkets. We saw Fnatic, once they got ahead, actually opting for all the yellow trinkets because they lost longer and they don't get revealed. Perhaps actually a wiser choice if you do control the map. You don't really need to safety check brushes with the blue wards if you just move as a pack and rotate in between the lanes once all the members are revealed.
Yeah. It's definitely an option for them, but they're playing it about as safe as they possibly can right now. But there are just so many wards already scattered throughout the Giants jungle. That bottom side had always been lit up throughout this game, but Giants' warding area is pretty much limited to their own red buff and a few river entrances. They don't have a lot of vision, they don't have a lot of information, and that makes it so much harder for them to try and make these comeback plays like they did with Adam.
They can still make some picks though, because there's very limited amount of wards overall on H2K side. 3 sidestone wards, no pink wards in the inventory except on Ryu right now. and no yellow trinkets. So if the blue wards gets cleaned out, then Giants can still make some picks, and that's what they're hoping for. Somebody to get greedy, somebody to overextend.
Yeah, wait on that rise, keep on buying your time as much as you can, set up a good flank with Adam. As long as H2K don't get cocky though, that's going to be so hard. That opportunity is just not going to come along, and meanwhile the gold gap just keeps on widening. H2K 6K up, or roughly that, to Giants right now, only 31,000 gold in their pockets. Spooky Ghosts come out, Godfrey's going to get spotted right as he recalls.
Safety check by Ryu, how many people are here? 2 ghosts go out that way, there's likely not too many people here. Charming the brush, a lot of respect here from H2K.
Yeah, they're playing the safe game out, and feeling this one out to begin with. Giants Gaming, for their hand, you know, they have managed to get a little bit in this game. They haven't been completely shut down. We saw that they're willing to make these plays, but it is so scattered. If they can sync up their synergy, though, we could see a very different team by the end of this split.
Yeah. Giants here going for a Hail Mary, trying to pick somebody off, but H2K is comfortably playing passive because look at the bot lane. Odo Wamne pushing yet again.
Continuing to do what he does best. Odo, he's often functioned on low resources, but this game he just really hasn't had to do all that much as Jankos goes in really quick. That might have been a mistake, but in comes Odo for the defense. They've got so many shields on that Graves, and now Ku is caught. Forgiven says mine, and he takes himself a kill.
Yeah, special delivery, kill steal. Forgiven with the package. Love it. The new addition to Corki makes him a very strong champion. Peppy Nero in the brush.
He dodged a bit, but nothing doing. Rio's gonna take him down this time. A little help from collateral damage of Jankos. Adam had the TP, did not use it. Baron is on the table, but not for long. Godfred's the only man in the area. Adam's just farming down bottom lane. H2K have got this all locked up, and they just need to put a bow on it.
Yeah, Giants are drowning right now. There's so little counterplay, and the only counterplay is incredibly obvious moves that a team like H2K with good communication just immediately thwart.
Outer mid still standing. Audrey was able to get a little bit more damage onto it for his trouble, but with a pretty much free Baron after the take on Peppy and on Ku, H2K are sitting very pretty right now. An 8,000 gold lead. It's 23 minutes in. They still are on a massive spike for themselves. And Giants, even if they get the perfect flank, I'm not sure it's going to work at this point.
Yeah, it is too little too late. So all we can really do is judge H2K on the quality of their execution of Giants really here. What are they going to do? Obviously, splitting becomes even more efficient with that new Baron buff, or with the Baron buff in general. Look at how much of a hard time Peppy has cleaning that wave with his ultimate on, so definitely rough time here. 1-3-1 split push, Ryu in the bottom, setting up some defensive wards, no overreaching, and then yeah, slow and steady end of Giants here.
Yeah, we have become the post-game grading system for all intents and purposes. Odoamne using his Baron buff just to keep that cannon mini alive, pushing out on the top. Forgiven, Vander pushing out in the middle. Giants have pretty much centered their defense there, but it's going to be not too long before the nut starts cracking. You see Rio on the bottom side. He hasn't had any really ridiculous, wicked solo executions, but he hasn't had to. They've just stuck together. They've been able to outplay Giants on every level imaginable.
Yeah, this is what becomes like the accordion split push, where one side moves in, the other side moves on. But out, you're never fighting them, but you're just putting pressure, and until one side messes up, you kill them, take the tower.
Or just start to shove it in even further. That wave clear is absolutely ridiculous. The tower is extremely low. In comes Adam. He manages to get the stun up on Vander. Flashes in, and he throws the Zhonya's, but they're already out of harm's way. Adam is already incredibly low. So squishy. In comes Ryu. Looks for the assassin. Forgiven's going to take it. And all 5 members of H2K are right there, looking for the counterplay, just like you said.
Yeah. Immediately disengaged. Adam tries for a panic attack. Probably the best option Giants had right there. Just not enough damage right now. Odoamne tanks the tower. Take down the inhib. Look at top. Look at bottom. Inhib's dropping left, right, and center.
25 minutes is all the time we've had on the clock, but Giants just never could get it going this game. Nothing but Nexus turrets left, if you don't count the top lane, and it looks like H2K definitely don't mind. One is falling down. Giants are in full retreat, but they've got nowhere to go, and Peppy is all the way back to Fountain. Godfred says unbreakable, but it looks like the team is. Odo manages to just barely stay alive. The last Nexus turret is down. Giants are back to their Fountain. This one is all over, and H2K are making a huge statement to start this one off. They might take a little more time to do it, though.
Yeah, very slow. All around a base teleport that can get the kill. Nexus blows. Giants go down. H2K with the first win of the season. Not too much excitement because it was pretty textbook.
Good execution.
Yeah, it just shows you.
How
that
do you grade him?
8 out of 8. But yeah,
excellent job, man.
Great, yeah, great bit. Just overall, it just shows you how strong split pushing is and how much composition without sufficient wave clear can get abused, even if it falls slightly behind. like the only wave clear they had was Lucian calling and then the Rise. Adam went for the solo queue picking the cannon, and he got incredibly neutralized by the lane swap. I think Giants shot themselves in the foot majorly by opting for that lane swap. So we'll have to figure out. Maybe they'll come out on social media. I hope maybe answer the question: why did you lane swap? Was it mistakenly predicted lane swap? Because that could make sense. There was merit for H2K to actually initiate the lane swap themselves, especially if you consider that Forgiven lost his heal and his flash on level 1. But H2K didn't care. They still opted to go with 2 bot.
He was this close to being killed in the opening seconds of his first game. You remember last season rather, in the spring when he was completely unkillable. Well, it starts off, he is now 6-0-3, 100% kill participation to start things off. Even when he just jumped in to steal the kill, he made sure he had that score. So if you got him on your fantasy team, good job.
Yeah, definitely good job for drafting Forgiven there. And yeah, this game could have been entirely different if he drops there, because imagine Audrey gets damage spike, goes bot anyways, plays double Dorans into a summoner less Forgiven. Suddenly you get an entirely different game. That lack of wave clear doesn't get abused because you have winning matchups everywhere. Maybe Rise gets an extra experience boost from getting that kill. That means he levels up on the first wave. He can then in turn play aggressive. So much can change with 1 kill in the early game. That's why you never face take a brush level 1 in solo queue. Just play passive. Don't do that, kids. Don't make your support angry. But yeah, that was it for Giants.
Yeah, I mean, really, they just didn't have a chance after that. They just got pushed in too fast, too hard. 3 Furious, however many things you want to add to this one. And H2K showed off why everyone's been talking them up massively this season. The acquisitions, adding ISPA as well. It seems to have worked out so far.
Yeah, definitely need to see the progression. That's what I'm looking for from H2K as an organization, how they grow their players. Something Giants failed to do, in my opinion, last season overall. Just got note from our stats guy, 6.8k gold as a Baron power play overall, even better than what we saw in the Elements G2 game. Yeah,
more than 5.5k.
Yeah, textbook finish overall, and Jesus Christ.
I'm using them all today.
Yeah, just get rid of the memes so we can actually start casting
them off to the side.
But yeah, really, really strong Baron power play and just no answer from Giants.
No, and they definitely tried. You know, I think Adam showed a really good initiative there, but it just was too little too late, and we'll have to see as they move forward into the split. But for now, we're going to send it side stage where Pulse is going to look into H2K's victory.
Thanks, guys. I'm joined by Forgiven here after that dominating win. And first off, was that your game plan from the start? Because it was a very low-kill game, but then it was all about the tower pushing, and then the game just kind of ended.
Well, we are a tactical team. We don't play solo queue. So when you see H2K playing, you should always think that we have 5 brains and we try to play the game the most optimal way. And we have a brilliant personality and the coach that helps us. And in general, all of our team is on the same page, and I think this will further develop as the season progresses.
Talking about progression, this team versus some of the previous teams you've been on, how has it been like, 1, integrating into this team, and 2, the potential that you think this team has? What do you think about that?
Well, even before me and the other players like Jango said, Vander, that we joined H2K, the past seasons went to Worlds, we were kinda what SK were in 2014. So we kinda wanna replicate the success, but without pressure. We are a new team, like we barely played together for like 1.5 weeks. So you already understand that we're a team that develops. Like, if I predict the future, I wouldn't be joining 4 teams in a row. So I think it will be good. But right now, the only thing we can do is just we play game per game, and we try to develop as players.
Well, it started off very well, as we just saw in that last game. And finally, I do want to get your opinion just on the AD carry meta in general, how you think the AD carries have fared in the off-season, and also with Corki as well, and how you think Corki stacks up in the current tier list.
Well, like for example, I see Reddit every week, and like I see some threads that they complain about how AD carry is. The truth is that it has been worse, but it has been better. And AD carry will not be as Season 2, where you get 3 items and you one-shot 1v5 everyone. I wish it was like that, but unlucky. So I think with how the game it is right now, the role is pretty decent. That's all.
Pretty decent. Well, looks very decent on stage. Thank you very much, Forgiven, and congratulations once again on the win. We're going to shoot it over to the analyst desk to break down that game.
Well, Forgiven, spit in the fire. I always love listening to him.
Solo queue team.
No, we play tactical, out with the old, in with the new, and that goes also for the one-liner by far. Nowadays, we are a tactical team. We don't play solo queue, and that is how we can summarize this early game from H2K.
I mean, he's 100% right, because H2K is what I am Cologne when they played. It was full focus on towers, objectives, not kills. Same deal here. I think we had to wait 18, 19 minutes before we had a first blood.
We did, but you look at the team setups in general from the champion select, and it was so obvious of what they wanted to do. I mean, someone could even have predicted
some of these picks, maybe. So
You said they will run with or a control mage, or Ari, or LeBlanc
I
Fischer. You're
removed the
covering
control
all bases.
mage. I said, never mind control mage. I expect Ari or LeBlanc with the Graves jungle.
Okay.
It was very smart into the rise, full control of the lane. Shen as well would maybe struggle a little bit against Kennen. But then, where's the lane swap? Oh, why is there a lane swap?
So that's what I was wanting to get to, is they get the flash from Forgiven. Crepo talked about it. They could have just taken the 2v2. Giants take the slightly conservative play, preempt the swap perhaps out of H2K.
I think they tried to guess, yes.
I think so too. But nevertheless, they ended up in a situation where it was 2 versus 1 against a team that has Shen with the teleport, has an Ari that can roam, more global presence. I mean, Pepe was not running teleport on his rise. He was running Ghost, which does affect that. We saw teleport rise in the earlier games. So you try and then play a macro game against a team that have more global pressure and more options, and then you end up bungling it. I mean, we're about to look at one of these situations where just Adri with wrong place, wrong time.
I think, yeah, exactly what happened at the mid tower was really the opening for H2K where they take down the tier 1 mid tower, because the setup here, it's very important to understand when there's a lane swap, the guy receiving the wave towards his tower needs to be the guy with a global and often also the weaker guys. And this case has been the top laners because obviously they've been denied. So bottom lane, Shen is there with TP getting the wave. Top lane, Adri's getting, that is wrong. They should have been Adam on this Kennen. He had a few seconds left on teleport, but by now he would have it ready. He would get this wave and he could now be a threat. But because he's sitting mid and it's Adri top lane getting all this farm, there's no global pressure. So H2K know, okay, we have 5 members because we have a Shen. We can just keep pushing. They get a free mid tower. And again, there's something we highlighted earlier in the day. Towers are worth so much gold. So once you start falling behind in towers, that goalie just keeps snowballing, 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 and you fall behind in items.
Yeah, you do. And I just look at that situation. H2K weren't pushed into making any tough decisions. At no point did H2K look under pressure to, we have to, account for somebody being out of position here. It was just very simple, very quick movements to the tower, push mid. Adri's still top. He's still top. Oh, now he's coming down. We've got the tower anyway. And they just did that time and time again. Yeah. They got a couple of kills to open the game up. But honestly, by that point, H2K had such a lead because Giants just allowed H2K to just play the lane swap out. Exactly in a standard way, nothing overly special about it.
Yeah, that's very interesting to see because last season around at the beginning when H2K racked up a lot of wins, we said at the end of the split, maybe they aren't renewing anymore because they aren't dominating the competition as much as they did really much in the beginning through their tactical play. So it will be very interesting to see for me how Prolly will adapt this time around with these new players that might have a higher ceiling.
Hey, for sure, because again, if you have their mechanics, the individual talent of some of these members. We often talk about Jankos being a big upgrade, obviously, in the jungle. Add in then that macro play, which makes H2K consistent. And I think in the LCS, both NA and EU LCS, the most important thing is just having a good macro strategy, because that gives you consistency and that will beat out a lot of the teams who might have better individual players. Obviously not the case for H2K, but some other middle of the table teams. But because you have better shot calling and better communication, you take basically all the objectives away from them and they don't do anything.
Yeah, you do. I think that's such an important point. But to kind of half answer a question we asked earlier about who would be talking during the game, I did take a couple of minutes here in the studio. You do have the luxury of kind of almost being able to hear the players as they're playing. Ryu's talking a lot, Odoamne's talking a lot. Generally, all of the players are contributing, but those two seem to be the louder voices.
Yeah, very strong start for H2K and back to the drawing board for Giants. Now up next, it is the LCS Rookies of Splice versus the Unicorns of Love. And as we go, we'll hear from Hillesang on Steelback's homecoming to the European LCS.
Steelback has improved a lot. The last year when I played against him, I wasn't afraid. I didn't respect him that much. With the time he was playing in NA, he was performing good. And now that I play with him, I can see that he's really, really good.
Welcome back, everybody. You just heard a taste of War Songs, an album of remixed League anthems to accompany your climb to the top of the 2016 ranked season. And the entire album is now available for free on all major platforms starting today and can be downloaded right now at leagueoflegends.com. Is it your jam, Deficio?
Last song, no, I would say, but I think the other songs have been very, very good.
Yeah, really good things to jam to. But on to the match at hand between the new kids on the block, Splice, and the Unicorns of Love. Let's start by taking a look at that lineup for Splice. Within the top lane, Wonderwear. Then we have Trashy, Senkux, Kabi, Nisbet, and Yamato Cannon, a team that qualified for the LCS at Dignitas EU after beating Mousesports, then sold to Follow Esports, then rebranded as Splice. Could be a dark horse.
Could be a dark horse, but you know, they had a lot of roster swaps to begin. Well, I say a lot. They had a roster swap and a lot of support staff.
What are they doing?
They did change up their support staff a fair amount with that transfer, so there have been changes. Trashy joins in the jungle, Yamato joins as coach.
Yeah, so Trashy obviously was an NA playing. I think he did okay. I think it was a bit of a Gamsu case where you have clearly a good player who's just never really finding his footing because maybe the team environment doesn't work for him or the team isn't good enough to set him up properly. Obviously, I'm not expecting the same kind of performance from Trashy compared to Gamsu earlier today. Also, Yamato Cannon coming in, fairly high-profile coach, honestly, and has shown in the past that he's very good, especially in pick and bans.
Yeah, for me, this is my underdog team. I really think they can perform in the LCS, and they can really bounce into this one strong. Specifically, the solo laners, Senkux, Wonderwear showed exceptional things in EU CS, and also their macro play was incredible. However, that was against Challenger Series teams, so we'll have to see how that stacks up now. Additionally, with Yamato, what he's brought to the team, maybe he's changed that as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think the playstyle of the team, they were defined by Senkux in that mid lane. Kobe was a good solid AD carry base, but certainly a lot of it was about getting Senkux to carry. Can they do that in the LCS? That is what we have to see with time.
We will see. And from a dark horse to a pink horse, because their first chance to prove themselves will be against the Unicorns of Love, who return with some changes to their roster as well. Vizichachi, Diamond Prox, Fox, Steelback, Hillesang, and Sheepy. So, as said, last year's dark horse, they had two top four finishes rather in the EU LCS, and we kept saying they are not improving, even though they did have the spots to prove that they were obviously not a terrible team, but that strong rise never really came.
It's really weird when you look at a team who ended number 2 and then number 4 in the EU LCS, and you still think to yourself, they weren't even that great of a team. Again, because we didn't see that consistency, we didn't see the improvement, we didn't really see anything new other than crazy picks coming in from the Unicorns of Love, and that has to be fixed. But I'm not sure if changing the players will do that, because we still know like what is around this team and what do they want to do with these players.
Well, not all of the changes might have been intended, of course. We do know they no longer have Power Evil. Now Fox is in there. Something that is still there is Hillesang, who we know has also been inconsistent, but when he was on point, he really tried to put his team on his back.
Yeah, I almost feel like the Unicorns of Love have lost a lot of their identity. Talking about like the crazy picks, don't you really have like Power of Evil that anymore? But then you look at Hillesang as well. He is one of the core members of that team, along with Chachi. And if you are going to keep this team together, it's going to be built around Hillesang.
And he's also one of these guys who can make some of those unexpected plays. We know Hillesang, he loves to leave his lane, go back and buy Moby boots and like rush to top lane and set up a fairly unexpected gank from himself. Again, it works once and then it fails the second and the third time. And that's been a problem for Unicorns.
That was such a big problem, but I think they have been given a boost now in the jungle, in the AD carry role after the changes.
So I do want to challenge that. A boost in the jungle?
I would
Diamond
say so.
in Legacy, yes, but if you compare him directly to the influence that Kikis had for most in the season of Unicorns of Love, I'm not so sure.
I would somewhat agree on Kikis, but then you look at the end of the split. Kikis left. I think the Unicorns fans had to just go through that. Gilius came in for a week, then Horo, and it was unsteady. But the real question now is not the jungle role. The question now is who will fill the carry void for this team. Because to put it in perspective, Power of Evil as a mid laner was ranked 2nd for damage for all mid laners throughout the league. They've replaced him with Fox, who is 9th in damage. That's 6% of their damage has been lost now by Power of Evil leaving. They have very similar stats, Power and Fox, when it comes to kill participation, kill share. But now either Steelback or Fox has to step up and fill that void of damage that is going to be lost from the departure.
The two players you mentioned are players when they were playing on SK Gaming and Fnatic. We looked at it and said, these guys are fine players. They will do what is, I guess, expected of them, but they will never really surprise you. They will never stand out and be like, this guy is carrying his team right now. It's one of the big issues, especially for SK Gaming, because they ran a double carry setup, because Freddy was always playing tanks in the top lane, and they just didn't have enough damage because these carries couldn't pull enough of the weight. That needs to change, because Unicorns of Love cannot rely on like Visichachi every game getting super fed on some sort of carry, because he will most likely play a lot of tanks up in that top lane.
Yeah, we will see if that happens. We did think that that might happen for Fnatic as well, yet they decided to go for something more carry-oriented in the top lane. What is the key to unlocking the matchup here from the side of Splyce? I'm definitely looking at them as trying to get a good start out of the gate for a dark horse for us.
Yeah, for me, it's the solo lanes, like I mentioned before. Senkux can potentially go huge. We were talking about this in Challenger Series. Senkux is the type of player who likes the 10% chance of just going massive. He will always make those highlight reel plays. With Yamato, this may be wrong, but he strikes me as the type of guy who likes a clean game.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's going to be a conflict of style there.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, because this is a discussion we've had a couple of times that I've gone back and forth on this. Generally, I would fall on the sentiment that I think Yamato's coaching style has a slight clash of styles with how the former Team Dignitas team, as we knew them for through summer, used to play. However, the thing you have to really take into account is their age, which is something we don't normally talk about too much, but this is the first eligible split for Wonderwear and Senkux to actually be on this stage. Not only does that kind of conflict with a coaching style, now 17-year-olds have got to have a coach that's kind of manipulating or working with how
Just
they
turned
work.
20, I think,
Just
Yamato, so
he's
hey,
young
3-year
himself.
difference.
I just wonder, is he going to get kind of dragged into the joking, the meme fest?
It's like getting coached by
Maybe.
Pulse, actually.
I can't think of a worse thing.
Yamato kind of might like a clean style. To me, that doesn't mean you have to play control mages. You can play like Ari and LeBlanc and so on. I think what he wants is consistency. Again, I keep mentioning that over and over and over, but I think that's what he always talks about. And we have seen now Graves Jungle make quite an impact. In Europe today, he won both his games, and both games he was paired with Ari in the mid lane. And that means that the skirmish you have together as those two guys is extremely strong. Also, Ari tends to be able to, at least against Ryze, as the matchup we've seen, have control in that lane, enable Graves then to invade in. And to me, that sets up a clean game, because both G2 and H2K, they played aggressive junglers, aggressive mid laners, but they had clean games and almost gave nothing away. It took all the towers, took the Baron, whatever. There were never really any chance for Elements or Giants to do anything. So that was very clean games for me, and I think Splyce can do the same, or look to do the same.
And what goes in complement to that is Senkuk's champion pool. Is not only does he play Victor very well as a control mage, that is one of the champions he spammed throughout summer. Ari is in his champion pool, Azir is there, just these very heavy carry champions. Some of them are control mages, some of them just love to snowball. So he does have that versatile kit. Can they unlock that on the rest of the map is my big question.
We'll see. I do hear that the players are still not ready on stage, but we are getting to that as fast as possible. You had a point, or were you just fiddling with me?
I just like touching my knee. That's basically it. But I can bring up a point. It's fine. There is a player you mentioned earlier yourself. Is Diamond Prox.
I was going to bring it up myself,
awesome.
actually.
Hey, there we go. Diamond Prox. Last year, it was very strange, because this used to be the guy who invented counter jungling and all that stuff and yada, yada, yada a few years ago.
Those little things.
Big things, obviously. Like, fantastic legacy player. But last year, he became basically a warding machine. He had the lowest impact of any jungler in the early game. All he would do, honestly, was put down a ton of wards, often more than like any other jungler would do. And he would like set up Kapusha to carry by applying vision, and then like staying nearby saying, if someone ganks you, I'm here, don't worry, the counter gang is ready, and Kapusha could then play super aggressive. That style should not fit with Unicorns of Love, because Visichachi is a very different player compared to Kapusha. Kapusha is more the all-in aggressive type, Chachi is more all-round player.
Yeah, well, I do hear that the players are ready, so we're going to see what they can bring. Let's head inside and get into that game.
Thank you very much, Shax. We are just about ready to get started between Splyce and Unicorns of Love. But, Krepo, I feel like this is a matchup that, just like the first one, should be very, very close in terms of how competitive these two teams are at the moment.
Yeah, just a lot of question marks. I just want to jump on what Deficio was talking about there, how much Diamond Prox was warding. We actually did some research there about, we managed to track how close the jungler was in the early game to their laners, and how much time they spent within 2,000 range of any of their laners in total. We tracked that, ranked that for all the junglers in the European LCS in summer. Diamond Prox ranked dead last, and not even like close to the 9th place. He was dead last by a significant margin. That means he spent barely any times within interaction range of any of his laners. Combine that with a very poor kill participation from 3 minutes to 56%. He was basically doing nothing in the early game, and that has to change because Diamond Prox was one time the best jungler in the world, innovating, changing the meta on himself. And last season rather, he was just a shade of his former self.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a new team. This is a new split, a whole new season. We'll have to see if he's able to make that happen. This is the first time he's been out of the Gambit Moscow 5 uniform era pretty much. So it's a chance for a fresh start for him. You know, fulfill those New Year's resolutions. But for now, we are going to get ready into champion selection. Splice and the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, New Year's resolution for Diamond Prox. Gank his lane, get a kill, and then everybody's happy. Splice, on the other hand, just a lot of question marks. Honestly, this is a team with the most amount of possible variance. They can go up, they can go down, depending on how the coaching works. How efficient is Yamato as a coach? Right now, he has a lot to prove. He gets a fresh roster, no playstyle embedded into it in LCS right now, not much experience. He can mold that to the perfect little Yamato squad, so we need to see if that works.
A lot of little Yamato cans running around. I'm not sure how I feel about that one, but
if they all have the same voice, that deep
then,
voice.
You know what? Maybe we can get a quartet or a sextet going, if you will. We've got a lot of bans going very, very quickly. Trundle's off the board. Kindred, of course, we expect the permaban. The Shen's taken away. GP, Lulu, Lissandra, all standard stuff so far, but that does leave the Rise open, and it is instantly picked up on Splice.
Yeah, very little surprises so far. Tom Kench being hovered. We saw it in the LCK. Duke played it already. We saw it earlier today, too, on Kikis. Just gets incredibly tanky. Really hard to take down, and once you're almost there, he pops that Grey Health for another shield.
True, and it is still a very flexible pick. Of course, we could also see Chachi going back to his old favorite, newly changed champion. I really want to see him play top Poppy. Please do it. But if these two picks go through, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, probably not, because Alistar is technically a flex top laner. Tom Kench is a flex top laner support. Tom Ken's jungle technically exists, so don't give up just yet.
All right.
There's still hope.
There is hope.
There is.
I like what I'm hearing.
A sliver of hope right there. But yeah, Alistar probably going to Healstein because he was a good Alistar player overall. Just a strong support right now, especially if Trundle's out, which is one of the better laners into Ali. I like to pick up double tank already. And that opens up for Diamond Prox to potentially play as Nidalee, which was a fantastic champion for him.
It's true. It was mostly in the spring, but he played it to great effect. He had a good early game on it, and then he built it late game with the Rod of Ages. We've got a Poppy locked in, though, on the side of Splice, so Unicorns won't have a chance for that one.
Yeah, at least you got your Poppy.
Yeah, it's still a Poppy. I'm happy. And do we expect this to go in the support? I mean, we've got the Rise still flex pick. Poppy can, of course, go 3 roles. Nothing really is revealed except Illusion here.
I mean, likely, I don't think it lanes well into Tom Kench top at all. It doesn't like Poppy is all about burst. So in top lane, what you want to do is pop your W, walk next to the guy, and be like, if you don't run away right now, I will ram you into that wall. That's not going to happen against Tom Kench. He will just end up eating you. So definitely Poppy support here, combined with Illusion, the strongest AD carry on this patch. Kalista, again, is blocked right now. Poppy support blocks the choice of Kalista unless you can really work around that W. So likely going to see something like Ezreal, maybe Corki come out.
Don't do the Kalista. There we go.
Do it. If you can outplay, if you can send the message. I like Kalista, but it's so hard to play.
We haven't seen Steelback in EU since pretty much since MSI. He did play in North America for a little bit, but this is kind of his second chance, if you will, to show himself on the stage. He had a rough time at MSI, but admittedly that was against some of the world's best AD carries. So
yeah, he showed some progression with Fnatic as a cleanup AD carry. He got a lot of flack then because at MSI he was clearly outclassed. Then went to NA Challenger, which is slightly below the level of MSI, and did well there. Now it's redemption time in EU. Gravity Chamber goes up a little bit again, you know, a little harder.
It turns it back up.
See how he performs.
Diamond Prox has got himself a fairly standard jungler in that Elise pickup, so we're not going to see any Nidalee shenanigans today. At least not from him.
So, fun interaction, since you like your Poppy. Elise's Q is technically a gap closer, so it gets cancelled by Poppy W.
Ah, yes.
As opposed to the Ezreal Arcane Shift, which is a blink. Poppy concept that. That's why Steelback went for that pick into the Poppy support.
All right. The real question now, if they do end up blocking the Rek'Sai, is where is their last pick going? Do they take the Rise for Wonderwear or for Senkux? And it looks like, ooh, the Varus. We haven't really thought about that too much, but it has been played in a lot of poke compositions, and I'm not really sure where it fits in here when they've got
Yamato
somebody wants to run at them.
Is like, Senkux, I know you want to outplay people, but you're on my team now. You're going to play that poke champion, control mage in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Listen to your coach, boy. And yeah, Varus locked in.
So that's done. They've got their full composition lined up. We see where those are going, and now the last thing to see is where does Fox go? Does he take this very safe Orianna pick? He still have a lot of trouble with the poke, or does he go for something that can also answer back? Maybe he takes the Ezreal, and they decide to shuffle their AD carry.
I think Ezreal mid is dead and gone. Hopefully, not the biggest fan of that pick. I would like to see something more aggressive. Unicorns of Love have a good tanky front line. If they get behind, though, the Orianna Ezreal will be lacking in damage, I feel. But they actually have the makings for a good pick comp if they go for some hyper-aggressive mid laner here, like LeBlanc or potentially Ahri.
Yeah, possibility. But still,
dreams alive.
I'm telling you, it could happen. I don't make accurate predictions often, Crepo, but when they do happen,
they're very accurate.
100% of the time.
100%.
Ah, it's a Zed. Okay.
See, I like it. I like it. More action, more excitement.
There we go. We get an assassin locked in.
Into a non-gap closing AD carry in the mid lane. Combine that with Elise who can repel into the lane. Flash Cocoon. So many plays to be made. So it will be hard for Trashy to keep Senkix alive, and Senkix will have to play at maximum range.
Yeah, but you know, not for nothing. A lot of people are looking at this guy as the next great EU mid laner, but he's going to have to prove himself on the LCS stage. So far, he's only been showing it off in Challenger, but you know, they did manage to have a very, very successful run in that Challenger Series to get here.
Yeah, and back to the bot lane, cool interaction too is that usually when you see a melee support engage, the response from an Alistar will be to knock away the AD carry, wait for them to walk back, and then knock both of them up with Pulverize. However, if Poppy positions well with W, Alistar's W in turn gets cancelled, also a gap closer. So you can really screw up the Alistar combos, so we need to see if Hylissang can opt around that or start roaming.
Yeah, well, Hilly is definitely going to be someone who has to put a lot of things on his back, because we talked about how great of a player he was on Unicorns, but he was a bit inconsistent.
Very inconsistent.
And he now has to really step it up and play at his all 100% of the time, as the coaches, Sheepy and Yamato Cannon, experienced all, will walk off the stage together and hope their team takes it out. Now, why don't you at home tell us what you think? Tweet your predictions and prophecies at LOL Esports, hashtag SPY win or UOL win, if you think Splyce or Unicorns are going to take this one home.
And yeah, if you're used to Fox being a very passive player later in summer and you didn't really see anything of him, he was 5-0 in the spring split on Zed overall, so he definitely can play that champion. That was obviously when SK was doing incredibly well, so take it with a pinch of salt, but we could see some action, and that is why Senkux is running with the exhaust, because he's scared of the assassination.
Scared or not, they're going to have to face off. The team spawn up onto the Rift. We'll have to see who takes this one home. The newcomer Splyce, or the old boys at this point, Unicorns of Love, with some new faces on their side.
Yep, redemption around Diamond Prox. Can he do it? Can he perform on this Elise?
You never thought you'd hear the phrase Diamond Prox is a big question mark, but he really is, just because he's had such a binary
a lot of people,
year.
A lot of people gave him times. Like a start, yeah, you know, it's just a slip up. It's still Diamond Prox, the best jungler in the world, but
no more
honestly,
excuses.
the last 2 years, he's left a lot to be desired. Starts with the Hunter's Talisman. Steals health. Not the standard machete that we usually see. I've seen Elisa start both.
Mm-hmm. We'll have to see how they decide to start the lanes off. But, you know, talking about this Splyce team, too, obviously newcomers into the LCS, as we just said, but they only made the one change. They kept it all Danish. They're the only national squad in the LCS. We know that they have, this camaraderie amongst themselves, and we know that with Yamato at the helm, experienced coach that he now is, he should be able to bring them together and like Pulse was saying, kind of mold them the way that he wants.
Yep.
But the question remains, like, how long have they been working with him? How long are they going to have that cohesion? And now that he's out, his voice is out of the game for the time being, do they maybe fall back into some of the things that sunk them, taking longer times to win their games, fixating on dragons, which isn't really going to be a good idea in this meta?
Yeah, what do you do when those sultry bass tones disappear from your headphones? You suddenly have to think for yourself. But as with any team we see this week, we got to give them some time. You can't make immediate judgments. You just see a small amount of the bigger picture right now, and we need 2 or 3 weeks before we can honestly start judging these teams. Nisbet finds Hylissang. Hylissang did the Turks together with Steelback. We are in a double lane swap scenario, so the lanes are normal but upside down. Kobe and Nisbet did not get a camp. See here a little interaction with the Poppy. Obviously, you can throw that shield out every so often and a little harass. Also counts as a melee attack, so you can get a relic proc from afar with that shield. Makes it very easy for Poppy to generate those relic stats.
The Australia lane situation, we'll have to see if Steelback can deal with Kobe and Nisbet. This is a very dangerous lane with the Lucian. With the Poppy, Hilly's going to have his work cut out for him. Or will he just sacrifice and go on a roaming spree as we thought he might? But Steelback, he needs to farm up. He's needing to get this tier early on. And we saw what happened when Ezreal couldn't get an early tier earlier today.
Yeah, definitely won't be roaming too much because I think Steelback will just get straight up dove. Trashy
gets spotted by a ward here, presumably placed by Diamondprox earlier. So knowledge on the side of Unicorns of Luck. They have the information right now because Diamond's in the dark.
Trashy will be able to clear out that Scuttle Crab early on. Pretty standard move. It was popularized by Rainover earlier on last year when quick jungle camps, clearing out the vision, don't need to spend the ward early
Scuttle
on.
don't fight back.
It doesn't. It runs away though real fast sometimes, and not always the way you want it. Chachi and Wonderwear should have pretty much just a happy slap fest for a little while, as Wonder's going to need some time for himself to also scale up. A lot of tiers this game.
Yeah, the risk in a Tom Kench matchup is that you allow him to get 2 stacks and then he keeps walking on you. And then the threat of the 3rd stack makes it impossible for you to trade back. So definitely want to avoid a Q auto effect there. So hide behind the minions is paramount for Wonderwear.
Diamond is creeping, crawling up to the top. Kabi and Nisbeth have already backed off a little bit here. I don't think he's going to be able to get much done.
No, he's in counter gank mode right now. He's hoping that Rek'Sai reveals himself across the tunnel because they're pushing lane, has the Raptor buff, knows he can spot wards, spots that ward eventually, goes back to his jungle later on. So far nothing. We see some pressure from Fox in the mid lane, but that's a big way from Senkus. If he can get like half of this, he can actually even out the CS.
This is definitely a lane I want to keep my eye on this game. As Senkux takes a little bit extra damage from Fox's Shadow proc there. And
good pressure by Fox.
Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of Zeds, and this is a good pick into a very immobile champion like Varus. Obviously, you could get locked up very quickly once he hits 6, the Chains of Corruption. Senkux is a very strong player, but this is Fox's chance to say, hey, I'm here, I am very relevant, and I can be a very strong carry-oriented mid laner. That's something that Unicorns really need on their squad.
Yeah, definitely winning matchup for Zed in the early game without any jungle interaction. Obviously, if he uses his Shadow to harass, that's when he opens himself up for ganks, but that's when Diamondprox needs to be there to back Fox up.
Absolutely. Just continues to send it out. A WE combo, very deadly. Senkux won't get 100 to 0'd very easily, but Fox is just laughing it up right now. He's got the level advantage, he's got CS lead.
100 to 0, not yet. Once Zed hits level 6, that's when it gets dangerous. Prox now. Get behind Wonderwear.
Wonder has no idea this is coming. Has to know now. The tongue lashes out. The Spiderlings are on. Flashing forward. Vizichachi is looking to eat somebody, and he does manage to pick up first blood. Yeah. 5 minutes on the clock.
No flash from Wonderwear. Immediate reaction from Trashy pathing down, but look at Fox. He was ready to join that party. He was ready to counter gank. So really good movement, and that's because he was initially pushing mid lane. Senkux was pressured, so fantastic move. Maybe Wonderwear could have gotten out of it if he used Flash, but he chose to reserve it.
Still keeping fairly even with Chachi in the CS department right now. There isn't a lot of latent threat from the Tom Kench other than obviously getting those couple of stacks on you, but it changes the game when Diamondprox is there, and he helps out secure that first blood. Trashy, meanwhile, will go on a jungle invade spree just to grab some vision, but he still doesn't know where Diamondprox is.
Yeah, hey, that's what we were talking about. He spent so little time interacting with his laners. Right now, he probably spent more time within that 2,000 range, unit range rather, than he did in many of the games last summer.
Yeah, maybe he's learned his lesson. That's the big thing. So
maybe he has a better team, you know. Maybe it wasn't him.
Hey, you know, Gambit towards the end. It's funny, you know, funny Splice obviously purchasing, or rather Vitality was purchasing that Gambit spot, and then, you know, all kind of went haywire after that. Diamondprox managed to find this team, and they said they really were interested in picking him up. They really wanted him here as Nisbeth throws down his W. The defense there, Fox back in the bush. Uh-oh, there's a couple of stacks. Chachi wants to take another bite out of Wonder, but he won't be able to get it. Has to settle for a minion. Just a snack.
You saw it in top lane right there, the zone from Hylissang threatening the double combo. Nisbeth says, no, I have W, you can't combo.
Not this time, so haven't seen that Poppy excellently used so far. Kabi and Nisbeth will take some damage from the headbutt pulse combo. Hylissang gets fire returned on him, but Steelback is nice and healthy, which means he can keep jumping forward as he pleases for the time being, just continuing her harass. But Diamondprox is also here. Are they looking to set up a dive, Crepo?
Yeah, they're definitely looking to get something out of this. No, not really expected, so they need to push him in. Land some zones, Steelback low on mana though, and it's incredibly difficult to dive a Poppy. Remember, you can cancel the Elise Q in Spider form with Poppy W.
They know it's coming. Gotta be targeting the Kabi. Instantly heals. They look for Nisbeth now as they turn their attention. There goes the knock-up on the Poppy. Should be going down. Diamondprox changes the direction of the tower aggro, but Hilly's gonna go down as well. Kabi has flashed, but he now is in trouble as he's outside the range of his tower. Steelback picks him up, and all of a sudden, Fox flips the switch. Gets exhausted, gets chained, but Senkux is low. Senkux is ignited. And now, no one will go down in the mid lane.
Yep, just exchange of ultimates, exchange of summoners, but Fox still has the pressure. Always pushing that mid lane, especially if he sees that the junglers were top.
2-for-1 summoner trade. Senkux had to burn both his flash and his exhaust very quickly on that one. But, and his ult, of course. Fox just used his Ignite, didn't get the kill, but he did return fire. That was a really nice arrow at the end of it that nailed Fox right down the middle, so he was able to make sure he couldn't jump back in on him as healthy as he could. Take a look at at this mid lane and just adjacent to it too. You can see Diamondprox and Hylissang hanging out here too. Really just clearing the wards out, making sure that Splyce doesn't have any more information than they want to give him. A slight lead to Unicorns, thanks to that kill differential. The action in the top lanes really permitted that, but now you see the swap back. Yep. Chachi and Wonderwear both on the top side, everything else is normal again, and you know, we've turned the earth back right side up.
Everything is normal again. Steal back here in the bottom. Hylissang went for a little ward clear spree. Nisbeth got a ward of his own. Lane's a bit of an awkward position because there's enough distance for Tahm Kench to chase the Ryze down, but Wonderwear may use that to his advantage to bait out Visit Chachi here because Crashy is waiting in the wings.
Waiting in the wings indeed. You know, the thing about Rek'Sai, you can never really tell. She's going to be coming right out the bush at you since that ultimate has so much mobility available. Chachi takes a lot of damage, but he goes right back on in, and that's the bait. Can he get his Grey Health on? The knock-up is there. He's got to pop it. He's just barely able to do it, and now they've got to back away. Man, if there was just a little bit more CC there, it would have been fish food.
Yeah, this is why this matchup's actually pretty strong, because Ryze is a champion that when he gets to you, when he can chain CC you, he can burst you down, but there's so much health on Tahm Kench already. Then he pops the Grey Health on top of that. It's impossible to burst him down, really.
Diamondprox definitely focusing on the 2v2 lane right here. He shows face, but the ward and the try had him covered, so Unicorns have 3 members on the bottom side just pushing. They did force him back, and that's a great move for them to continue this lead regardless. They've got themselves 1,500 ahead. Trashy's counter jungling, but that's a poor trade for a bottom tower.
Yeah, Trashy right now 0-0, no impact in the game, no threatening, just a couple counter ganks trying to be set up, whereas Diamondprox, we were critical of him in the opening of the game, and Alice Des was too, but fantastic early game so far from him.
Yeah, and he hasn't had too much pressure to deal with. You know, finishes the upgrade on his item. Now Fox could be in some trouble. Trashy's looking to prove us wrong. The Chains of Corruption land. Sunkux and Trashy combo up perfectly, and Trashy secures the kill. Nisbet comes in, hoping to clean up, but it'll just be a few minions.
Yeah, and obviously right now, Runeglaive is no more. We have Runic Echoes, which is the
echo of Runeglaive.
The echo of Runeglaive, yeah.
It's Luden's echo for junglers, for those of you that don't know. So Diamondprox has gone the AP build. A little bit more damage, and that makes sense when you've got a tanky support and a tank top.
Yeah, builds up charges, then exploits them all, so look for more burst from Diamondprox.
Those of you in your solo queue games, just remember, to change his name. Yeah, he's able to secure that crab pretty quickly. It's only 10.5 minutes on the clock too, and you know, with that, Splicer's still down, still 1,500. The gold lead hasn't changed much there, but that could be a different story in a moment as Kabi's up solo. True Shot Barrage comes in, it's going to nail the Poppy. Not Kabi, but this tower is going down.
Yeah, pretty early actually to rotate the Zed to the top lane. I think this is more of a catch-up move. It's too early to put Fox split push Juju already. Probably going to send Steel back there already. You want both tier 1s down once you move a Zed to the side lane. You really want that distance.
That Raptor really didn't like Steel back. Killed all his friends, I can imagine. Sunkux secures the blue with the help of Trashy. Goes back to the mid lane. We'll take stock of where we're at with the CSing right now, because Wonderwear has been held in check versus Chachi. Admittedly, there's been some help in the form of Diamondprox.
He's built up his core though.
But yeah.
Here in Catalyst finish, and that's honestly, Ryze players generally happy with that. 1 def only up to 12 minutes, get the core items. Late game, absolute powerhouse. Remember, we have a tier being built on the Varus in mid by Senkix as well. Tier compositions are okay with being slightly down in the early game, or at least they used to be in summer. We'll have to see how it affects their mid game in this more rampant, like quicker paced games that we have right now.
We got a Rift Tail, Crepo. Diamondprox and Hylissang will combo up, and again, this is the Runic Echoes. He's got so much more damage on it, so they can take this one out. And because there's nobody in the area and they've secured vision, this isn't risky at all.
Yeah, and look at what Hylissang's doing. He positions behind the Rift Tail, where it's weaker. Every 3 seconds, the eye will open, you can clap it, and then he gives you 15%, I believe, of its max health and true damage. Makes it go down a lot quicker. So if you're struggling with a Rift Tower and solo queue, and you're 2 people, one of you go behind him, hit the eye. Otherwise, you may be there a while.
Clearly, Unicorns have been doing their homework. Kabi now with Nisbet pushing up, and they will find Vizichachi courtesy of Trashy. He's going to burn his flash super quickly. The culling comes out, but he can Grey Health his way, and he doesn't even need to pop it actively. Oh, no one saw that. They'll be taking out the tower.
They were like, Nisbet, why didn't you flash Ian? He's like, my flash was down. No, it's not. Now it is. Anger.
There it goes.
Straight out of solo queue to the LCS.
Meanwhile, Steelback's still able to do a little bit of work of his own, so they just keep trading back and forth. 2-2 on the tower objective. Senkux says, no, that's my jungle.
Actually, that's not what happened. Probably Nisbeth Oh, this happens so often as a support. He's like, I'm gonna be a nice support. I'm gonna time the top laner's flash. So you enter your chat, you press F, and then you put the timer. If you forget to press the chat, yep, that's when you flash. So be careful with your timers. That's painful.
The catch. Chachi, Hilly, and Fox are all on the mid side. It looks like they're looking to get a party started. On the side of Splice, they are bringing 4 members to that party, so there's a slight number advantage, and that means Unicorns will not try to push this wave for the time being. Suncook's has actually been fairly impressive on this Varus. Apart from the big all-in that Fox almost was able to nail him on, which he did outplay admittedly, he's done a really good job of nailing him when comboed with Trashy the one time he came to the mid lane. He's been able to stay safe against, as we talked about, a losing matchup. He's also amassed a CS lead. It's about 10, but still, that's impressive.
No, Senkex did fine, obviously, and he's only scaling to this game. Wonderware is still scaling to the game. There's only a 2,000 gold lead, which has been there pretty much the entire time for the Unicorns. So they need to look to expand this or for some map openings right now. Trashy under pressure here by Diamond Fox with the Rift Herald buff. Not much going down. Can they stop Fox here in the side lanes? That's what we need to look for.
That's
you have a long lane. Both tier 1s are down. A lot of wiggle room for that Zed.
We got to think who you can send against him at this point. Wonderware, maybe, but Senkux and Kabi I don't think are going to work solo-wise in that long lane, and now you see Diamond Proc starting up this Drake.
Yeah, Wonderware definitely wants to keep the wave close to his power. Don't overextend for the Zed. That means Fox obviously has the opportunity to go mid. So we need to see how well Splice can wave clear in uneven numbers. Once Fox does go to the mid lane, threatens the flank, can Wonderware keep that wave close, or does he have to push out? That's when the risk kicks in.
For Splice's side too, you know, we've seen them change a little bit over the time, not just obviously changing their jungler, obvious, out for Trashy, but when they were in Challenger Series, this was a team that was very fixated on dragon control, on making the late game. It was a different meta back then, but Unicorns were the ones that secured that first dragon. They also got that Rift Herald. Splice are playing much more lane-oriented at this point, and trying to get themselves up to a power spike where they can then start forcing fights. You can see Nisbeth roaming around pretty much everywhere. Steelback will get locked up. He does manage to E away, takes another shot from the arrow. Hillisang was in the background.
That was a reaction play because Splice, they want to make some aggression in the lanes because Unicorns of Love right now are warding up the enemy jungle. 2 deep wards placed here already to really facilitate that split push for Fox. That's in lock. That's in motion right now. So right now, they're going to try and siege mid, force the Unicorns of Love to go back into vision so they can't make any picks with that Zed.
Speaking of Zed, he's going to walk right on the ward, or not really? Yeah. As he dodges it at the last second. He's still pinged. They know exactly where he is. Splice are not keen to give him an opportunity to open up on other AD carries. But he might be going for the rise. Instantly goes on in. Wonderware flashes it away from most of the damage. Still gets procced on the death mark, but stays alive.
Yeah, and you see it right here. The wave's really far away from the tower. Wonderware had no business pathing that way. Slight mistake here. Good reaction from Splice, opening up with the Chains of Corruption to really force Unicorns of Love to reveal themselves, but then in pathing back to bottom, a little misplay there by Wonderware cost his flash.
And comparing these two junglers, we talked about it earlier on in the game. Trashy definitely didn't have as much of an early impact as Diamond Procs, but he has been in the right place at the right time for Senkux and to defend the lanes. As Hillisang gets knocked up against the wall, he goes in, gets a headbutt pulled, and they turn it around. Steelback with a massive combo. Hilly gets knocked by the hammer. No one goes down there, but man, it was close, and Splice looked like they bit off more than they could chew.
Yeah, good reaction by Hillisang. Poppy W came very late after the fact, so that combo should have technically been cancelled right there. And you see the power of Alistair Ezreal, 3-man combo, 3-man ulti. Yep, pushed toward it.
You can see Sheepy smiling about that one. It looked like a bad moment for a sec, but they answered right on back. And Hill and Steelback definitely are showing some synergy there, and it's nice to see that AD carry support combination working out from the get-go.
Yep, definitely strong laning phase. Did better than Kabi and Nisbeth did.
Yeah, on an Ezreal too versus Illusion.
Yep. Nisbeth and Kabi though, new to the LCS, took them some time to get used to playing.
Nisbeth had a little experience.
Yep.
But yeah, not a whole lot.
As a dual new to the LCS,
yes,
true. So that Nisbeth has a little bit of experience.
Dodge it out. With fancy feet once again. Diamond Procs has been trying to live in this jungle for the last 10 minutes or so. He'll back away. Doesn't want to pick a fight with Trashy. But the Unicorns right now, for them, you know, they're 2K in the lead. They've got some later game power spikes in the form of the Ezreal, and they've got a Zed who's fairly powerful right now. What can they do with it, Crepo?
Yeah, good map move here. They push top, so they force someone to react. That means the rest of the map has been being played by 4 players. They force the wave players flash in the mid lane. Fox is alone in the bot lane right now. Wonderware will likely have to react with a teleport soon, or they're going to at least chip away some tower damage in the bot lane.
Exactly that. 4 members. Still damage from the piercing arrow, but Unicorns hiding behind their own wave of minions. Should be able to do some damage on that one. The True Shot Barrage comes in. Extra damage proc after the fact. Zed still sends the minion wave down to the bottom side. Fox is thinking about continuing to push this, but he knows that since it's evaporated, Wonderwear is going to be there in a minute. See if we can catch him off guard. I don't think he fancies a dive, though, at this point.
No, he doesn't want to dive to Rise. He wants to push up the wave and threaten the dive in the mid lane right now. If he can target Senkux, take him out, maybe even 1-for-1, a lot of the wave clear disappears. Alternatively, the Kench can get Wonderwear.
And they brought Hylissang to the party. Instantly, 3 members on the Rise, shut him down. 0-2. Wonder is not looking too worse for wear. Or I guess he is, actually. I need to learn my phrases better. Tower's going to get taken down. So Unicorns make a power move here, and they send 3 to the bottom.
That was honestly a fantastic play. Visit Chachi carrying Hylissang to the bottom, and that all started with that push in the top lane. Look what Chachi did. He pushes top, forces Wonder to react, then he goes mid, forces Senkux flash, then uses the his ultimate to get down in the bot lane, carry over to support. Fantastic map play here from Chachi as a whole.
Yeah, it's an LCS veteran experience. Chachi's bringing, Hylissang's bringing. Speaking of Hilly, he knocks Senkux, but Nisbeth knocks him, and now he's up against the wall. Could go down here. Chains of Corruption. Nisbeth throws the W. The True Shot does not land. Coling comes out. Unicorns are going to have to bail out, but they should be able to secure the tower, and they do.
So if you're wondering what happened there, Hylissang wanted to space out his combo. Basically knock somebody in the wall, wait. Once they start moving, pulverize again. Works if they don't have flash. They just did it at the wrong spot, knocked him straight over. He wasn't trying to do the WQ combo. He was not trying to space out his combination by knocking to the wall first. But yeah, wasn't really aware of the exact position. Straight up threw him over there.
The best pros can make mistakes at times. Still, they got out without any casualties. They got the tower. They continue to grow their lead, albeit slowly. It's about 4,000 in lead. Baron's going to be an option in the next half a minute, but it will be a while before either of these teams are confident enough to take it. Meanwhile, Dragon is coming up at about the same rate. So, we've already seen Unicorns take a Dragon, for the most part, uncontested, but they don't have the same map control they did a moment ago. Splice is moving up to the top side, trying to see if they can catch Fox out, but he's already spotted that, and he's going to be getting out of dodge.
Still a big wave, though. They could opt
or not.
There, takes the red buff. I like this move. Getting the vision in this jungle is paramount. They have to escape to the top lane, though. Fox used Shadow. He's going to have to go in on Trashy here. He's got nowhere to go. But they don't have enough damage. The chains are on. Now they finish him off. Double teleports. Chachi comes in anyways. They're bringing Hilly to the party. He eats Senkux, spits him out under tower. Should be enough to take him down. And the Unicorns fire back on all cylinders. They're low, though. How long can they keep this fight up? Not before they take down Wonderwear. Fantastic. And Kabi, Steelback, tanking the damage. It's a double kill for the Ezreal. Nisbet's caught. Diamond Prox has enough to take him down. Triple kill for Steelback. Chachi gets the eat. Can he pick the Quadra? No, it's stolen by the Kench. And an ace for the Unicorns. Ace for the Unicorns. Fox uses Shadow, but baits in the entire Splice roster. And honestly, that Steelback did fantastic in a fight. Still has heal available. Baron goes down, and this is looking grim for Splice right now.
All of a sudden, Unicorns thunder ahead in this game. 21 minutes just about on the clock. They will secure the Baron with nothing to contest them, and let's see how that all started again.
Yeah, they're setting up for a siege in top lane. Fox knows they're coming, so tries to desperately clear the wave. But he forces at least a lot of summoner spell, and especially this Varus ultimate can't be used in the fight to spread around. And now Senkux is stuck in the minions, gets eaten by Vizichachi, helps his Grey health. Hylissang is peeling, and just keep your eyes on Steelbacks right now. He's getting uncontested damage in the entire fight right here. And yeah, Hylissang and Chachi just tanking up so much damage. So tanky overall. Steelback gets to clear the fight. Vizichachi comes in from the back, and then it's straight up cleanup. So this fight definitely spells a lot towards the victory for the Unicorns.
Yeah, you said at the beginning of that one, used so much to take out the Zed.
Yep.
Yeah, they got him. But then all of a sudden the rest of the Unicorns were there, stampeded right over him. Steelback made a huge statement. Backed up by his team, but he picks up the triple kill on that. They grab the Baron. You can see, you saw in the smaller window just a moment ago that Diamond Prox is able to secure another Dragon off the back of it. And Unicorns are just in a massive lead right now.
Yeah, and just as in Giants versus H2K, we see the same where Unicorns can continue taking pages out of the same playbook and a lot easier by using the Baron buff. Right now, Fox can split push on a lane. Again, as Abyssal Voyage bringing people in, the zone comes out, easy tower. Fox can threaten the Rise. And Rise can no longer just focus on wave clearing because of the improved minions right here. So that's one lane that's already under pressure. You have the 4-man group with the poke from the blue build Ezreal that's pressuring another lane. So Splice, incredibly rough. No answers really.
Yeah. This is where the experience comes into play, but the Unicorns, a lot of questions surrounded them coming into this split. And again, it is against a team that is very new, inexperienced on this stage, but they've shown already that they can function as a team, and they know where their power is. Right now, looking to siege on the second tier turret in the middle. Yamato contemplates this game in the back. It's a rough start for him, but there's still time for Splyce to turn this around.
Yeah, the only saving grace is that Senkix's wave clear is physical damage, so the minion buff from Baron doesn't really reduce that too much. Or at all, really. But the problem is he's just not clearing the waves with one shot. Another big poke here from Steelback. Look at this zone. Chachi can freely walk up and they can't answer because just like we saw with Zed, if they spend all their abilities on killing Visit Chachi, the fight will be cleaned up by the remaining 4 Unicorns of Love members.
Yeah. They just really don't have any answers to this 4-1 that are coming out. They can't really even deal with the 4 members, even if they bring everyone to the party. Inhibitor turret's going down easily. They just keep chunking them out with the poke.
And then they back off again. They wait for Fox to either join the party or make his own little party in the bot lane. It looks like they do like safety in numbers. Fox comes in. They can brute force this inhibitor. They can also send Fox back. They can also shop. They likely have a lot of gold available right now.
Yeah, they've got such a safe way to deal with the engage too. The double QSSs on their side. You take a look at the gold that's split across all those members. In every role, it's just a big differential. About 2,000, 1.5 at the very least. Everyone on Unicorns, pound for pound, is ahead of Splyce.
Yeah, I mean, the gold differential is about 10k. That's the amount of money that Unicorns of Love has available for shopping right now. So if they just back off, they put themselves even farther ahead. And even without having spent that gold, you can just see the ease with which they can siege and push and basically finish their very predictable strategy at this point in the game. Something we actually kind of blamed Unicorns for in last season, that they didn't really have any strategies. They had no growth to their strategy.
Chaos style.
They were very wonky. Yeah. Chaos at one point, just bad League Legends at one other point. But they seem to come in with a distinct plan. They had a strong early game jungle in Diamond Procs, and they really understood the limits of their siege.
Well, and everybody did the job too. You know, Diamond Procs, again, we were very harsh on him since he hasn't really delivered to where we know he had been able to in the past for a long time now. This isn't, you know, super carry crazy Diamond Procs, but he's a 1-0-3 Elise. He did the job he needed to. The AP damage he was bringing to the team was invaluable in those early objective clears, and they've been able to bring their other members up to speed because of it.
Yeah, I would even call it super carry Diamond Procs. He influenced every single lane, almost, maybe not so much mid lane, and the entire map in the early game. He grouped up with Hylissang, something we didn't really see from Edward with Ghostly Pepper last season. Edward now again, I believe. With Diamond Procs in terms of jungle support synergy, and Hylissang and Diamond Procs have already developed that warding together style, impacting the map. So far, good progression from Unicorns.
Yeah, and they've managed to make some good use out of that Baron, as you can see. That's the way they've extended the gold lead. The Baron power play, about 4,000 ahead of where they were before taking that. And that was all off the back of that big fight in the favor of Steel back up in the top, and you can see how much he's starting to sting. Senkuk's a bite out of his health bar just from one true shot.
Just some context on that number, the average Baron power play in summer for Barons that didn't end up finishing the game was around 3,000, so significantly improvement, 50% increase here. This spec goes in for the stun on Hylissang though, but
Ryan gets the knockup. Chachi's gonna flash, they turn onto Wonderwear, and he just melts after the fact. Diamond Procs will get the kill credit. Chains are on to Chachi, but it doesn't matter. Unicorns want to end this right here, right now. No more of this messing around, they say. 2 members down. Look to start finishing off inhibitors. Get some more waves up in the top side. In the bottom side, they can try to end this game right here, right now. Hylissang's just going to go straight on in. Might have gone a little too far forward, but he gets eaten by Chachi rather, and Trashy should go down any minute. There he goes, Steel back with another kill on the board, and they don't need to worry about inhibs now, Crepo. Taking down one Nexus turret, a second one. The Unicorns of Love, you might have thought they were in trouble, but they take the first win. And they did it well.
And this is something we've seen multiple times today. Relatively low amount of kills. I mean, right now we had 15 kills in about 27 minutes, but
clean game.
Just so quick. These teams, they're ready to pull the trigger. Once they get a small lead, it becomes bigger. They start rotating around the map with really good sieges. Baron buff end, like straight off the bat.
Well, they know, you know, you have to try and push your lead, otherwise the game starts pushing back against you. That's one of those changes that was made in the preseason. Knowing that these players don't sit back and they don't rest on their laurels. Gone are the days of sit back and farm until 40.
Yeah,
that just doesn't happen anymore. And the Unicorns of Love,
beautiful days though.
They were lovely. I didn't want to bring up CLGEU, but anyways, it always happens one way or another. Splyce though, question marks for them.
I mean, there's
it's too early to fill in the answers for Splice here. They went with a composition that was very slow scaling. A double tier on your top lane damager, on your mid lane damager, and then a very skirmish heavy bot lane that did not get the assistance that they needed from the jungler. Diamondprox shut that aggressive. So Diamondprox, he shut down the one aggressive part on Splice. So first he snowballed Vizichachi in the bot lane, made sure he was winning that matchup even harder. Then he went top and he shut down Kabe and Nisbeth even more. Made sure that Steelback and Hylissang were winning. And at that point there was no more forward aggression left, because you had 2 tier scalers and a losing duo bot lane. And at that point, Unicorns of Love realized that, went in for deep vision, started sieging. They executed a very good macro strategy, something we are not used to seeing from the Unicorns of Love.
It's a new day. It's new Unicorns, and they managed to prove that there. And you could see with Diamondprox a very quintessential part of what they were able to accomplish. And now we know why he favored picking this team. He said he had a lot of options in the offseason. A lot of teams definitely wanted him, maybe not just on name recognition alone. Clearly the Unicorns, well, it's not the Powerball, but they definitely won out that time.
Too early to make bold statements, though. We'll have to see how it progresses overall. And where the growth is, that is one thing that I was very critical of Unicorns last season. They played a style, and they managed to finish top 3, top 4, top 2 even in spring, but then there was no growth.
They got found out.
Yeah, they got found out, and they did not evolve. And as we've seen in League of Legends history, once that happens, if you can't adapt between metas, between splits, within the split, you will eventually start going down a hill and end up fighting for relegation.
Yeah, but it's encouraging that we see a different style. They aren't just trying to go crazy. I mean, those big, loud voices that were doing these crazy things have either been tampered or they are tempered, but they've gone completely Kickus. You know, he was famous for picking a lot of all sorts of crazy things. His signature Shaco in the jungle, that's obviously gone as he's moved on the top lane on Gamers too. But you know, it's a new day, new Unicorns, and for now, we're going to send it side stage once again to Pulse for a word with UOL's man roaming the jungle.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Diamondprox of the Unicorns of Love. And first off, to start this one off, that was a very impressive win. We saw a lot of good macro strategy from you guys. Who's leading the shot calling on your team?
We were just doing what we know. Like, everyone was doing what we practiced, and everyone communicated everything, so we didn't need a shot caller for this game. The only thing we lacked is that we lost the top tier 1 for free. That's what we should have worked on better. But overall, we just communicated well and we knew what to do. That's why no shot caller was needed for this game.
Right, you just had the game plan coming into the game. Well, you can now come onto the Unicorns of Love, and it was a very interesting choice. Can you talk me through why you chose the Unicorns of Love to join?
Basically because when I was playing like previous split of LCS, I was like seeing that Vizichachi and Hylissang are doing super good, and I was looking up to them on their roles. Like, I felt they were like really smart and really good mechanically, especially Hylissang. And after I got like kind of an offer from Unicorns of Love, I see there are only those 2 players left, and the new ones, which I really respect, are coming too. So I basically liked the roster very much. So I joined them, and I think we have good chances of success, and I really like the team atmosphere here.
Oh, that's very cool to hear. A lot of respect coming from you as well, Diamondprox. And you touched on it briefly at the end there, but what are your goals for the split? How well do you think this team is going to do, and what do you personally want to achieve this split in spring?
I don't know. I just want to play good. That's all.
You just want to play good. Well, it started off well, Diamondprox. Thank you very much for the interview. We're going to send it over to the analysts to take a look at the game.
Well, thank you so much, Pauls. And indeed, it's a question we asked before getting into the game. That legacy player in Diamond, what can he do with a different configuration? And he answered himself. I have a lot of respect for Hylissang and Chachi. And it is in the top and the bottom lane that the first things, got rolling, as my pen did.
Yeah, if we look very quick at the pick and ban phase, because that's very important to set up how that early game played out. Basically, what happens here for Splice is they see the first 4 picks for Unicorns of Love. And they see Tahm Kench, Alistar, Elise, Ezreal. Okay, so there's no real engage other than Tahm Kench ulti coming into backline, fairly predictable to play around. There's no real wave clear either.
Yep.
That's to say, are you okay?
Sorry, go ahead.
There's no wave clear either. So Splice goes, who's our mid laner? Oh, Varus. Poke against no wave clear, against low engage. The problem is, you already have a weaker jungle matchup in Rek'Sai into Elise in the early game, and now you give a counter pick to Unicorns of Love. So they take Zed, winning matchup in mid, so that combo of Zed and Elise together gives you full map control if you are the Unicorns of Love. And again, you're also playing against double tier. There's so little you can do in the early game if you're Splice.
It played right into Fox's hands. When I was researching the differences between Fox and Power, I'm just like, ooh, Fox played like 8 games of Zed last season. Zed wasn't played in summer. So, I mean, Varus, not a great matchup for that. But we were talking a little bit about what could they have gone for that was a safe pick. And, you know, there was the likes of the Victor, you know, all these options. We were talking about the Ahri that we've seen a couple of times today, and I find it an interesting point. We were talking about the coaching style of Yamato. I've been sat here next to Yamato sometimes, and he's like, I'm not a big Ahri fan. I don't really think it fits. We were seeing Ryu do really well on it in playoffs, and just for some reason, Yamato previously didn't like Ahri. I wonder whether that still plays into it, but nevertheless, in this game, there was just so much that happened before an Ahri even would have got into it. You look at Diamond Prox's early game in the jungle, just how this game started was just insane for the Unicorns.
Basically, you're looking at pressure in the lane more than anything, but again, Diamond, he has a stronger early matchup. He has a great lane to gank. A Tahm Kench lane is so easy to gank. He has perma-slow. He can get obviously the Devour. And then now, because there's so much map control for Unicorns, and because Kobe and Nisbet are currently losing the lane, they've just lost a big trade so they get pushed down to side. This should not happen for Lucian. That sets up Diamond to then go dive up top side. He knows there's no response from the mid lane because look at Zed here, had already jumped him, and now once again, controlling mid. It does give a kill to Splice, but this was about the only highlight of the game for this team.
It really was, but here was the highlight for Unicorns. This play in the bottom lane. Deficio, I know you loved this play.
Well, the thing is, I wanted to see this even earlier, but yes, this is how you play the composition for Unicorns of Love. You have a 1-3-1 with Tahm Kench TP. That's the weaker lane. That's not the lane you want to gank. Instead, you have the Zed. You know he has the pressure. You want to play around him because he doesn't have teleport, so you want to stay near him. And you know he's going to push it down to tower, and you just go for the dive. Alistar, Elise, Tahm Kench, all perfect divers. That's like a free kill every time.
So good. I mean, that's the Tahm Kench Alistar first rotation out of Unicorns. That's exactly what that's meant to do at that point. And that wasn't the end of it for the Unicorns. They kind of took that and went, oh, we have a lead. Let's just snowball this. The ace that they got in the top side jungle. Just this fight from the Unicorns just completely summed up the game.
Sealing the deal.
Yeah, obviously engage from Nisbet, no shadow, so they do think they can create a pick, but it doesn't go fast enough. And they end up investing so much, and then we have the minions here basically making it almost impossible to escape, and once Sengox gets pulled in by the Tahm Kench, it's almost game over there because now the damage is gonna lag after everything was invested, and Splice is already fairly low, and Steelbike can start cleaning up, which he did really, really well on this Ezreal pick. That's really a pick that fits him.
Yeah, 5-0-4 ending from Steelbat. Of course, another person that we had some question marks around coming from his split in NA back to the LCS after previously having played on Fnatic, of course. So good first impression.
And I think that first impression, again, as I would say, was very good from Steelback. I think one of the things that's almost plagued Steelback in the last year is his last impression from MSI. I think his split in general with Fnatic through Spring was decent, but MSI seemed to be a stumbling block. Looks to be back on form in the first game now of the season.
Yeah, very good victory for the Unicorns of Love. For Splice, not a victory yet. There are 2 teams left to make their Spring split debut and also look for a victory, Vitality and Rocket. Before we go, we'll hear what Nukeduck thinks about his former team.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to play against Rocket. I'm still good friends with the people there. I met them when we were practicing. And I think Rocket is a fairly underrated team compared to the common consensus of them. I think they're pretty strong, and when we played against them, they were pretty smart. So I'm looking forward to play against them. I think it will be a good match.
Welcome back to the European LCS. You can see the Unicorns of Love doing a fan meet with the guys outside. But now we have two other new rosters of Vitality and Rocket about to go at it in our final match of the day. Very interesting and very cool to see all the ambiance here in the studio as well. Let's start by taking a look at the two squads with Vitality on the blue side of the Rift with Cabochard, Shook, Nukeduck, Yarnan, Kasing, and Shans. Of course, Vitality buying the LCS spot from Gambit Gaming and doing some very interesting things. We dropped the name of Super Team already. I don't want to jinx anything, but this is a very good looking lineup in terms of individual skill.
Oh, it really is. I mean, if there's one team that I would say has the highest skill cap when it comes to the newer form teams, this is it. Like, Vitality are a mechanical, just almost mechanical gods team. I don't want, that's probably too far for that, but Shook is a player who mechanically as a jungler is very strong when he's on form. Cabochard, everybody talks about how mechanically good he is. So on a European level, this is like the team that if they get high skill cap champions that have a lot of potential on their lineup,
there's a lot of skill in here.
They can do well. That's what I'm saying, is that's the downside. Can they do that every single time they load up onto the Rift? I probably wouldn't say every single time. They need to do it at least against Fnatic, Origin, and H2K.
I would say Shook, his performance last split, obviously very difficult for him coming in, and the team was already losing the Copenhagen Wolves and so on. But Shook still managed to have some good early games. And again, it's what we know from Shook, but it's always also been the issue for Shook, is that we get the great early game, the perfect game versus Najin White Shield for Alliance at Worlds, and we're like, holy moly, this guy. I mean, that is insane. And then the next two games, we don't even see him load onto the Rift. And we're just like, what's going on here? Find that stability for Shook, combine it with Cabochard. That 2v2 is what I'm looking at for Vitality, because I know Yarnan and Kasing will do fine in the 2v2. I know Nukeduck will be good in the 1v1. I need to see Cabochard and Shook get synergy, Fnatic, summer style-ish with Huni Reignover. Then Vitality can really get rolling.
And super interesting, you mentioned it as well, keeping that bottom lane together. Of course, we didn't see Yarnan and Kasing in H2K, but Vitality, that's a very good move, in essence, keeping those two together.
It isn't, you know, it nearly didn't happen. We saw Kasing go over, play a little bit for TSM.
Yes, and just a little.
Baiting.
But he comes back, you know, they were pretty vocal. They wanted to play together as well. So, I mean, it's a good building block to start with. When you look at a team like Vitality, who as an organization are new to League of Legends, new to the LCS, you pick up two players like that have got experience playing in the top 3 of Europe time and time again. I think that's a great starting point.
Yeah, and I think really that bottom lane combined with Nukeduck is going to be the backbone for this lineup, because again, we are expecting Shook and Cabochard to kind of go a little bit up and down from time to time, because it is fairly all in the way they like to play. So they need that backbone. Again, I like to look at this lineup and kind of look at Fnatic of last year in terms of how I expect the playstyle to be. I'm not saying in terms of overall leveling, but like the playstyle, because you got Cabochard, who is a bit of a Huni type, carry, split pusher, so on. Mid lane, you have the Febiven type in Nukeduck, who can play both assassins and control mages, who, in my opinion, are consistently just a very stable laner. And then you got that team fighting AD carry in Yarnan, you got the shot calling support in Kasing, who can also roam quite a lot. Shook is the only one who doesn't really fit 100% into this one. He is the question mark in that sense. But I think this lineup will play with Shook around Cabochard and the 2v2 lane of Yarnan and Kasing making work on their own down the bottom lane.
In any case, a very, very strong roster put together. If we look at the other side of the Rift, let's take a look at the lineup for Rocket, because a lot more questions there. Freddy122, Airwax, Betsy, Safir, Edward, and the coach I'm So Fresh. They lost nearly all of their star players. All of them, actually. And if we talk, or if we look at upgrades in any role, where do you see him, if at all?
Well, I mean, it's insane how different of an off-season it is for Vitality, and then for Rocket, again, as you said, losing basically the core players of Rocket, Nukeduck, Jankos, and Vander. I don't think there specifically is an upgrade on this lineup. Top lane with Freddy, if he can have a comeback year, basically a Season 4 performance, maybe, but honestly, I don't see an upgrade.
Well, we do have 5 minutes left before we get into picks and bans, so let's talk a little bit more. Maybe start with Freddy. He had openly come out last year and said, well, you know, this wasn't my year anymore. There needs to be a new chapter. And now he finds himself on this Rocket roster, so what can happen?
Well, he was very, very honest in the offseason, in the AMA that Rocket did on Reddit, just talking about the problems SK had, why he didn't feel like it suited him as a player anymore, that, moving forward, he really wanted to get back to his top form. So the one thing we do know is if Freddy is on his top form. He has previously been one of those top laners that everybody talks about for Europe.
Yes.
The problem is that was such a long time ago now.
And Freddy was not the guy who said, where's my team? Okay, get on my back, and I'm just going to go forward, and I will literally be the big carry. He was always the team player. He's always been very good in terms of communication, in terms of teleports. You know, he plays a lot of different picks up there. He has a lot of tanks, obviously, in his champion pool. And he fits very nicely with a team who has strong carries. That is sadly not the case for Rocket. When we look at Betsy and Sapphire, formerly known as Jeebus, obviously, who went over and tried to play with Renegades.
And Edward.
And
then
now,
goes to Pepper. And then Edward.
Yeah, now it's Eddie. Or Edward, again, we call him Eddie. I need someone like Betsy or Sapphire to step up and show that they are better than people expect them to be in order for Rocket to become more than a team fighting just to avoid relegation.
I wonder, though, if that's too much to ask for, which seems very harsh, but I think Betsy, when you look at it, he had a couple of weeks right when he joined Gambit, when he came in for Nick, that he actually looked pretty solid. That's why they stuck with him. He looked like he was at a level that was the mid laner that Gambit needed at the time. The problem was, over time, it just became apparent that the rest of the mid lane scene in Europe just kind of outgrew where Betsy was. And he just stayed at the same level. And right now, it's not the kind of level that you'd expect from a middle-of-the-pack team.
Betsy also joined Gambit at a point where Europe wasn't the strongest region, where we were still kind of rebuilding.
And we are now? What are you saying?
No. But Europe right now is a lot stronger than it was back in spring last year. There's a very, very big difference because we had to rebuild every single team. And even like Fnatic and SK and so on, they were still trying to figure out how to play and everything back then. So Betsy joined at a point where I didn't feel like the greatest competition were there necessarily for him. And yes, he looked fine, and he definitely did. Summer, we didn't see too much from him. That was really where the other mid laners, as you said, got better and better, and he kind of stood still. Airwax, though, is a guy I want to look at in the jungle. I think he's kind of my wild card as a guy I look at on this lineup who has shown the ability in the past to honestly have fantastic early games, where he gets every single lane going, he ganks everything left and right. It didn't happen often enough, but I think Airwax has the skill to be a great jungler. I'm not sure the rest of the Rocket, though, can enable him.
We're still waiting for a mouse issue to get fixed on stage before we get into picks and bans. One of the two things you really need, of course, to get into this game.
I hear that's helpful. But speaking of, one of the newer additions to this lineup here for Rocket, Saphir, formerly known as Jeebus. When you look at his performance in Challenger, in the European Challenger Series, I think it was Summer Split at the beginning. He played on Gamers 2 at the time, now G2. I corrected it. So he was good for European Challenger at the point. And then when the changes happened to G2, he went over to North America and just didn't have a lot of success. There was a lot of discussion around Jeebus. In Challenger, good, maybe great. LCS is a different ballgame. We've already seen some of the new Challenger players, like Senkux and Kobe from Splice, just fall in the last game against some of the more longer-standing players. So, again, it's going to be on Jeebus now to take that next step. The same with Betsy. Use the off-season. Take the next step up to a European level for the LCS. You cannot stay at a bottom of the table or challenger level and expect to stay in the LCS.
Yeah, but you say you have to make the step up now. If we talk about people like Betsy, that was 2 years in the making. Arax, that was an entire season almost. So you gotta question if the seed to grow is there, and if it's not, how do you make it happen with this team, and how do you make it happen specifically in game one here versus Vitality with all those seemingly very gifted players?
So I don't think you look at game one if you are Rocket and say, oh, it's Vitality we have to beat, obviously. I don't think you look at Fnatic or Origin or H2K. I think you honestly say these games, it's just like learning. We don't really care about winning those games necessarily. We are looking at all the matches against the new challenger teams coming up, against Elements, against Giants, because those are the games for Rocket to win if they want to sneak into playoffs, if they want to avoid relegation. And honestly, for them, they're not the only team who has to kind of rebuild again with a lot of new players. So I don't feel like they are in a worse situation than anyone else. It's honestly about like all these teams like Elements and Rocket and Giants and whatever, like who matches first and who can find that strategy that works, and who can find these champion picks that make it work for these guys. Because every LCS player have one or two champions at least where they can play on a very high level. That's guaranteed. You got to find these champions, figure out how can we use them in compositions, because I don't think you need to go out and start playing 6 different champions each.
I would agree with that. And honestly, I think there's a key thing when you look at the mix of experience and newer players on this lineup. I think if the legacy players of Freddy, Gosu Pepper are hungry, if they're hungry to really do well this split, this is where they need to lead a player like Saphir. Lead him into how to take that next step, because they clearly have taken those steps in the past. They have been there, they've done that, they've been to Worlds. Now you need to kind of rekindle that fire, regroup as a team and really break things down and give it pretty much everything when it comes to strategy, your picks and bans, everything about the game. Make sure that you're absolutely on top form.
And you do not have to play like SKT. A lot of LCS teams want to be SKT. I probably want to be SKT.
Hey, you do.
Why not? Let me be FLICKR, please.
World champion.
But you do not have to play perfect League of Legends to play well, to win games. There are very, very simple strategies in many ways that people can use and learn. Like, first of all, perfect the Western lane swap. It's something almost any team in the LCS managed to do last year in summer. You need to do that as well, so you're not losing a game in lane swap like we saw Giants do, fall super far behind because of a mistake in that swap. Remove that part at least. Understand how to play 1 to 2 compositions. So like we have a siege composition as an example. Know when is your power spike on this one at, like, let's say 15 minutes. How do you group? When do you push? Where do you deep ward to avoid getting flanked? And then take maybe a comp where a skirmish combo, whatever. You play like Ari, you play Elise, and you try and pick off targets and then 1-3-1 after. That's what you're looking for. You do not need to play 5 different comps. You don't need to be FLICKR. You don't need to be SKT to avoid relegation in the EU LCS.
And that's what H2K did earlier today. They didn't do anything particularly flashy or anything too complicated. They were like, okay, well, we've played like 15 games together. They're going to lane swap on us. Let's just play a lane swap. And let's just win the game from that. Giants never really contested against that. If a team like Roccat can perfect that early game and that setup, there is a chance still for them.
Yeah, winning games in the EU LCS 101. We get to talk about this a bit because the mouse issue on stage is not yet solved. It will be soon, I do hope. That gives us a little more time to talk about the Vitality roster. Talking about high expectations, we talk about Roccat and finding ways to make it easier for themselves to win the game. I feel like Vitality is a team that will want to come out and make or take a stand rather in the very first game and dominate their opponent.
For sure. Also after they saw Fnatic, I guess, surprise people a bit in game 1, beating Origin. Now H2K had an expected game against Giants, taking that win. So Vitality is the team we also look at and say these guys should be top 4.
Yeah.
Anything else would be disappointing. For them though, because I think it's a little bit more raw with all this different talent they're picking together, I think it could take longer for them to really start performing well, especially on a macro level, compared to H2K, where they had 2 former members, and then Jankos and Vander, who had played together for multiple years now. And you put them together. So I do expect Vitality to take a little bit longer to become a strong macro team. But I think we're going to see these games where laning phase, after like 10, 15 minutes, they are just like 2-3k gold ahead because they've just been playing so well in the lane, and they just start rolling over you. I mean, these games will happen for Vitality.
Yeah, they absolutely will. And, I was maybe a little bit enthusiastic about Vitality earlier.
Status or whatever.
I think I was running before I could walk on that one. And I look at this lineup and I'm like, okay, I think they're actually pretty strong. But they do have their drawbacks. And one of them that I'm looking at is a player that everybody's spoken so much about, and that's Nukeduck in the mid lane. He's always, he's so good in the mid lane, so good in the mid lane. Never was consistently showing up for Roccat. He'd go for like 3 or 4 games and be like, on form, that's Nukeduck, we're seeing him, he's brilliant, he's amazing, great, Nukeduck from scrims. Then he'd have 4 games where it's like, okay, Nukeduck's not exactly showing up, whether it's his team, whether it's, the setup point. This time around, Hyanan and Kasing in the bottom lane, good setup bot lane. Cabochard, you'd assume, will win most top lanes. Good setup there. If Shook can get him snowballing mid lane, could have a more consistent...
Wait. I do think that the Fischer wants to challenge the Nukeduck point.
Okay.
I think Nukeduck on Roccat, if you look back at the summer split, take the recent split, only struggled in the games where the rest of the Roccat lineup didn't have anyone drawing pressure.
Right.
So it's like, Steve is playing a tank, okay, fair enough. Or Mr. Riles is playing a farm lane, fair enough. Well, who do we target? Nukeduck in the mid lane.
And this is the difference. This lineup is the difference.
Because Nukeduck, in the end for Roccat, look at, when he played the Gauntlet.
Yep.
When he played the last few weeks of the LCS, I felt like he had great games. He played Varus, Victim, whatever. He had fantastic carry games. Azir was awesome. Now, as you mentioned, the pressure is not on Nukeduck. it will be Coppershot and Shook together. You have to respect that.
Yep.
Yanin and Kasing, when they played on H2K, were super aggressive as well in the way that they like to play the lane.
I'm going to cut you off right there because we are into picks and bans, so let's get it over to our casters. Woohoo!
Woo!
We're here. Thank you, Shocks, and thank you for sticking with us. I know that was an extremely long break, and we were just chilling out here, but we are about to get into, yes, I did. So did you. You even asked me how yours was
for a
looking
double
right
check
now.
right here.
Yeah.
So there was actually no mouse issue. We just had some issues with Pulse's hair.
Yeah, both of us. We had to get that synergy online, but we are literally just seconds away from getting into Champions Select, or not. We are actually just going to wait.
We don't know.
More seconds.
We
don't know.
saw them hop into Champ Select, and we were all giddy and excited.
Got baited.
And they left Champ Select. So right now we are looking at a lobby with 6 players in it.
We are Crepo.
Who's your favorite player, Pulse?
Ooh, that's a difficult one. I'm interested in the Vitality lineup, and specifically Shook, because all of this lineup is very consistent looking. You have a lot of synergy already there, like Hyanin, like Kasing, and then Shook for me is like the wild card. Like, what can he do in this lineup? Because if he shows up, then you have an extremely strong team.
Yeah, if Shook can win or if the teammates can win the respect of Shook, I think, and which they can, because they're all mechanically gifted players. Shook as a person seems to respond very well to very mechanically proficient players, and I think in Nuktuk, in Kasing, in Cabashard, even Hjarn, he has that, so he should be able to fit well in that Vitality lineup, especially with some of the coaching staff that they've gathered for themselves. I think Shook should be able to grow into a strong jungler this split.
Yeah, I think so too. And also looking at the bot lane, we already just mentioned it, the synergy between Hyanin and Kasing have been together for a long time and specifically wanted to carry on playing with each other. We've seen how strong Kasing is by himself as well when we even saw him in like All-Stars, for example. Even when you just paired him with the likes of Huni, even though they played Lee Sin and had that silly tandem mode game, it was still amazing to see the synergy he can build with another player. And the fact that he decided to stay with Hyanin says a lot.
Yeah, says a lot because Kasing had a wealth of offers overall here. Coming into the split, he even had a short stint there on TSM, but he did choose to go back with Hjarn into this new lineup with an incredibly high skill ceiling overall. Maybe the first week it won't work that well because of the macro play might not just be there yet, but we've seen from a lot of teams so far, they just carried over what worked in summer and did it quicker. Kasing should be able to do that same, but in terms of raw talent, the ceiling is just so high for Vitality.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they were saying on the analyst desk as well. But hopping over to the side of Roccat, this is a completely untried and untested lineup, like we were saying at the very start of the day. These are all new players to this team and playing with each other.
Yeah, Roccat came out as an organization saying that they signed back, I believe it was their mid laner, so that they signed Nuktak, Jankos, and Vander. That's a statement they made open in the public. None of them are there anymore. Right now, this lineup, without sounding too harsh, it seems like when you open the fridge when you're hungry and there's nothing to eat, so you close it again and you go in with lower expectations. That's kind of the roster they drafted together. All players that kind of have to prove themselves again. They can, potentially, but a lot of question marks on the side of Roccat.
Oh yeah, a lot of question marks. But we are finally into Champion Select, so let's take a look at some of these champions that are being banned out. Kindred, still remaining 100% ban rate. So is Gangplank. Fiora also being banned away here, along with Tam Kench and Lissandra.
Teams ready to go in. Blue may well be the last ban. We'll see. Potentially first pick here for Vitality.
Yeah, Lulu has been banned in every single game so far, so has been residing on the bench. But Olaf will be the final ban, so Lulu is going to remain up. Olaf, we saw Gamsu go ham earlier in the day, and see what that pick can do. Going to keep that one away from Cabashard.
So likely now Cabashard and Nuktuk are arguing. You play Lulu? I don't want to play that. That's boring. I want to carry. So we may actually not see it.
Don't mention me, man. All right.
Don't make a sound.
Yeah.
No, here.
Yeah, Nuktuk probably not going to want to play Lulu in this game. But what do they have in terms of priority? Lulu would be the obvious one.
It would be, but you may just have two players here that don't want to play that champion and want to play something else.
Yeah.
See how much the coach can
go and Shook. I'm sure it's viable in jungle. Yeah, there we go.
Has to be locked in pretty much.
Yeah, has to go in. And they can decide where it goes later because it is a fantastic flex.
Yeah. We usually see like Lucian Poppy coming out here as a response. Poppy being the blocker to Kalista, blocker to the Corki, and then the Lucian being the strongest AD carry. That is something we could see come out. Maybe Edward hasn't put in much time on the Poppy though. Then it's likely that we may even see a Trundle being picked up early for a flex.
Yeah, Trundle's still open. We've seen how strong Trundle is right now. Fantastic into the many tanks that are being played on top lane as well as jungle. Still away all those resistances and just really, really annoying. In general, a fantastic pillar placement can also turn the tide of a fight.
Yeah, suits Freddy's playstyle too. We are on 6.1 though, so the pillar is slightly more expensive mana cost-wise. So you may run out of mana, but different approach here overall from the Roccat team.
Yeah, picking up the Corki here for AD carry. Again, it could be mid lane. We've seen it before. Rek'Sai coming in and probably will be in that jungle role. I still want to see some mad plays coming in from Corki using the package. We didn't really see too much from him.
I love the package, dude.
Yeah, it really throws me off with like timers as well, because it's just like, you know, it's gone level 6 and it's just like, oh, Corki's back in my lane.
Yeah, once people are used to the new Corki, which these LCS pro players may very well be, it kind of loses some of its efficiency. We saw earlier in Giants, the second package gets picked up. Ping, 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 get the hell out of there, because if you're not used to it, Corki bases, you expect him to be back in roughly like, what, 40 seconds? He's back in 20, storming into your lane, killing you. So definitely shifts the time windows.
Yeah, and honestly, like the damage you get as well is absurd. It's just like an equalizer. I mean, yes, you have to jump into the enemy team, but then you get the Valkyrie anyway. So still very strong. Looking at the next two pickups coming in from Vitality, instantly locked in here will be Elise and Thresh. So not too much has changed there down in the support role. At least not going to be seeing Poppy from this team.
Yep.
But Elise once again remaining strong in the jungle.
Thresh being picked up here. Peculiar, I think they. Is this the first Thresh we've seen today? May very well be, because we've seen so much Trundle. Trundle and Poppy both have been 100% pick banned so far, and likely one of them will fall through the gaps right now.
Yeah, we saw it in Elements G2. Yeah, Elements picked that one up, so we have seen it.
We haven't really seen it then.
No. Very true. So looking at the Roccat lineup now, 20 seconds remaining. These teams actually taking a lot of time to think about their picks as we get into this champion select. Hovering over the Taric, I've been seeing some epic top Taric cheese recently, Crapo.
Parmesan.
Yeah.
Edward has played Taric on multiple instances in both solo queue and I believe even competitive LCS, so really?
Yes, boys. All right, so Taric has been locked in along with the Rise, but you're more boring than Taric. Let's take a look at this champion. Could be in support, like you mentioned. It was actually picked into Callista, if memory serves, because you just point and click, and it's like, you can hop away if you want, but I'm still going to stun you.
Yeah, definitely. Taric usually more of a 4 out of 10, maybe 6 out of 10 with Rise.
So perfect.
Overall, but I don't know, man. Convince me, Edward. Change my opinion, or Freddy, whoever plays the champion, but in the competitive landscape where there's so many supports viable right now, Taric was not one of them that I was expecting to be played here.
No. Again, could be that top lane cheese, but I'll get into that if that actually happens. And then just waiting on the final two pickups, which will be AD carry, and could be mid lane, could be anywhere actually, because Lulu is still on the board as the flex from Vitality.
Yeah, you're waiting to open that dark corner of your mind where you're stashed away the Taric cheese.
Balance, yeah.
Don't let me go there. Tristana and Kennen locked in here. So Tristana AD carry, fresh support, really strong lane overall. Lulu either top mid with Kennen. Vitality risky though, if they fall behind with this lineup, no tanks, really squishy. They can get snowballed upon, especially if that Taric gets ahead and picks a target.
Yeah, especially if you hit the dazzle on, which is the stun onto Kennen, like he has to either go into his Zhonya's or make a decision, and that's actually really annoying for Kennen because he has to go in, or depending on how he plays, can sit defensive on the Tristana. But we'll see how it goes. As you mentioned, very reliant on doing well and not falling behind it with this composition. One more pick remaining for the Roccat lineup. What's it gonna be? Oh, is this a sign of things to come here, Crepo? Hype intensifies.
I'm doing my Sona cosplay. I'm just staying mute for a while. I'm out of answers here.
Oh, I'm so ready. 3 seconds remaining. No. Okay, so it's going to be the Zac lock-in. Seeing Zac coming back into the meta right now, that doesn't mean that Taric is not going to be top yet.
Well, it's likely going to be Zac top, no? Rek'Sai jungle?
Either way, it's going to be good.
Anyway, it's going to be some Parmesan sprinkled on this champ select overall. The cheese coming out from Freddy. Zac top, haven't seen. Zac really strong in the jungle right now. I'm a big fan of Zac jungle because with limited vision, he can create some really unique gank paths that are almost not counterable. Top lane, we'll see a lot of roams maybe. Freddy push out top or abandon top and go mid. But yeah, interesting to say the least from this new Roccat.
Yeah, Freddy was very vocal about wanting to change things up and, you know, how he didn't really feel he was doing that well on previous teams. And he's definitely changing up now with Zac top. So we'll see how this works into Kennen as well. We'll have to break that down in a little bit, but I think it'll be quite difficult to do.
Yeah, very magic heavy damage composition. The only really pure physical damage dealer on the side of Roccat is the Rek'Sai, since Corki is pretty much mixed 50-50. Maybe they just want to set up for a siege? Not really. Rise doesn't really fit into that. Some zone from the Zac leap, poke from Corki, but then you walk into wave clear from Lulu, so that's not really going to work. I'll just let the game explain this one.
Yeah, it's very much the pick and mix composition here, Crepo, but make sure to join the discussion over on Twitter using those hashtags, hashtag VITWin and hashtag RocketWin, as we will be getting into this game, the final game of the day to open up the LCS.
So yeah, this will be the third time we see the Tarek here in recent games. Looking over the screen, here we are. There we are again. Edward played it twice in summer. He's playing it again right now. Looking to boost those Tarek stats up a little bit. Interesting.
Interesting.
With exhaust, though.
How interesting is this pause?
A real man would have gone Ignite, but Edward opted for the exhaust.
Yeah, so playing more defensive, I mean, it kind of makes sense here. You want to get time for the Rise to scale up. I don't really know where the power spikes are going to come in for the Zac. It seems like more of like a mid-game pick, but just depends on how Freddy builds as well, if he's going to go full AP and be super toxic.
Zac's just a very big nuisance, really, in the late game. His mid-game, his damage spike is definitely in the mid-game when he relies a lot on the base damages and a little bit of the magic penetration he gets. I've seen Zac tops get an early haunting guys with sword magic pen shoes to really get snowball. If not, they can just go tanky and just be incredibly annoying. So Zac has the opportunity here to really cancel out Cabashart's effect in teamfights. He can mess with Yarn too. There is a lot of cancel though. If they have plenty of vision or even blue trinkets to scout out where the Zac is leaping from, a Flay interrupts it, a Hex can interrupt it, Wild Growth can interrupt the leap. You have Hjarna's ultimate that can interrupt the leap, so you have plenty of counterplay on the side of Vitality to deal with that Zac. But when everybody's looking at the Zac, that's maybe when Betsy wants to strike and start hard carrying these teamfights on the rise.
Yeah, quick update. Betsy does have some resolution problems with his PC, so just getting that fixed up, and hopefully we can get that going very shortly. But yeah, jumping back into the picks as well. Kennen being picked up back top as well. You can see him going for Doran's Blade, which is very standard just for the auto attack harass in lane.
We saw it from Atom earlier, but it didn't really work out, mostly due to the lane swap. His teleports were, yes, they were good, and yes, they forced some summoners, but with Kennen, when you're behind, you need to force some kills, because otherwise the teleport is wasted. It's a pretty much of a shotgun pick in the mid lane. You need to really, one blast, one TP, one chance. If you take it, it's good. If you let it slip, not so much. But Cabashart, he could actually bully that lane. Has to be rough for Zac. I don't really know the way how Zac's ever going to win that lane. Maybe just through sustaining, through the auto attack harass, picking up the blobs over and over, because Cabashart should never really get jumped on, and when he does, he can insta-proc the stun and walk away.
Yeah, but in the top lane at the same time, it's going to be hard to kill the Zac because of his passive, and he just sits underneath turret, and you can't really finish him off. Smite is kind of good if they get in that situation, plus Elise can die fairly easily.
Yeah, and he has to be careful too, because Kennen usually as a pick is very hard to gank. A lot of people avoid the Kennen because of, obviously because of the lightning rush, he can avoid the ganks. But if you look at the gap close potential between Airwalks with his tunnels and then Flash and Burrow, combined with Zac Leap, Cabashart will have to play safely at a reasonable distance.
Okay, we should be unpausing here very soon, but I also want to jump back onto the Tarek pickup, because that's a very interesting one coming in here. Picked into the Tristana. I'm just wondering, is the theory that you click Dazzle before she rocket jumps, or what is the idea here? Well, either way, we are getting into game once again, finally. Hopefully no more pauses.
So, for people that haven't played much Tarek, his stun duration... as a crowd chance. Just gonna leave some moment there. His stun duration used to scale depending on the travel time of the Dazzle. No longer does. It's only the damage that varies, so it's always the same amount of stun. Usually, you can buffer out of the Dazzle with your stunless jump, so I don't think it doesn't cancel it at all, so Hjarnan should be safe. It just sets up for a very easy Q from Corki in the lane, though. That it does. So it facilitates poke. It's lockdown. You can dazzle into snare from Betsy, or dazzle into a tunnel from Airwax, dazzle into a setup from Freddy. So a lot of dazzling plays can be made. But generally, when you walk up to use that spell, you can also just get popped immediately.
Yeah, and instantly that ward cleared away. So kind of will be losing that one. But yeah, again, with Tarek, if he gets on top of you, Kappa, he will be able to do a lot of damage. Actually does way more than you really think he will. With Ultimate and Shatter, it's actually a lot of burst. So combined with Corki, yes, there's a lot of magic damage, but the fact he's got Shred on top of Saphir's Shred is just Shred on top of Shred.
Yeah, but once that ultimate comes online, Hjarnan obviously has self-peel available with his own ultimate, and Kassin can always flay and box, so that's the problem with Tarek. He's very easily kited, and he only has 1 CC. He does stun that Krug incredibly well. Right now, Nuktuk and Betsy fighting in the mid lane. So we see a lane swap being initiated here by Roccat.
Roaming, he does well though. If he can show up in a lane and dazzle, generally forces well.
Yeah, likewise with Zach as well. A lot of roaming potential. I think Kasing just stole that as well, so that might upset some of the experience that Airwax is going to get here. Freddy, I believe, got some as well, so that was okay. And they will go to the second cap. So not too much disruption from Kasing there.
Yep, we need to see how Vitality's jungle pathing gets affected here. So they take 2 camps while initiating a lane swap. That's very good, honestly, from Rocket. So Vitality wasn't really ready for that lane swap. A lot of camps available right now. Whereas if you look at the other side, only Wolves went down, so there's a camp advantage for Vitality, but they can't, for Rocket rather, but they can't really use it too much in a double jungling sense because of the experience changes. You really want your jungler to be solo jungling to get the maximum benefit of those camps.
Well, looks like we're going to get that fast push down in the bottom lane. Cabochard will be joining Hyana and Kasing to take this one down. Second minion wave is coming in. Should arrive before that one dies, so they should be able to keep up the damage. And yeah, Tristan's also got E as well, so should be able to keep that down fairly quickly.
Whereas in the old lane swap meta, you were fine with potentially sending your top laner back to double jungler. I think right now you always want to bounce the wave to your top laner to keep him in the game.
Yeah, and that seems to be what they're doing right here. Bottom lane is dying way faster, but also drawing Airwax up there, so it's going to be a 4-man push coming in from Raka versus the 3 down in bottom lane. Chuck is actually just picking up the skull very early on into this game. These towers should be falling at around the same time. And mid lane doesn't really do anything in lane swap, so just chilling.
I mean, it's good for Rise. Through farming, he gets harassed a little bit, but obviously when both junglers reveal themselves, it's a lot easier to farm. Shook hasn't revealed himself, so maybe Betsy has to be a little careful. He's pushing up. He has the cleanse available to dodge out of the cocoon though. Hopefully Vitality has spotted that, so they don't set up any crazy flashes to chase after him.
Yep, towers dropping, and did you see, I think Freddy just there got all of the gold just from that tower. It looked like everyone backed off from Rocket, so just helping him a little more there. And additionally, the wave is in the right place. That should push towards him. Yeah, that wave is set up.
Lawrence can get some experience. He's soaking a little bit, not pushing the wave back before basing though, so he still stays there on level 2. Gonna keep track of the experience. Freddy is about 2.5. Cabochard is already level 3 right now, so experience advantage for Cabochard. He did it slightly different, whereas usually you get the wave bounced to you and you freeze it. The evolution of that was actually just into pushing it out because people will react to your freeze and outplaying that way. So Cabochard, small experience lead, and he bases again, and he goes to the rooftop to do the standard lane swap meta right now where both towers on each side fall.
Yeah, already specking into magic resist as well. Looking at the team of Rocket, you mentioned the champions like Crepo, so much magic damage on this team. Picking up an early Negatron just to start getting that up will help him a bunch. Hyana and Kasing now pushing in this top turret with Shook and Cabochard in tow. But Airwax is coming up, so it will be a 3 versus 4 if we get into this fight. AoE damage coming in from an explosive charge on the tower, and now the push comes in. A little bit of wave clear from Sophia, but Edward doesn't really do much to in this situation. Airwax doesn't really clear either.
Yeah, but there's no dive here coming out ever from Vitality because obviously Freddy still has teleport available. He is now pushing out the bot lane, so Rocket with a good 3-man defend on what traditionally used to be an extra tower swap here. They're adapting here, doing a 3-man defend in phase 2 of the lane swap, and that gets Freddy ahead. Cabochard will likely teleport down to the bot lane or walk there right away right now to pick up the massive wave that Freddy's building right now. So nobody really getting punished. I still think Vitality overall will pull ahead of this lane swap, especially if you consider the time that Shook has spent alone compared to Airwax.
Looks like the latter here as Cabochard is walking down to that bottom lane, still holding on to that teleport just in case there's a cross-map play. Just holding that up, and plus the wave is slowly pushing towards him, so he doesn't need to get there immediately.
Yeah, and you can see how Thunderlords really makes Lulu mid even better than it used to be. Those short EQ auto trades now actually proc Thunderlords every single time, and makes it hard for Betsy to fight back.
Yeah, still farming away. They're only 4 CS behind his opponent, so he's not doing that badly, and the minion wave is pushing into him, so as soon as that resolves, he should be fairly even, and Betsy should get to the stage in the game he wants to be as Rise, the machine gun caster, and then yeah, Kasing and Hyam just flipping up, so we're now in Australia lands.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the junglers to make a move right now. Very, very even early game. The only thing we've seen really is pressure exchange. Initially, Betsy was pushing mid. Now Nuktuk is keeping him down by pressuring in. What can the junglers achieve with the state of these lanes? Where can they break the mold open and finally get one of their teams ahead?
Yeah, Cabochard right now, not really open to a gank. Top lane, fairly difficult to gank as well. If anything, Rocket could maybe head up there with Airwax, but still, the rocket jump and Kasing just being able to flay back is very difficult to gank into. These lanes are fairly just stale in terms of trading and also what the junglers can do. Invade coming in here by Airwax, just getting some deep vision. That's all he can really do right now, try and track the enemy jungle with Tremor Sense and wards.
Yeah, both these teams have an incredibly good mid game with at least one late game insurance on every team. So the late game insurance for Vitality is obviously the protected Tristana composition, having Blue Twist with a lot of peel from Cabochard. Dazzle comes out from Edward, Hjarnan jumps out, that is textbook gameplay. Whereas Roccat, their late game insurance is just Betsy, so we need to keep him alive if you're Roccat.
And right now Betsy is going to take this blue buff, has gone for the tier already, building towards the Catalyst, which is traditionally the core for Rice, and is on his way towards that. Has been revealed as well as he heads back into the mid lane. Shook coming into the bottom lane now, just seeing if he can get anything off, but doesn't look to be the case.
A sole single clap crowd.
Well, he got the transfer. We've seen before. It doesn't always go well.
Yep, they totally mechanically executed that blue buff. We've seen some failure here.
Well, Nutuk still farming minions.
Yeah, nothing will happen here until the sidestones come out, guys. I know it's a little boring, but that's just the state of the game right now. There's very little counterplay. People are respecting the junglers. Most gankable lanes have gap closers. There's a lot of respect going on. Both of these teams are fine going into the mid game. They're playing the waiting game. So once the sidestones come out, the pink wards come out, and the red trinkets come out, that's when we can see more vision denial, and we can see some plays being made. Rocket about to be sieged on though. Vitality sent their top lane duo to the bot lane, joining Cabochard and this massive wave.
Yeah, so Vitality actually trying to open up a gap in the armor here. The bottom lane is being sieged in. Large caster minion wave as well. Airwax is only now arriving into the bottom lane. Good chunk onto the tower, but not going to take it down today, as Betsy is also in a good position to close in if they wanted to. Additionally, with the entire Rocket lineup being bot lane, now have to head back. Someone needs to go into the top lane from Vitality, so someone's going to recall, and maybe Hjarnan to pick up that wave.
Rocket's pulled ahead, 700 gold overall. That has to come from CS somewhere. It's a 15 CS advantage overall here on the Corki.
Yeah, I wonder how much that will close when that minion wave's taken in the top.
Yeah.
Because that's like 3-4 minion waves there. Airwax actually coming in here, just get the steal off. Shook is taking a bunch of damage, being chased down. And Zafir coming in with the package as well, jumping along with the Valkyrie, jumps away to the minions, just trying to farm before he goes down. Shook will be the first blood of the game.
Yeah, special delivery into Valkyrie. Zafir following up. Really good play here, really good use of the package. Maybe the first early game usage of the package that we've seen that really resulted in a game-breaking or game-opening kill, because now he can capture the bottom lane. That tower is under siege, and Freddy can then port back to the top lane. He'll need some assistance though, because we're seeing a 4-man siege being set up again by Vitality. They seem to really like strength in numbers for those sieges.
Yeah, bot lane should be going down here, so small advantage over to Rocket additionally with that kill, and see if they can push that into anything else. But it's really interesting because Nutuk was also talking about this lineup from Rocket and saying that he actually thinks this lineup is much better than people are really giving them credit for, because even we were looking at this lineup and saying, well, are they the losers of the off-season? Looking at Vitality, looking at HGK, how many good members they picked up. So far, Rocket actually in the lead in this game.
You could have argued whether it was worth it to sink the flash play there, but they obviously didn't know what the backup that was coming, and their goal was a tower, so Freddy essentially just wasted his teleport.
He is here for the farm, however, but this is pushing away from him. Edward there as well. And now we should see Vitality backing off. Shook is just in the river, still farming away. Has gone for the Barmy Cinder, though. Just looking for the Cinder Hawk build. Before we saw Elise pick up the Rylai's as well. So we'll see if Shook does something similar. Edward now heading down this river. And see if he rushes Sightstone as well. Aster, when should you rush Sightstone, Prepper?
Always.
Always.
In loving memory.
So we see Airwax now coming onto this crab. See if they go for the first dragon as well. Players are typically seeing the first dragon as one of the bigger objectives to take, and then after that it's very difficult to go for a 5-dragon win.
Yep.
The first one is important because of the percent damage you get from it, but then the rest don't do a whole lot for you.
Yeah,
It's there as an exit objective.
If you can pick it up along the way, you can go for second dragon, and then the third has some value in terms of movement speed, but honestly, dragon has very low priority. The only value is maybe denying your opponent to get his first. Once both teams sit on a first dragon already, there's no value in playing on the dragon. You may as well start sieging. Vision is even more important, or just setting up phase 2, like setting phase 1 of a 2-step play, more important than getting the dragon right now.
Yeah, for sure. Saphir down here, in terms of vision, they were cutting off just from Edward, maybe coming in from the side. And Airwax was thinking of going into the bot lane, but actually doesn't do that. Vitality ahead, 60 to 40%. Still not as big a disparity as I was actually thinking coming into this matchup.
Yeah, but looking at the way Rocket's taking this game, Vitality seem to be trying to force a lot of moves. Like, they're constantly grouping and sieging, but Rocket is fine, comfortably sitting back and actually getting a gold lead by not breaking where the pressure is being placed by Vitality. And overall, 2,000 gold ahead right now, even with the first blood. First blood only amounts to maybe 600 gold if you take kill and assistant. So, ironically here, or unexpected rather, the better macro gameplay from Rocket.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. It's macro gameplay. There's been no real like skirmishes and who edged ahead in terms of mechanics. It's literally just been on the macro game, and Rockat's the one coming out ahead with these players.
And the first Moby boots I think we've seen today on support. Kasing not opting for the boots of swiftness. So he will go down to boots 1 speed in combat.
Yeah, decides not to get Swifty in this one. Kasing coming into the mid lane with Nuke Duck. And just farming away, and I really think you just hit the nail on the head. Both of these teams are looking to get into the mid game here, Crepo. Along with Rise as well, just want to scale up, and as a result, they're quite happy to farm away, and you can see that resulting in the farm in the mid lane. Nuke Duck literally has hit basically every minion, 127 right now to Betsy's 120. They have done nothing but farm.
They're playing PvE right now, obviously into the Rise's favor. I mean, getting a little quicker into the mid game is nice, but Rocket right now hitting a Triforce spike already on Sphere. He's pushing, and it becomes a game of minion wave control right now, because all the rotations that you could potentially set up for yourself to get a side lane tower and then force people to make mistakes, you can't do because the side lane towers are gone. So it's very weird to play such an early open map. You almost have to go back to the stages of the 4v0 double tower lane swap meta back in, I believe, last year in spring, before we even see such a big map right now. And because you have so little wards, it's so hard to really get the vision game going. So Vitality struggling a little bit in this new meta.
Well, from all the gold and all the farming that's been happening, it means they're getting to item spikes a little bit faster. The Abyssal Scepter has been picked up, that hook going just wide of Edward.
Maybe it's just the zone from Tarek. Maybe that's just it. That's the answer.
Yeah, the threat alone from Tarek engaging on you, man. Vitality just don't want to go for the play. And in top lane, don't get that tower either. Reminder, the package is available for Saphir if he wants to make another play. The first one went actually very well. Take a look at this as well. Herald now being picked up. Don't see that every single game. It's more of an exit objective like Dragon right now. It's like if you take an objective, you can go for Herald, or you get a kill, you can go for Herald if you just have spare time.
In an open split push scenario, it's good to do, because the minions, obviously, they gain more attack speed overall. They look like they get buffed like the Baron buff, but remember, the magic resistance doesn't go up, so using Herald to siege down mid doesn't work, because magic-based wave clearers will still shred them apart.
Yeah, attack speed increased by 40%, but no resistances. Additionally, it does give you 10% extra damage. So for a split pusher, it's actually pretty sick, because you can go for those 1v1s and know that you're probably going to win, even in matchups that typically don't win. But in this game, this is going to be buffing a couple minions.
Let's see, Saphir, is he going to pick up the package? That's the one question we're asking ourselves here.
Yeah.
Observers to the base.
Track Saphir.
Yep.
Oh,
there we go.
We're off into the top lane. To farm.
I love the fact that you can package and then Valkyrie again. A lot of people forget that. Even though Valkyrie is horribly short right now, many people fail even wall jumps because it's 600 range, I believe it's reduced to. Saphir in the top lane. It actually allows him to push on the tier 2 tower safely because nobody can stop him. He can shoot you out of there and get back to the top side of the map. He's basing right now, puts it a big wave in the top lane. That means if somebody from Vitality responds, the rest of the map gets played 5v4. Siege in the bot lane here. We may see a big fight here with the package, with the Zac lead. Keep your eyes on it.
Well, Betsy coming in, Cabochard taking a lot of chunk damage. He doesn't have Zonus just yet, but Hanan is there to fight him. Alex coming over the wall, has been hooked in by Kasing, joins the rest of his team, but he's getting chunked down by Betsy. And Airwhack picks up the kill there. Nuke Duck now having to back off into the river, and it's now Vitality on the run. 2 kills go down.
Another setup siege from Vitality where they group up with 4 or 5 members to take a tower, thwarted by Rockhat. They saw it coming. Saphir based immediately, get a good 2-man package right there. Betsy flying from the side, he took out Cabochard. I believe his cleanse was prematurely, this is why he did not get out of the cannon stunlock, but overall, another kill, another dragon here for Rockhat, another red buff steal, and maybe even the mid lane tower. Rockhat playing fantastic.
Yeah, and Betsy's found Nuke Duck in the middle lane as well. Will flash away, but gets him with a final overload. Saphir just chiming in there with a couple autos. Betsy's looking down basically by himself, sitting happily on his Rod of Ages. 1-0 over to Betsy.
Jesus. Rockhat, surprising many people, including myself. I would regret that comment I made in the opening of the game. It's karma.
It is. There's no
second time it happened.
Gonna take a look at that team fight again though, and Cabochard getting completely picked out by Betsy.
Yeah. Cabashard here stuns Betsy. Yeah, Cleanse didn't really affect that much. Maybe it wasn't. No, it was not already in cooldown. Look at the damage from the package here. Shook's burning. Sing gets out. Airworks flashes after him. 2 kills, I believe, in total. So 2 kills, a dragon, a mid tower, another kill in the mid lane, making it 3. So overall, Rocket, getting farther ahead.
Yeah, Cabashard now just kind of wandering around, just losing ground all over the board. If you take a look at the vision control as well by Rocket, starting to push into the jungle of Vitality as well.
Should have known though. I trash talked Edward once, this back in Season 2 before LCS even existed, and I got my my behind handed to me. Completely got smashed. Did it again now in the pregame.
It's a curse, man.
Happened again. TLDR. Shut up, Cripple.
Well, you can take a look at the coaches there, just taking a look at this game, analyzing it from backstage. And this is very much a macro-based game. Like, there's a couple team fights that have happened, but it's all really been about the map movements, about what the players are deciding to do on the board and how they're reacting to the opposing team.
And every single kill has originated from the new Corki package. You can't forget that. That invade, Airworks finds Shook, Smite steals, that should have just been a steal, but because of the amazing gap close potential that the new Corki Valkyrie, or the buff Valkyrie gives you, they got a kill right down in the bottom. The package combined with Zac, 2 major leaps there. Set up for some other kills. Now can Rocket expand on this? Because Rocket as an organization, obviously there's no players remaining and the coaching staff has not entirely changed, so the point doesn't really hold, but we've seen them get ahead, but then do absolutely nothing in the mid game. Have they learned how to snowball their lead, which is very important in this meta game, because today we've seen incredibly short games. 26, 25, 24 minutes with the use of Baron. Can Rocket do the same?
We'll have to see in this game. And we were talking about Zac. I'm going to hold that for a second, as there is a siege coming into this mid lane from Vitality, sitting on the equal towers as well. So going to try and take an extra edge here. But talking about the Zac in Champions League, we were like, this is going to be some quality Gouda. But in this game, he's not building super randomly, picking up AP. He's just going tank. Yeah, so they're adding an extra tank into the line.
He's basically a threat that can always dive in your backline, and he can even do it in full vision. You saw right there, Vitality sieging. Freddy just crouches down, starts pulling his arms back, like, I'm gonna jump, walk away, and the siege just breaks right there. So if he can start flanking later on, he can wreak havoc. So Sing will have to flay the Zac. If you don't flay or Buster Shot top lane Zac, you will have a whole lot of trouble.
Yep, so Infinity Edge picked up by Hjarnan as well, taking a look at the opposing item build. Zephyr just going for the Trinity Force, fairly standard. Top lane just going for that Sunfire cape as well, just carry on pushing.
Yeah, Sunfire for push and then pure magic resistance, which means he's aiming to jump on Hjarnan. If he's jumping on Hjarnan, Hjarnan can't deal damage to him. Everybody else will try and get him off Hjarnan. That means magic resistance galore, he will not die.
Bot lane, Airwax is actually sieging in here. We'll be backing away. And Edward also pushing up, trying to secure that vision. And just overall, Vitality are losing a lot of ground. You can even see some red wards right in the base gate of the upper base gate from Vitality. They're just getting pushed back all over the board. It just starts getting a little harder for Rocket as they start pushing up, because the response time from Vitality is easier from lane to lane. But Rocket right now, just in a good shape, chipping away at these turrets in each lane.
Rocket doesn't have to do anything right now. All they have to do is set up the vision just like they're doing, waiting for Vitality to make a mistake. Later on, they can transition into a Baron, clean the vision there, or get another package for a really quick rotation between lanes. And more importantly, their late game security blanket, the Rise, is 1-0-0, higher farm overall, whereas Hjarnan, the late game for Vitality, is only sitting on an IH so far. So Rocket very comfortable. The threat alone for a potential dive here from the Taric, man, the zone, breaks open another tower.
Yeah, I really want to see what happens if we do get into a team fight though, because Vitality are specifically itemizing to stop the damage coming in from Rocket, being heavily AP based. We're now seeing that with the Aegis being picked up, mid lane even with the Athenes as the mana option, and Rocket just building more and more damage. So when we actually get into these team fights, which is actually going to prevail? Rocket with slightly more gold, you would think in theory, should be able to win out on top in terms of itemization, how the fight's going.
So yeah, right now we see they cleared all the enemy jungle. They cleared their own jungle. Zephyr is in base. Oh yeah, there he goes. Package. Oh. I'm pretty sure he does a global emote and reveals him for a fraction of a second. So Vitality should be aware that more damage is coming their way.
Yeah, map wide Siren. And now coming in to the upper river.
Yeah, and the level 9 trinkets right now, sweepers get
Oh, we're
here.
ready. Sophia knocking Kasing back. He has to flash away immediately. A Valkyrie back to his own team, but a flash and a knock one to 3 players. Coming in from Vitality. The Dazzle coming in from Edward. And Freddy is here with a lockup as well. Airwax trying to get once again another knockup. Doesn't quite find it, but everyone is chunked in from Vitality. And Rocket is going to be able to set up a siege. Nice and Gland, of course.
Casting is hard, man. I know. Just don't read Twitter. Overall, they're moving back into the Baron area, but there's too many wards still about, and obviously the 20 minutes free home guards you get can actually be very, very nasty if Kabashar can land that teleport. Freddy going back to the mid lane. First package that doesn't result in a kill. A little deep from Saphir. I have to admire his boldness, but a little bit over the top.
Oof, a lot of damage coming in from the poke there, but Saphir does not go down just yet. 0 deaths in this game so far. Previously named Jeebus, showed a lot up in the Challenger series, but has picked up the rapid fire cannon on top of his Triforce. So he's sitting on that 2-item spike. Freddy lucky to get the backside, but Kasing locks him up, and Hyana will have to jump away. Freddy gets on top of him with the Let's Bounce, but takes the Lantern to safety. No one will be dropping in this trade.
Questionable use of Freddy's E there. Like, do you really want to jump into the enemy team when you're already behind them? Is it not wiser to save it? Kasing really good hook though. Cancels the E, then plays him backwards. Lantern goes on Hjarnan, so Vitality escaping. Gold lead is still 5,000 for Rocket here, and they can soon start looking at their 3rd dragon of the game. No, 1st dragon actually. 2nd.
Counting
is hard. I thought they had 2 already.
Yeah. What comes after 1? But yeah, Freddy, kind of weird choice there. Decides to actually charge up the Elastic Slingshot and say, hey guys, I'm immobile, just hook me, and then gets hooked. When he could have just sat there, used Let's Bounce, and then dodged the hook perhaps, but either way, still pushed Vitality back. Got a couple summoners, but it's still only a small summoner lead. Actually not even a lead for Rocket, because they utilized a lot to get these plays to happen, so now the ball is kind of in Vitality's court.
Yeah, what worries me more is that Rocket is seemingly making plays without a goal. Usually you make a play with an objective in mind, and they're not really setting up the vision for the Baron. Because with their composition, they can make picks into face checks. If you face check into a Zac Tarek, you can, it can cost you the game. But the vision isn't being set up around the Baron. They wasted their teleport prematurely. They're not really split pushing, so they're actually allowing Vitality to get back into the game.
Yeah, and as you were saying on the analyst desk as well, Rocket doesn't need to do crazy things. They don't need to be SKT. They can go with the simple strategies and execute it well. Even talking about the lane swaps, which we saw here, and executed it fairly well. However, you don't need to go too simple, because we saw that in the EUCS Grand Finals, where Mouse and Dignitas, all they did was go for Dragon for the entire game. However, in this game, Dragon might actually not be too bad for Rocket to do.
Maybe they take that approach and they're like, we don't have to be SKT, we can just be KT. And if you've been watching LCK, KT is still playing that same 5-dragon style. Very slow game, and they eventually forced it that way. Maybe Rocket has a preferential gameplay of going for 5 dragons. Who knows? You see if they can finally break open the mold here, clean that vision. They have 1 upgraded Red Sweeper on Airwax. Edward has not upgraded his sweeper yet, the level 9 version. Maybe forgot. Maybe he just leveled up. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Maybe it is Crepo. Maybe a kill is in our future as well. That's what I'm looking forward to. Sophia and Betsy just chilling, just going into mid lane. Warded up. Pretty much everyone can see each other on the map right now, so the teams have pretty educated decisions on where they want to move next.
Now there's also a, hang on, the single one on Saphir here, knock you out. If you don't want to sweep the wards, you can also just prevent people from walking back into the area for 2 minutes 30 seconds, and that also just takes care of most wards already because they just fade. That seems to be the approach Rocket are taking here. Split push, Airwax in the bottom. Kabashar can't hold him away. Freddy in the top lane, jumps on Hjarnan.
It's actually a lot of damage. Remember, he's building full tank, so he's not going to get to burst off, but they found him once again, and the Dazzle man locks him down and secures yet another kill for Rocket. Oh, Edward being pulled in, but it's Airwax who is just in the base of Vitality, dueling Kabashar. Kasing and Hjarnan have been pushed back here, and now the top tower will go down to Rocket.
Yeah, and this was the result of the vision around Baron fading, Vitality trying to get in there, get more wards, and Rocket, yeah, they were lost in rotation. They catch him right there. Now they can default backwards to the Baron buff, or to the Baron to get that buff. Airwax can come over with his ultimate if he just finds a tunnel. Bottom right, there's a tunnel available for him. Are they doing Baron without the jungler?
Maybe. Edward just recalling there.
You're actually doing...
Wow. We've seen this in Challenger Series before, actually. We had a jungler who would build Black Cleaver and just split push all day. I believe it was Dan. But Edward coming in here. There's the Dazzle. And chasing him down. But the teleport now coming in as well by Cabashot. Doesn't have the extra movement speed. Will flash into the enemy team. And Freddy taking a bunch of damage. But he still has his passive. Airwax has been locked up, but he's away as well. And Roccat get out unscathed with the Baron. Oh, Sophia now heading back to base. Everyone's just going to trade in all of that gold. 5 kills in this game, but the macro game has been so incredibly good by Rocket.
I think Nuketalk used Wild Growth. That knocked, I believe it was Freddy backwards, and it put him out of range for Kasing's hook. Very, very interesting interaction. So Kasing was going for a max range hook, but Wild Growth knockback prevented that overall. So that's why Vitality didn't get a single kill. And Rocket, 5-0 so far. Pick up a Baron. Don't even need their jungler for it. They're exceeding all expectations, including my own.
Yeah, I think a lot of people's honestly crap out. Now Sophia once again with the package has done really well with this actually. Has gotten multiple summoners and set up multiple kills. Now into the game may not want to be the only form of engage. Now they have Zac.
You just use it to rotate, man.
Yeah.
You guys, he's like, you guys walk from mid lane to top lane, filthy casuals. I fly there
in 1 second, man. And it's clearing out this mid lane.
So 1-3-1 being set up. This seems to be the way to, end all games today with the Baron buff, because it's so early. It's incredibly hard to deal with the Baron buff on one lane. What about 3 at once? Freddy in the top lane, Aerox in the bottom lane. Both have tools to join the fight. Either it's the tunnel or the ultimate. Freddy can walk over and leap or teleport in. And Vitality, what are they going to do against this push? Their wave clear is all magic, except Hjarnan exploding some minions, but that's not enough.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be an exceptionally good Baron power play as they take down the middle lane, and the bottom tower is also falling to the jungle of Airwax. They're just losing ground all over the board.
We don't even have enough windows to show what's going on. We need another one.
Second tip. Another one.
Another one. Hooks the cannon. Yeah, that's the only way to deal with those super cannons right now. We see Freddy moving to the mid lane. If there's no wards across the wall, a zone that Zac gives you while sieging is enough. And then bot lane breaks open. They can take the inhib, rinse and repeat. The game might very well end in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Man, everything is just falling. And the bottom lane as well is just being slowly chunked away. And Vitality, if they want to stop this, they just have to hard engage. But previously that hasn't gone very well. Airwax not even hooked in. The tunnel was just coming out there, and Kasing was not in time. Roccat, you smart. You very smart.
Not gonna do it. No loyal though, all their players left.
Too good, man.
But yeah, I'm getting a little worried about this cannon pick. This is the second time we've seen cannon pick today. Both in the lane swap. It might be an incredibly strong laner, but in the lane swap it seems so slow and only reliant on a teleport flank. And they just seem too predictable right now. Hasn't worked out for either team that chose to use the cannon overall.
Not really. So Shock now going for this blue buff. It's actually just resetting. Edward now coming in, and he will be threatening him. But honestly, that's Tarek pick. The funny thing is, we've been talking about like the Dazzle coming in and locking people up. There's 1 assist in this game. What? That being said, that is 20% of the kills has happened in this game. But
good math.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Grandpa.
Yeah, I mean, it's his own, right? People are too afraid to even fight him right now. That's the Dazzle. It does set up for, okay, all joking aside, if you land the Dazzle, it sets up for more follow-up damage, especially the artillery gun that is Betsy right now in the late game. Hjarnan struggling to finish the 3rd item. Betsy already has 3 and has an other, like, NLR finished, aside from some very expensive boots, so he's just gonna wreak havoc with team like Airwax.
Hjarnan. Actually, a lot of damage coming in from Airwax. He's gone for the more amount Mortius, and that alone was enough to chunk Hjarnan out. We'll have to go back to base. Take a look at that Baron play we were talking about earlier. 2,500 actually on the side of Roccat, so not too bad.
Yeah, 2.5k lowest Baron power play of the day, below the summer split average, but honestly, it doesn't matter. They got an inhibitor. Probably this low because they already had so much already established on the map, and as you go deeper in the lane for the towers, they get worth less and less and less. So that explains it. They did enough though. They broke open one lane, they chunked another one, setting up for a 2nd tower here, picking up the base. No juke.
The hooks are just not connecting. But yeah, Kasing just expecting the juke, maybe it doesn't happen, that type of stuff. But still in the bottom lane, when the jungler is dueling the top laner, have a problem.
Yup, Saphir goes mid. Betsy, you don't want to get near that. Tower drops immediately. Airwax is already on the Nexus tower, skipping a step.
Like, Vitality, you have to do something. Otherwise, you just lose the game right here. Hyanan gets a little bit of damage onto Betsy, but that's all he can do. 10,000 gold behind right now, and Vitality need to pull the trigger.
So Vitality is going to speed up and shield Hyanan. He has to juke the skill shots that come in, do some damage, then Cavashard has the flash ultimate and pray that Freddy somehow gets cancelled in the AoE. That's the only thing he can do. Airwax is split, but Cavashard is going to deal with him. Just breaking open the base here.
Airwax doesn't actually go for the tower.
Look at top right now.
The
Flash is the hook.
Just taking everything away. The flash comes away. That was the entire lineup of Vitality responding to the jungler split push. Sophia now just backs away with the rest of the team, taking the tower bit by bit. And Rocket are probably just going to close out the game very shortly. Sophia
probably
does
have
have
a
to
lot
go
of
back
gold
to base fairly soon because he is out of mana. And there is no package, so he can't get in there super quickly, but the tower goes down. Airwax just took a Nexus turret.
Alright, don't get greedy, right? This is the point where you can still control the game. Look at all the tunnels. And then they base. Just gonna check right now what they're sitting on. Yeah, they have about around 6,000 gold, I believe, to spend here in base. Don't really need it. Just need more mana. Sephiroth's out of mana. So you have another package. Don't think one is available just yet.
Yeah, soon. Okay, just chilling the base and it's like, let's wait for the package for our next play. But not right now.
Styling finish?
Yeah.
Expect a backdoor, the best backdoor of all time? No.
Yeah, the fight happens in like mid lane, it's like, I'm going out, I'm going in, man.
Just splits everybody apart, just like Moses splits the Red Sea. It's like the entire team fight breaks open. I'm going straight into the base.
Yeah. The game-winning play. That's
There
what
he
we want
goes.
to be ready for this to happen. The package is live.
This entire team comp, the zone from Dazzle, the zone from Freddy's League,
It's all been set up.
It's been an elaborate plan. Saphir picks up the package.
Here we
Do it.
go. See everyone converge on mid lane now and set this play up for Sophia.
Almost like the Mighty Ducks when they go in with a V. Do you even know that movie? Are you old enough for that movie? Okay. Jesus Christ. So the Mighty Ducks, they strike in a V formation, and then the guy from the backside, he slides in between and then just goes in a very nice montage style to finish the game, and they all cheer.
Yeah,
So that is Saphir right now. He's a Mighty Duck.
Luckily, I do know the reference because I know Stress talks about it a lot in the office. So. Before my time, unfortunately. Going for this Baron once again.
I mean, if Gabashard can cancel Airwax and then teleport in, maybe.
Kiana, this is kind of the chance, like everyone is kind of stuck in this Baron pit, but Freddy going for this fight, jumps in, there's the flame, knocks him backwards. Kiana gets deleted before the fight really begins. Cambershot in the back lines, lots of damage coming in, but it's not quite enough to finalize a kill. Finally gets the kill onto Sophia, and Edward is now dropping low, but it doesn't matter. They pick up the 3 kills onto Vitality. Shook now running away with his tail between his legs, but Freddy now teleporting into this space. This could be curtains for Vitality.
Yeah, good setup. Lantern gets thrown in to teleport into the back line from Cabochard with the home guards, but it's too little too late. By the time he arrives, Yarnan's already down. Betsy, Freddy, Edward, and Eric looking to finish the game. No package delivery right now because Saphir is dead.
Yeah, unfortunate, but 20 seconds remaining on Hyana. They can't defend. Rocket closing in to close in with the win. The curtain call comes down, and Rocket bring this one home. 8-1 in kills, and the first win on the board.
Game went smoother than the celebration.
But honestly, very impressive from
I have
Rocket.
to eat my words, man. Oh.
I think we all do. That was really good from Rocket. They showed exceptional macro play. Yes, we harped on about it, but we have to say it was just solid.
Did they though? I'm gonna go home and rewatch the early game, I feel, because I want to know exactly what happened. Because Vitality were the ones making all the plays, and Rocket, they were just absorbing it and somehow getting ahead in the gold lead. So they didn't initiate a single play. Not that it's wrong to do, like if it's the right thing to do to just stay back and abuse forced plays, but they somehow got a gold lead and then a beautiful invade from Airwax with the package. Then another really good read on what Vitality was doing, almost too obvious. Down there in the bottom lane at the tier 2, good fight there. Freddy leaping in, the package coming in again. So they did seem to be on the same page overall.
Yeah, at the very least, we can say the reactive play was very good just in the early game. But then we did see proactive plays from them. A lot of the kills that happened, a lot of the fight setups were coming in from Sophia's package, or Betsy coming in. They should just engage by himself on a recall. So they did make proactive plays.
Yeah, and playing that 1-3-1 split push with your jungle in the bottom lane right there, how beautifully as they did, is not that easy. It looks easy when it works. but anybody at any given point can get caught, and you're playing against players that are no slouch. Like, you're playing against Shook, you're playing against Kasing, they can catch you. Rocket managed to stay away from that. Beautiful execution. Vitality only got 1 kill in this entire game, and that was in the very last fight on Saphir. So, yeah, fantastic performance.
Yeah, I think the argument can be made that maybe Vitality made it too easy for Rocket because there was not a lot of... Does it matter? A win's a win, right? But yeah, there was not a lot of proactive plays happening from Vitality. There was a lot of time where it's like towers being sieged in and Vitality actually just not doing anything, not pulling a trigger, not going for a fight. And again, the argument can be made on top of that argument that they couldn't go for those fights, but then
because of the dazzle.
Right, because of the dazzle, but maybe something's messed up before that, and that's where the teams have to dissect that and see what went wrong.
All joking aside, though, if Betsy does more damage, so if Betsy gets stronger than Hjarnan, it all becomes about who can take down the late game carrier and the other team first, and the amount of zone with a Rek'Sai that can flash and Bower, Freddy just standing there being menacing, having a lot of base damages plus Sunfire. It's impossible to get to Betsy, because even if you approach, you do have the zone. All joking aside, from the dazzle, so it worked out beautifully for Rocket.
Yeah, honestly, the composition grew on me as the game went on. I actually just saw...
I need to see more of it, yeah.
Yes, I need to see more of it, but I would like to see more of it. That's what I came out of this game, instead of being like, that was awful. That was actually like, yeah, I would like to see another game of that. But now let's check in at the analyst desk to close out the day.
Well, talk about a caster curse. Mechanical gods, super team, super aggressive free win.
I will hold my hands up and say I said
all
most
of
of those, and I was wrong.
All of those.
So I'll take credit for most of it. And on a serious note,
only the first game.
That is where you look at these lineups and you say that is a massive upset for this Rocket lineup on paper when we come into this season. That is the kind of win that could, at the end of the season, be the difference between your spots going either into playoffs or into relegation. And the key thing there is that Rocket were making plays on the map as well. So it was not just Vitality not showing up. It was, both sides, playing into this.
I just can't believe Tarek won again. Like, Eddie keeps picking it, and he's been winning a few games on it, and it still doesn't make any sense.
I can feel your pain. I can feel your pain.
He looks a bit like you too.
I mean, I think Betsy on Ryze in this game is, this is the first game Ryze has won today. He's lost every other game. But this is also the first game where he's laning into a fairly passive laner in Lulu. So finally, we get to see what he can do when he gets to sit there and scale up. And obviously, what Rocket did so well was they didn't try to be SKT. Because they were waiting for the plays to happen from Vitality, and they would punish him when they made a mistake. We can just pull up the first replay. It's the first spot in the jungle. And I think it is such a smart play coming in from Rocket, because what you will notice is Vitality wants to play on top side of the map right now. That means Shook has nothing to do on the bottom side because he has no protection. Rocket, they know this. They have the package from Saphir, so Eric's is saying, I'm going to invade. If I find anything, come with me and kill them. So this is set up by Rocket knowing, okay, Vitality's going to go top and start pushing. Shook should never have been there in the first place. He should follow his team to the strong side of the map. That's the misplay, and that's the punish.
And I think overall, just impressive play from Rocket. They came out the gate swinging. That was 8 minutes on the clock. The very first package that comes up is used effectively, is comboed well. Coming into this game, there was a lot of eyes on Shook in terms of what level of performance he was going to bring. Shook has always been an up and down player. He's been involved in perfect games, and he's almost been perfect gamed. So this was one of those performances where it left a lot to be desired. And I think for Vitality, it's just going back to the drawing board. They do have a lot of talent. They do have the ability to make all of these mechanical plays and all the correct things. But this was just not the game to do it. It is a long season, and now we see how they bounce back tomorrow.
Well, they're going to have to bounce back in a way. But the one thing that Rocket, again, did very well on the other side of the Rift is a very similar play to the one we saw earlier from the Unicorns of Love. I loved how they grouped and sieged and just effectively used the map to their advantage. And the advantages they have. Deficio, I know there's a particular play you wanted to highlight.
Well, again, it's a play we're going to see more and more in this meta here. It is when you have these compositions with teleport on one target, and then, you know what, that's going to be the next replay. Instead, we're going to look at this power push.
Yeah, this one actually was just the lane swap that we saw at the beginning. This was actually the Tristana. I was expecting Vitality to take these turrets and then move around the map and actually use the Tristana to their advantage. They ended up falling behind, and then the first blood came out in the lower jungle. I actually feel like Vitality were at a good point from the lane swap and then just ended up getting out sieged by grouping on this Corki, as we will see in a minute.
Again, the first mistake comes when Shook is on the opposite side of the rest of his team. When you keep playing fast push, you invest everything you have onto one side of the map. You can't play fast push on all 3 lanes. That doesn't exist. So when your jungler is so far away from everyone else, it was easy for Rocket, simple for them to say, I will invade, you have the package, you can cover a lot of distance. If there is anyone in here, you come join me and we just kill them. And that's exactly what they did.
Oh, in that one victory coming off for Rocket, which I think made all of us kind of surprised, and especially Vitality not showing up in their first
next replay.
game.
Because that's
it's not coming. I'm sorry to break
It's
it.
not coming, guys.
Not coming,
It's
sorry.
not.
One final note, the Taric, we can argue that to, death and beyond. I also am not impressed with the Protector AD carry comp from Vitality. These players have got much better abilities in some of their other roles from the Cabochon, from the Nuke Duck. Lulu, great pick. No argument there. I just think the Protect the ADC is not something that is super exciting. It's something that this team needs to rely on when you look at the depth of their players.
Technically, though, like these players, Nuke Duck has always played a lot of Lulu. We know Yana has always played a lot of hyper carries. Tristana is a comfort pick for him. So, like, technically, these players are used to playing this comp. I do have to question the Kennen blind pick. I don't think it's a very strong blind pick coming in. Lane swap was okay for him, but it always sets him behind. And Kennen, once he starts falling behind, he just has so low impact in the game. So that first teleport he has, it has to pay off. It wasn't even there. It was Cabochon recalling in his own or in the enemy jungle, and then Betsy found him and almost one-shot him, and like just fell even further behind. I think Cabochon was like level 8 when Ryze was level 11.
Yep, not the best showing for Vitality. And with that, at the end of day 1, 5 teams are, of course, tied for first, with the other 5 behind by a single game, because that's how that works. Fnatic, G2, H2K, UOL, and Rocket start the season with a win. As said, disclaimer, we're going to come to some conclusions. And we know that it's only the first game, but it is a good indicator.
I think it's good to get a taste of how the rest of the weeks are going to play out for at least the first portion of the season. But I think seeing Splice lose a game to UOL and looking at Vitality and just how they lost to Rocket, I think those are the 2 big upsets of the day. Coming into it, we'd actually anticipated that Splice could have been one of the teams challenging for the middle of the table. Deficio and I actually expected Vitality to potentially be top 4.
Oh, and
we still do.
Now, to be fair, it is game 1. There's a lot of
Yeah.
games to play. But I did not expect Vitality, even on a bad day, to look like they did today. So that is a shock. That's quite an awakening for me. Their floor is lower than I had even anticipated.
We can just look at how did teams lose games. I look at Splice here, and honestly, I was disappointed because I felt like there was a lot of issues just mechanically between the players. I didn't expect to be there. Koppe and Nisbet, the laning phase to play 2v2 where they got heavily under pressure by an Ezreal in the laning phase, ended up being pushed down to their own tower, so Diamondprox can go and dive them and kill them, and that obviously then makes it even worse. Stuff like that is where you're like, oh, okay, that's a worrying trend. We need to see if it continues to be a problem. No meme, maybe a meme intended.
Yeah, so intended.
So maybe it was intended. Who cares?
But I think one thing we got to look at is somehow Fnatic have put a lineup that beats the top contender, supposedly. Origin
Nothing
coming
changed.
into this was supposed to be like #1. Fnatic show up, another 2 Koreans. Let's see how we do. They get a win in the first game of the season.
Yeah, and not even a win for first game of this season. Also, Fnatic Spirit in that game, one of the new additions, flying out of the gate in his European debut with a KDA of 16 and a 73% kill participation to lead the league with 28.5 fantasy points.
Do any of you have them? Do any of you have Spirit or Gamsu?
Spirit?
No.
Now, I'm sick to the pit of my stomach because I have Noxiac on my bench. I didn't run
Don't
him.
throw up on my desk.
I know, and I ran So as an Amazing, who let me down so heavily.
I ran Cabochon, like...
Yeah.
I ran Nuke Duck. So that was 0-1.
Trevor will never
how did that go?
give you slack for that.
No.
Anyway, Spirit completely out-jungled Amazing today.
On Zac.
On Zac. Like, in the early game, he had such a great performance. He was in there stealing camps. He was always there setting up ganks. He had smart, unexpected ones. So like, oh, I have no passive. I'm just going to gank mid lane anyway. That Origin never expected. And the communication from Fnatic already at this stage is like, okay, we're going to fight here in like 30 seconds. Okay, push out this lane and start roaming. Like, Noxiac was running, Gamsu was running. Like, there were 4 people there in like a matter of seconds.
You have to put a caveat on this fact. We know that OGs come in with a limited practice.
Yeah.
We also know they had a bad day. Like, it is quite uncharacteristic to see Amazing miss like every Lee Sin Q. That really does not happen very often. And today was just one of those days where it just didn't go his way. All credit to Fnatic because they got their lead, they punished the mistakes, and they won the game very well. And another jungler that stood out for me today was Diamondprox. This is a guy who we myself particular, has questioned his ability, especially throughout summer last year. He comes up today. I actually was hanging out with the UOL guys and some fans downstairs earlier, and the manager was saying to me that coming into this game, Diamond had promised a 0-4 start. He said every time he started LCS, he goes 0-4. So for UOL, they're like, this is a success.
Yeah.
We've got one win more than we expected.
But I mean, that's, you just got to look at the state of the game, right? Is that, you get Diamond procs early kills and the team can end up, snowballing from that. That's exactly what Diamond wants to do. That's exactly what junglers like Spirit want to do, is get that good early start, build from it. There's no sitting back and doing nothing for like 20 minutes, which is what Vitality tried to do in that game.
Yeah.
It's all about the speed in this.
Yeah, that was the biggest takeaway maybe for me. The teams that did get ahead, they had those Baron power plays and they finished the games out so quickly.
Yeah, did we see any comebacks at all in the 5 games? No. They all felt like once a team got like the first few towers down and they only lost 1 or 2 themselves, like the goalie just grew so large very quickly, you get that item advantage. And again, because the vision is so limited in many ways, you can't just sit and spam wards in your own jungle, so you quickly lose that control. And then you can't make any plays. You feel forced to just sit back and be reactive. And it becomes very difficult once you're already falling behind.
Yeah, Deficio has 2 big storylines today. Graves and end of the line and wards. I mean, the number of times
and
you
both
said that.
Were perfect.
Of course they were, but I'm just saying. Also, I think G2. Crazy props to G2 for showing up. This is a team that there was eyes on, much like Splice. Now, they were against Elements, so there's an element of one of the teams who is a little bit weaker in terms of the individual skill side. So I'm excited to see how they perform tomorrow. G2, I believe, go up against Rocket, and seeing Rocket with some confidence. This makes tomorrow's game a bit more interesting, because I kind of assumed it was going to be a 2-0 week for G2 and the squad.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We did get a couple of good plays, and one of our LCS big plays today we want to look at is the Gamsu outplay versus Soaz. Let's first take another look at it.
Not over yet, though, as Amazing looks to chase him down. Can the Viking get away from the Blind Monk? I don't think so. He sees him coming, and he should just... Outplay! I don't believe it!
Amazing missed both his Qs. He didn't get any damage down to just auto attacks.
Poor Amazing. He's never going to hear that.
I'm sorry for the fans at home. We screamed so loud, we almost broke the speakers.
Volibear has no skill shots. That would have been a better pick.
Well, I think
you're going to get some mad tweets, bro.
Well,
Amazing loves me. Amazing loves me. Yeah, he does.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Amazing. We have a special relationship.
Another one you find a very handsome man, or is that like everyone?
Yeah.
Anyways.
Fervor of battle, Olaf, low HP.
Yeah.
Mr. Lee Sin, like, what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, but a good start for Gamsu, though. Another big play I want to take a look at, some of the guy you know very well from Challenger, is Perks predicting the Flash, who was on Ari playing versus Mr. Riles. Let's take a look at that one as well.
They can just kind of figure out what's about to happen. And whoa. Wow. That was a great prediction.
So, I don't know who was on the desk with me. I think someone said...
it was Mitch.
Yeah,
I don't want to put words in his mouth.
I mean, I was kind of in the replay. So
yeah.
It was Mitch.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think he did say, I don't think that was a prediction. That might have been a miss.
Well,
no. That was shot like this. You missed maybe like this. That was a clear prediction.
Or you missed really bad.
Or you're like shooting the wrong way, right? That was a prediction, 100%.
Nice.
The problem is now, because the debate or the question has been raised, Perks can just pick the answer he wants.
Yeah.
Of course I predicted it.
Of course.
That was the prediction, 100%.
I mean, either way, the timing on it to just sneak past the front minion was
that was a little bit of luck.
I also, even if you just step back, like that was a great play, but the rest of the game was way more impressive.
Yeah.
Like, there was a couple plays a little bit later on where he holds his charm, and then manages to just find a target every single time onto Spratler, if I recall. Great performance from Perks, a dude who everybody's looking at. Another EU mid. Is this a challenger now made LCS star in the making?
Yeah, we have a lot of those EU mids.
Yeah.
Well, that's it for the action here on day one, week one of the Spring Split. We'll continue tomorrow. The Giants are going to go up against the Unicorns of Love. And later on, Vitality, another big test for them as they face Fnatic and want to put the record straight. And H2K will take on Origin. What do you really want to see on day two? I mean, we got to start with Vitality Fnatic in that is a real test. And that's a comeback opportunity if I've ever seen it.
The third and fourth game of the day. Vitality, Fnatic, as well as H2K Origin.
Yeah.
Those are the games I watch, because I think H2K had a relatively easy win against Giants today. They just played the map exceptionally well, and I'd like to see how Origin bounce back. They tend to do well even after a loss, because mindset and mentality is not really a problem with such experienced players. So I can't wait to see how they handle themselves.
And I think right now, this is actually the test for Vitality, as if they actually are worthy of being put in a top 4 bracket. Yes, we're only in week 1. They will have time to grow.
Always
but
conclusions, man.
But no, what I'm saying though is if they can take a fight to Fnatic, we'll see that they still are at that level and that maybe today was a mistake. But if they don't, then there may be problems they have to work out in the next couple of weeks.
For sure.
They've got time. They need to just measure where they are right now.
Definitely do. They have time till tomorrow till we make our new conclusions and things get underway on Friday. That is tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central European Time, 9 a.m. Pacific. So don't you be late. And until then, we're going to go AFK on behalf of everyone here at the LCS. Thank you for joining us to start 2016 off in style. And we'll see you here for the back half of week 1 tomorrow.
Without further ado, it's time to load up onto Summoner's Rift to kick off the 2016 LCS season. Can the Viking get away from the Blind Monk? I don't think so. He sees him coming, and he should just... play! I don't believe it! Down goes the inhibitor in the bottom side as Gamsu takes it out. Nice. You had question marks? I don't think so. Guess what, boys? FNC is back!
I'm dead. You can win. Nice. We can fight. Elite. I get him, go. Rise of flash. You can end. Good job.
G2 obliterate elements.
That's the flank, but Adam, he's going around the backside. They may be able to catch Jankos. They do get the stun off. He's exhausted. Throws the Zhonya's. That's the start. First blood. One is fallen down. Giants are in full retreat, but they've got nowhere to go. And H2K are making a huge statement to start this one off.
By the way, Mythic apparently is a player to watch now because the camera is kind of on his face. No, it's going. Neos coming for you. Say hi. Oh, say hi. Say hi. No, don't wave. Wave.
Steelback taking the damage. It's a double kill for the Ezreal. Nisbet's caught. Diamond Prox has enough to take him down. Triple kill for Steelback. Unicorns of Love take the first win.
Going for this fight, jumps in, there's the flight, knocks him backwards. Kionan gets deleted before the fight really begins. Camper shot in the back lines, lots of damage coming in. Curtain call comes down, and Roccat bring this one home.